What if Harry Potter was Gandalf's heir? Blood debt to Galadriel. Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter was Gandalf's heir? Blood debt to Galadriel. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Debt Comes Due. Galadriel felt Mithrandir die. She was standing in her garden in Lothlorien when it happened, a sudden absence, like a star winking out. The ring on her finger, Nenya, pulsed cold. She gripped the edge of her mirror and watched the water ripple without wind. No, she whispered. But the Vala did not answer whispers. They answered action. She saw it then, in the mirror's depths. Not Moria, not the Balrog's fire consuming her old friend. Something else. Another world, bleeding through the cracks that death had opened. A cottage. A woman with red hair standing between a cloaked figure and a crib. Green light. Screaming. And then, the mantle passed. Galadriel watched Gandalf's power, his purpose, his burden flow through dimensions like water finding a new vessel. It poured into an infant with black hair and a fresh scar bleeding on his forehead. The child should have died. The magic that struck him was designed to annihilate souls. But Mithrandir's essence arrived at the exact moment of impact, weaving itself into the protection the mother had cast. Fire met love met sacrifice. The baby lived. And Galadriel remembered a debt 3,000 years old. She pulled her gaze from the mirror and walked to her chambers without a word to anyone. Her handmaidens knew better than to follow when she moved with that particular silence. She retrieved a chest from beneath her bed, oakwood bound in mithril, untouched for centuries. Inside lay a single document, the ink still fresh despite its age. Elvish paper didn't yellow. Elvish promises didn't fade. The contract was simple. Mithrandir had saved a mortal woman during Sauron's first rise, pulled her from a burning village, healed her wounds, guided her to safety in the east. The woman had sworn a blood debt. Her line would serve the Astari's purpose until the debt was paid. She'd had children. Those children had children. The line continued, thinning, scattering, until it crossed into another world entirely through means Galadriel had never fully understood. The woman's name had been Evangeline. The red-haired mother in the mirror had been her last living descendant. And now that mother was dead, the debt transferred to her son. Her infant son, who carried the mantle of a Maya and a fragment of something deeply wrong embedded in his skull. Galadriel closed the chest. She summoned Celeborn and told him she would be gone for some time. He didn't ask where. After 6,000 years of marriage, he knew when questions would receive no answers. She stepped into the mirror's light and let it carry her between worlds. Privet Drive was aggressively ordinary. Galadriel stood in the shadows of a hedge at 3 in the morning, watching the streetlights flicker in that stuttering way mortal technology often did. She could feel wards being constructed around the house at number 4, clumsy things, blood-based, anchored to the sister of the dead woman. Whoever was building them knew their craft but lacked elegance. A cat sat on a brick wall nearby, watching her. No. Not a cat. The shape was wrong in ways only elven eyes could perceive. A shapeshifter of some kind. Galadriel ignored it. A crack split the air, and an old man appeared at the corner of the street. Tall. White-bearded. Wearing robes that would have looked appropriate in Rivendell but seemed absurd against the backdrop of identical suburban houses. He carried a device in his hand that he clicked repeatedly, and the streetlights went dark one by one. He approached the cat. "Fancy seeing you here, Professor McGonagall." The cat became a woman. Severe. Scottish. Deeply unhappy. "Are the rumors true, Albus?" "I'm afraid so. The good and the bad." Galadriel listened from the shadows as they discussed the night's events. A dark lord named Voldemort, vanquished by an infant. The parents dead. The child, apparently, destined to be left on the doorstep of his mother's sister like a bottle of milk. She waited until a third figure arrived, a giant of a man on a flying motorcycle, cradling a bundle of blankets. The infant inside was silent. Most babies cried after trauma. This one simply stared at the stars with eyes that held too much awareness for a 15-month-old child. Mithrander's influence. The mantle was already settling into his soul. Albus Dumbledore took the child and examined him with grandfatherly concern. "He'll have the scar forever," he said, tracing the lightning bolt on the boy's forehead. "A small price." Galadriel stepped out of the shadows. The three of them spun. The giant reached for something in his coat. The Scottish woman's hand flew to a stick at her waist. Dumbledore simply stared, and Galadriel felt him attempting to read her thoughts. She let him see exactly enough to terrify him. "You will not leave that child here," she said. Dumbledore recovered quickly. His smile was warm and his eyes were calculating. "Forgive me, madam, but I don't believe we've been introduced. I am Albus Dumbledore, and I know who you are. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of your Wizengamot, Headmaster of Hogwarts, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation. You defeated the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945. You are considered the most powerful wizard of this age." She tilted her head. "By the standards of this world, that may even be true." The Scottish woman, McGonagall, raised her wand. "Who are you?" "My name is Galadriel. I am the Lady of Lothlorien, bearer of Nenya, and I have come to collect a debt owed to me by this child's bloodline." Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but his eyes went cold. "I'm afraid Harry Potter must remain in the wizarding world. There are protections that require your blood wards." Galadriel glanced at the house. Anchored to the sister. Lily Potter's sacrifice channeled through family connection. If the boy calls this place home, he will be shielded from those who wish him harm. She looked back at Dumbledore. "Clever work. Flawed, but clever. Then you understand why he must stay." "He will not stay." Galadriel held out her hands. "Give me the child." "Madam, I must insist." The word came out soft, but the air temperature dropped. The streetlights, already dark, began to frost over. Nenya blazed on Galadriel's finger like a star pulled down from the sky. "You will insist nothing. This child carries the mantle of Olorin, whom you would call Gandalf the Grey. He carries the legacy of a Maya who walked this earth for 2,000 years. He is bound to me by blood debt and sacred contract. Your protections are irrelevant. Your authority is irrelevant. Your insistence," she took a step forward, and all three of them took a step back, "is irrelevant." The giant made a strangled noise. McGonagall's wand hand trembled. Dumbledore, to his CR, held his ground, though Galadriel could see sweat beading at his temple. "Even if what you say is true," he said carefully, "Harry will need to return someday. The prophecy, I am aware of your prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. The boy marked as the Dark Lord's equal." Galadriel's voice carried the weight of ages. "I have seen prophecies older than your entire civilization, Albus Dumbledore. I watched the words of Mandos shape the fate of nations. I am not intimidated by the muttering of a seer in a pub." Dumbledore flinched. He hadn't expected her to know the details. Good. Let him wonder what else she knew. "Harry will return when he is ready," Galadriel continued. "When he can face what awaits him as something more than a sacrificial lamb. You would leave him here," she gestured at the house with contempt. "With a woman who hated her sister and a man whose mind is as small as his heart. You would let him grow up ignorant of his power, his heritage, his purpose. You would shape him into a weapon and point him at your Dark Lord when the time came." "I would protect him," Dumbledore said quietly. "I would give him a childhood. You would give him nothing but a cupboard under the stairs and the knowledge that he was unloved. Galadriel reached out and took the child from Dumbledore's arms. He didn't resist. He couldn't. I will give him the truth. I will give him training. I will give him family. She looked down at the boy, and her expression softened. He was watching her with those two aware eyes, silent and solemn. I will give him a chance. The giant, Hagrid, she'd heard them call him, burst into tears. You can't just take him. He's Harry Potter. He's the boy who lived. He is more than your titles for him. He is more than your prophecy. He is the heir of Gandalf, and he is coming home. Galadriel turned her back on them and walked into the shadows. The cat, who had resumed its feline form to watch the confrontation, meowed once, a sound of pure bewilderment. Dumbledore said nothing. He watched the tall woman vanish with Harry Potter in her arms, and for the first time in many decades, he felt genuinely afraid. Not of her power. Not of her threat. He was afraid because he'd looked into her mind when she let him, and he'd seen exactly what she intended for the boy. She intended to make him ready. And Dumbledore wasn't sure the wizarding world was ready for what Harry Potter would become. Rivendell had seen many strange arrivals over the millennia, but Elrond still paused when Galadriel walked through his gates carrying a mortal infant. Mother-in-law, he said carefully. I trust there is an explanation. Mithrandir is dead. Elrond closed his eyes. He'd felt it too, that absence in the fabric of things. He simply hadn't processed it yet. The Balrog? Yes. In Moria. The fellowship will be diminished. Galadriel shifted the child in her arms. But his mantle did not fade with him. It passed to this boy. Elrond looked at the infant. Black hair. Green eyes. A jagged scar that hummed with wrongness when he reached out with his senses. What is in his forehead? A piece of the soul of the darkest wizard his world has ever produced. Embedded when the killing curse rebounded. You brought a Horcrux into Rivendell. I brought a child into Rivendell. The corruption is contained for now, Mithrandir's essence is burning it away slowly. It will take years, perhaps a decade, but the boy will be cleansed. Elrond rubbed his temples. He was 6,000 years old and had seen the rise and fall of kingdoms, the forging and destruction of rings of power, the breaking and remaking of the world itself. And somehow, Galadriel still found ways to give him headaches. Why? He asked. Why bring him here? Blood debt. His ancestor owed Mithrandir her life and her line. The debt passes to the boy. But more than that, Galadriel looked down at Harry with an expression Elrond had only seen her wear once before, when Celebrian had been born. I looked into his future, Elrond. All the possible paths. In most of them, he dies young. Sacrificed for a cause he barely understands by people who claim to love him. In some, he becomes as dark as his enemy. In a handful, he survives, but broken. Hollow. A hero with nothing left to live for. And if we raise him, then perhaps there is another path. One where he faces his fate with the wisdom of elves and the power of Astari and the courage of men. One where he doesn't just survive. Her voice dropped. One where he wins. Elrond studied the child for a long moment. Harry stared back at him, and there was something in those green eyes that made the Lord of Rivendell think of Erendel sailing into the west. Hope against despair. Light against shadow. He will need tutors, Elrond said finally. Everything you can provide. And combat training. I will speak to Glorfindel. And to young Aragorn, he is of an age where a younger student might focus him. Elrond raised an eyebrow. You want Isildur's heir to train Gandalf's heir? I want them to know each other. To grow together. When the darkness comes, and it will come, for both of them, I want them to have someone who understands. The logic was sound. That was the infuriating thing about Galadriel. Her logic was always sound, even when her plans seemed insane. Elrond held out his arms. "Give him to me." Galadriel transferred the child gently. Harry went without fuss, his eyes now fixed on Elrond's face with that disconcerting awareness. "Hello, young one," Elrond said. "It seems you will be staying with us for some time. I am Elrond Half-Elven, and this," he gestured at the valley around them, the waterfalls and gardens and ancient trees, "is your new home." Harry reached up and grabbed Elrond's nose. Galadriel laughed, a rare sound, bright and genuine. "I believe he approves." Elrond extracted his nose with dignity. "See that rooms are prepared in the East Wing. And send word to Lothlorien, I want Celeborn's counsel on the magical contamination in the boy's scar. And find Aragorn. If he's going to be involved in this madness, he should meet the child now." "It will be done." Galadriel turned to leave, then paused at the threshold. "Elrond. Thank you. You haven't given me a choice." "I know. Thank you anyway." She swept out, and Elrond was left holding a 15-month-old child who carried the soul of a Maya and a piece of a Dark Lord's spirit and was apparently the prophesied savior of an entire dimension. Harry gurgled contentedly and grabbed for Elrond's nose again. "This," Elrond announced to no one in particular, "is going to be complicated." Aragorn was 26 years old and desperately trying to avoid his destiny when a messenger found him in the training yards. He'd been sparring with Elladan, badly, since Elladan had centuries of experience and Aragorn was still learning not to telegraph his strikes, and the interruption was almost welcome. His ribs ached from a throw he hadn't seen coming. "Lord Elrond requests your presence," the messenger said. "Immediately." Aragorn exchanged glances with Elladan. "Do you know what this is about?" Elladan shook his head. "Father has been in conference with Lady Galadriel all morning. I assumed it was fellowship business." "The fellowship. Right." Aragorn was supposed to join them eventually, supposed to guide the ring-bearer through the wild lands, supposed to reclaim his throne, supposed to become king of Gondor and Arnor and unite the kingdoms of men. He was deeply unenthusiastic about all of it. Kingship meant politics, and politics meant compromise, and compromise meant becoming the kind of person he'd spent his whole life trying not to be. But Elrond didn't summon people lightly. Aragorn cleaned his sword, pulled on a fresh tunic, and made his way to Elrond's study. He found the Lord of Rivendell sitting by the fire, holding what appeared to be a human infant. "Close the door," Elrond said. Aragorn closed the door. "Sit down." Aragorn sat down. Elrond handed him the baby. "What?" Aragorn fumbled the child, nearly dropped him, and finally got a secure grip. The infant stared up at him with luminous green eyes that seemed far too knowing for a creature that couldn't even walk. "Elrond, what is this?" "His name is Harry. He is from another world. He carries the mantle of Gandalf. Galadriel has claimed him through blood debt. He will be raised here in Rivendell. And you are going to help train him." Aragorn opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. "I'm sorry, did you say the mantle of Gandalf?" "Yes. The Grey Pilgrim fell in Moria fighting a Balrog. His power passed to this child. And he's from another world." "Yes. A world with its own form of magic, its own Dark Lord, and apparently its own prophecies demanding this specific child die heroically." Aragorn looked down at Harry. Harry looked up at Aragorn. There was a moment of mutual assessment. "He's very small," Aragorn said finally. "Most infants are. I don't know anything about raising children." "You will learn. We all will." Elrond's expression softened slightly. "Aragorn, I am asking this of you because I believe you are uniquely suited to understand him. You too carry a burden you did not choose. You too are marked by destiny from birth. You too must one day face a darkness that seems overwhelming. If anyone can teach this boy what it means to bear such weight, it's you," Aragorn interrupted. Or Glorfindel. Or literally any of the elves who have been doing this for thousands of years. We can teach him skill. We can teach him knowledge. We can teach him wisdom, in time. Elrond leaned forward. But we cannot teach him how to be mortal in the face of immortal expectations. We cannot teach him how to carry hope when despair seems rational. We cannot teach him how to choose duty without losing himself to it. Those lessons require a mortal heart. Aragorn wanted to argue. He wanted to point out that he was barely managing his own mortality and expectations and choices. He wanted to hand the baby back and walk away. But Harry was still looking at him with those green eyes, and there was something in them that Aragorn recognized. A question. A plea. A simple, wordless request. Don't leave me alone with this. Fine, Aragorn said. I'll help. But I'm not changing any diapers. The nurses will handle that. And I'm not singing lullabies. I would never ask you to sing. I've heard you try. Aragorn snorted. Despite everything, he felt the corners of his mouth twitching. Do I get to name him? Harry is a terrible name. His name is Harry James Potter, and it will remain so. His mother died giving him that name. We will not dishonor her memory. The humor faded. Aragorn looked at the child again, really looked. An orphan. A vessel for power he never asked for. A target of prophecy and darkness. A boy who would grow up knowing he had to face a monster someday. Aragorn knew something about all of that. I had a mother, he said quietly. She raised me here, in Rivendell, after my father died. She gave up everything so I could have a chance. I didn't understand that until I was much older. Harry's mother gave everything as well. She died protecting him from a killing curse. Then we'll make sure it meant something. Aragorn adjusted his grip on the baby, holding him more securely. We'll make sure he's ready. Harry made a small sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a coo. Something in between. And then, very deliberately, he reached up and grabbed a fistful of Aragorn's hair. Ow. Ow. Let go. Elrond, help me. Elrond did not help. Elrond sat back in his chair and smiled for the first time in days. Perhaps this would work after all. The years passed differently in Rivendell than they did in the outside world. Not literally, time moved at the same pace, but it felt different. Slower. Deeper. Days stretched into weeks that felt like seasons, and seasons turned into years that felt like lifetimes. Harry grew up surrounded by beauty and wisdom and ancient things, and he absorbed it all like a sponge dropped in the ocean. By 3, he was speaking Sindarin and Westron interchangeably. By 5, he could read both, plus Quenya for formal occasions. By 7, he was studying history with Elrond, the real history, the history that predated mortal memory, the history of Valinor and the Trees of Light and the Silmarils and all the grief that followed. He asked a lot of questions. The elves appreciated that. They'd grown so used to knowing everything that a curious child felt like fresh air in a stuffy room. Why did Fëanor make the Silmarils if they caused so much pain? Harry asked once, during a lesson on the First Age. Elrond considered the question for a long moment. Because beauty calls to those who can create it. And sometimes the call is louder than wisdom. That seems dumb. It was dumb. Catastrophically, world-shatteringly dumb. And also very understandable. Elrond smiled. The great tragedy of our people is that we can see our mistakes clearly and make them anyway. We are not immune to passion. We simply have longer to regret it. Harry filed that away. He filed everything away. At 8, he began formal combat training with Glorfindel, the Balrog Slayer, the Twiceborn, the greatest warrior Rivendell had ever produced. Harry was terrible at it. Again, Glorfindel said, after disarming Harry for the 15th time in an hour. Harry picked up his practice sword. His shoulders ached. His wrists were bruised. He could barely see through the sweat dripping into his eyes. He attacked anyway. Glorfindel parried lazily and kicked Harry's feet out from under him. Your form is improving. Your footwork is still atrocious. Again. I can't, you can. Again. Harry got up. He attacked. He got knocked down. He got up. He attacked. He got knocked down. This went on for 3 more hours. At the end of it, Harry was lying on his back in the training yard, staring up at the darkening sky, fairly certain he would never move again. Glorfindel sat down beside him. Do you know why I push you so hard? Because you're a sadist? Because your enemies will not hold back. The Dark Lord in your world, Voldemort, he will not care that you are young. He will not care that you are tired. He will not care that you have trained for years and deserve a rest. He will try to kill you with every ounce of his power, and if you hesitate for even a moment, he will succeed. Harry turned his head to look at the ancient elf. I'm 8. And you carry the mantle of Mithrandir. You wear Narya on a chain around your neck because it does not yet fit your finger. You have a piece of a monster's soul embedded in your skull, and it is slowly being burned away by holy fire. You are not a normal 8-year-old, Harry. You stopped being normal the moment your mother died for you. I know. Then act like it. Again. Harry groaned, but he got up. He always got up. Aragorn's lessons were different. Less formal. More practical. They would go into the wild together, just the 2 of them, for days or weeks at a time. Aragorn taught Harry how to track, how to hunt, how to build shelters and start fires and find water in places that seemed bone-dry. He taught him how to move silently through forest and over rock. He taught him how to read the land, how to feel when something was wrong, how to trust his instincts when his eyes deceived him. But mostly, Aragorn taught him how to wait. Patience is the hardest skill, Aragorn said one night, as they sat by a small fire in the misty mountains. Harry was 10 now, lean and sharp-eyed, already showing signs of the man he would become. Anyone can learn to fight. Anyone can learn to think. But learning to wait, to hold your ground when every instinct screams at you to act, that is rare. You're not patient, Harry pointed out. You paced for 3 hours yesterday because the rain wouldn't stop. I said it was hard, not that I'd mastered it. Aragorn poked at the fire. The point is, your enemies will expect you to be rash. You carry fire in your blood now, Mithrandir's fire, Narya's fire. Fire wants to burn. It wants to consume. The temptation to unleash it, to solve every problem with overwhelming force, it will be constant. Is that what you feel? The temptation? Aragorn was quiet for a moment. I feel the weight of expectation. The crown I'm supposed to wear. The kingdom I'm supposed to unite. Every day, I feel it pressing down on me, telling me to stop running and accept my fate. He looked at Harry. I've spent 20 years resisting that weight. And I don't know if that makes me wise or cowardly. Maybe both. Maybe. Aragorn almost smiled. The point is, Harry, you don't have to be what they expect. You don't have to be the weapon they want. You can choose your own path, even if that path eventually leads to the same destination. What if I choose wrong? Then you choose again. That's what being mortal means. We get to keep choosing until we run out of time. Harry stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. He could feel Narya's warmth against his chest, even through his shirt. The ring wanted to be used. It wanted to burn. He made it wait. On Harry's 11th birthday, Galadriel came to Rivendell. She arrived at dawn, as she always did, stepping out of the morning mist like she'd been woven from it. Harry was in the garden, practicing his forms with a real sword now, and he stopped when he felt her presence. Lady Galadriel. Harry. She smiled, and as always, Harry felt that strange mix of awe and affection that she inspired. She was terrifying and comforting in equal measure, like a storm that had decided to protect you instead of destroy you. You've grown. That's what happens when you wait a year between visits. Impertinent. But she was still smiling. Walk with me. They walked through the gardens, past fountains and flowering trees and statues of heroes long dead. Harry had learned most of their names by now. He'd learned what they'd sacrificed and why. Your scar, Galadriel said eventually. How does it feel? Harry touched his forehead automatically. The lightning bolt was still there, but it didn't hurt anymore. It hadn't hurt for years. Quiet. Empty. The corruption is nearly gone. Another year, perhaps two, and it will be cleansed entirely. Mithrandir's fire has done its work. Good. Harry hesitated. What happens then? When it's gone? Then you will no longer carry a piece of Voldemort's soul. You will be entirely yourself. I don't know what that feels like. Galadriel stopped walking. She turned to face him, and her eyes, ancient and deep and full of terrible knowledge, met his. You will. And when you do, you will be ready to return. Harry's stomach tightened. He'd known this was coming. He'd always known. But hearing it said aloud made it real in a way that 10 years of training hadn't. Return, he repeated. To your world. To Hogwarts. To the war that awaits you. Galadriel reached into her robes and withdrew an envelope. Thick parchment. Green ink. A seal Harry didn't recognize. This arrived 3 days ago. I intercepted the owl. Harry took the envelope. His hands weren't shaking. He was proud of that. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his pocket. You knew, he said. I knew the invitation would come. I did not know when. Galadriel's expression was unreadable. The choice is yours, Harry. You can refuse. You can stay here, in Rivendell, where you are safe and loved. The blood debt is satisfied, you owe me nothing. I will not force you to go. But your world is dying. The Dark Lord who killed your parents is not truly dead. He waits in the shadows, gathering strength, preparing to return. And when he does, he will come for you. Whether you are in Rivendell or Hogwarts or the moon itself, he will find you. The prophecy demands it. Harry thought about that. He thought about his mother, who he didn't remember but whose sacrifice he felt every day in Narya's warmth. He thought about his father, who had died buying seconds for his wife and son. He thought about the people in his world, ordinary people, mortal people, who would suffer if Voldemort rose again and no one stopped him. If I go, he said slowly, I won't be coming back. Not to stay. Even after Voldemort is gone, that world will need me. There will always be something else. Perhaps. Or perhaps, once the darkness is defeated, you will find that the world no longer needs a hero. It will need a man. A man who can choose his own path. Galadriel touched his cheek gently. But that is a decision for later. For now, the only question is, will you go? Harry looked back at Rivendell, at the waterfalls and the libraries and the training yards where he'd spent most of his childhood. He thought about Elrond's patient lectures and Glorfindel's brutal lessons and Aragorn's quiet wisdom. He thought about the home he'd built here, the family he'd found. Then he thought about green light and a woman's scream and a baby who should have died. Yeah, he said. I'll go. Galadriel nodded. There was pride in her eyes, and grief, and something that might have been fear. Then we have much to prepare. You will not go alone, and you will not go unarmed. By the time you step foot in Hogwarts, you will be ready for anything they can throw at you. What about Dumbledore? He's going to have questions. Dumbledore can choke on his questions. He lost any claim to you when he tried to leave you with your mother's sister. Galadriel's voice went cold. You are mine, Harry. My ward, my heir, my responsibility. If Dumbledore wants explanations, he can come to me and ask politely. And even then, I may not answer. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. Galadriel raised an eyebrow. Something amusing. Just, you're terrifying, you know that. Like, objectively terrifying. And also kind of petty about a guy you met for 5 minutes 10 years ago. I am 6,000 years old. I have earned the right to be petty. But she was smiling again. Come. Let us tell Elrond the news. He will want to complain about it, and I want to watch. They walked back toward the main hall, and Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not fear, exactly. Not excitement. Something closer to resolution. The feeling you got when you'd been standing at the edge of a cliff for years and finally decided to jump. He was going back. He was going to war. And whatever was waiting for him in the wizarding world, he would face it the way Gandalf would have. The way Galadriel had taught him. The way Elrond and Aragorn and Glorfindel had shaped him. With fire in his heart and steel in his spine and the knowledge that some things were worth dying for. But he didn't plan on dying. He planned on winning. The next month was chaos. Elrond spent 3 days compiling a reading list of essential texts on British wizarding history, politics, and magical theory. He'd been collecting them for years, apparently, siphoning books through channels Harry didn't want to know about. By the time he was done, Harry had a trunk full of volumes that covered everything from the founding of Hogwarts to the rise and fall of Voldemort. Read all of them, Elrond said. Know your enemy. Know his followers. Know the political landscape you'll be entering. And for the love of the Vala, do not assume that because these wizards are mortal, they are stupid. They are not stupid. They are merely limited by shorter lives and smaller perspectives. So, stupid. Elrond pinched the bridge of his nose. You have been spending too much time with Aragorn. Glorfindel's contribution was more practical. He drilled Harry for 8 hours a day, every day, until Harry could fight in his sleep. He taught him how to use Gandalf's staff, the real one, which Galadriel had been keeping in Lothlorien, as both a weapon and a focus for his power. He taught him how to channel Narya's fire without losing control, how to burn precisely and completely, how to turn flame into a scalpel instead of a wildfire. The wizards of your world use wands, Glorfindel observed one afternoon, watching Harry reduce a training dummy to ash. Small sticks of wood with magical cores. They wave them around and shout words in Latin. That seems inefficient. Extraordinarily. But it is their tradition, and you will need to appear to follow it if you wish to avoid constant questions. Glorfindel handed Harry a thin piece of rowan wood. Practice casting with this. Make it look natural. When you need real power, use the staff or the ring. When you need to blend in, use the wand. What about the letter supply list? It says I need to buy a wand. Buy one. Use it for classes. Keep your true weapons hidden. Glorfindel's expression was grim. The more they underestimate you, the safer you will be. Harry practiced with the fake wand until he could produce passable sparks and levitate small objects. It felt ridiculous, like using a teaspoon to dig a grave, but he understood the logic. Let them think he was a normal 11-year-old wizard. Let them think he was just the boy who lived. When the time came to reveal what he really was, the surprise would be devastating. Aragorn's farewell was simpler. They went into the wild one last time, just the two of them, for 3 days. They didn't talk much. They hunted, and tracked, and sat by fires under the stars. On the last night, Aragorn handed Harry a knife. "I made it when I was your age," he said. "Elrond taught me the smithing. It's not magic, not really, but it's elvish steel. It will hold an edge forever and never rust." Harry turned the knife over in his hands. The blade was simple, unadorned, wickedly sharp. The handle was wrapped in leather that had worn smooth from years of use. "I can't take this. It's yours. And now it's yours." Every warrior needs a blade he trusts. Something that isn't magic, isn't prophecy, isn't destiny. Just steel and skill. Aragorn clasped Harry's shoulder. "You're ready, Harry. More ready than I was at your age. More ready than most people ever get. Go to your world. Face your enemy. And when it's done, if you want to come back, the path to Rivendell is always open." Harry blinked hard. He was not going to cry. He was 11 years old and the heir of Gandalf, and he was absolutely not going to cry. "Thanks," he managed. "For everything. Don't thank me yet. You haven't survived Hogwarts." Aragorn's mouth quirked. "From what I've read, it's almost as dangerous as Moria." "That's not funny." "It's a little funny." On September 1st, Harry stood at the edge of Rivendell with a trunk full of books, a staff disguised as a walking stick, a ring of power hidden under his shirt, and the weight of 2 worlds on his shoulders. Galadriel was there to see him off. So was Elrond, and Glorfindel, and Aragorn, and what seemed like half the population of the valley. Harry hadn't realized how many people cared until he saw them gathered to say goodbye. "The gateway will deposit you in London," Galadriel said. "Near the entrance to Diagon Alley, the wizarding shopping district. You have money, I converted sufficient gold. Buy your supplies. Take the train to Hogwarts. And remember, I know. Trust no one. Watch everything. Don't reveal my true power unless absolutely necessary." I was going to say remember to eat your vegetables, but yes, that too. Harry stared at her. "Did you just make a joke?" "I am capable of humor. I simply choose not to inflict it on people most of the time." Galadriel bent down and kissed his forehead, right over the fading scar. "Be safe, Harry. Be wise. Be brave. And if all else fails, be ruthless. The darkness will not show you mercy. You need not show it any in return. I won't. I know." She straightened up. "Now go. Your destiny awaits." Harry took a deep breath. He looked back at Rivendell one last time, at the home he'd known for 10 years, at the family he'd found among immortals, at the life he was leaving behind. Then he stepped through the gateway, and the world dissolved into light. When it reformed, he was standing in a narrow alley behind a pub that smelled like stale beer and old magic. London. His mother's world. His enemy's world. His world, now. Harry adjusted his grip on his staff disguised as walking stick, made sure Narya was secure under his shirt, and walked out into the morning sun. Hogwarts was waiting. And so was everything else. Chapter 2, The Grey Pilgrim returns. Harry walked into the leaky cauldron and every conversation stopped. He'd expected some attention. Galadriel had warned him that Harry Potter was famous in ways that bordered on religious iconography, but the silence was immediate and total. 24 witches and wizards stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Then an old woman in the corner whispered, "Bless my soul. It's Harry Potter." Chaos. People surged toward him from every direction. Hands grabbed at his clothes, his arms, his face. Voices babbled over each other, "Welcome back, Mr. Potter," and "Such an honor," and "Can I touch your scar," and "Where have you been all these years?" Harry let it happen for exactly 3 seconds. Then he raised his walking stick and tapped it once against the floor. The sound shouldn't have been loud enough to cut through the noise. But something about it, some resonance, some weight, made everyone freeze. The grabbing hands fell away. The voices died. "Thank you for the welcome," Harry said calmly. "I need to reach Diagon Alley. If someone could show me the entrance, I would appreciate it." The crowd parted like water around a stone. The barman, a hunched, bald man with a face like a shriveled apple, hurried forward. "Of course, Mr. Potter, of course. Right this way. I'm Tom, sir, the landlord." "It's an honor, a real honor." Harry followed him through the pub and out into a small courtyard. Tom tapped a sequence of bricks on the back wall, and the wall melted away to reveal a narrow street packed with shops and people and colors that hurt to look at. "Diagon Alley," Tom announced proudly. "Best of luck with your shopping, Mr. Potter. And welcome home." Harry nodded politely and stepped through before anyone else could accost him. Diagon Alley was overwhelming in a completely different way than Rivendell. Rivendell was old and elegant and built to last for eternity. This place was cramped, chaotic, and seemed to have been constructed by someone who'd never heard of city planning. Shops leaned against each other at improbable angles. Signs advertised everything from cauldrons to cursed jewelry to live owls. The street was thick with people in robes of every color, shouting and haggling and generally making the kind of noise that would have given Elrond a migraine. Harry loved it immediately. He spent an hour just walking, taking in the chaos, letting his senses adjust. He bought his school supplies methodically, robes from Madame Malkin's, books from Flourish and Blots, a cauldron and scales and telescope from various other shops. He kept his walking stick with him at all times and his hood up whenever possible, but people still recognized him. They whispered and pointed and occasionally tried to shake his hand. He handled it with the patience Aragorn had taught him. Smile. Nod. Keep moving. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was cramped and dusty and smelled like old paper and something Harry couldn't identify. The shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, packed with narrow boxes that hummed with contained power. The whole place felt alive in a way that made Narya pulse warmly against his chest. "Ah," said a voice from the shadows. "Harry Potter." An old man emerged from between the shelves. He was thin and pale, with wide silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. There was something slightly unnerving about him, not malevolent, just strange. Like talking to someone who saw the world from a different angle than everyone else. "Mr. Ollivander, I presume." "Indeed. I've been expecting you for some time." Ollivander circled him slowly, studying him from every angle. "Curious. Very curious. You feel different than I expected." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Different how?" "Most young wizards who enter my shop feel like kindling waiting for a spark. Raw potential, unfocused, searching for a wand to give them shape." Ollivander stopped in front of him. "You feel like a banked fire. Already burning. Already shaped. I wonder." He trailed off, then shook his head. "No matter. Let us find you a wand." The next hour was an exercise in frustration. Ollivander handed Harry wand after wand. Holly and phoenix feather, it sparked once and went dead. Willow and unicorn hair, it refused to do anything at all. Ash and dragon heartstring, it shattered in his hand. Oak and thunderbird tail, the entire shop trembled like it was about to collapse. "Curious," Ollivander kept muttering. "Most curious." Harry had been expecting this. Glorfindel had warned him that mortal wands would struggle to channel Maya power. The staff worked because it had been Gandalf's, attuned to Istari magic over centuries. These wands were designed for a completely different type of caster. But he needed something to maintain his cover. "Perhaps," Harry said carefully, "you have something unusual. Something that doesn't get tried often." Ollivander's silver eyes gleamed. "Perhaps I do." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned carrying a dusty box that looked older than anything else in the building. Inside was a wand of dark wood, almost black, with no ornamentation whatsoever. "Elder," Ollivander said reverently. 15 inches. The core is unique. I acquired it many years ago from a traveler who claimed it came from a land beyond mortal knowledge. I have never found a match for it. Most wizards who try it find it actively hostile. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt something click into place. Not the overwhelming rightness of holding Gandalf's staff, more like finding a key that fit a lock he hadn't known existed. The wand hummed in his hand, and a shower of silver and gold sparks erupted from its tip. "Extraordinary," Ollivander breathed. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And this wand has chosen you." He leaned closer. "Guard it well. I do not think its like exists anywhere else in this world." Harry paid for the wand, 7 galleons, which Ollivander seemed almost embarrassed to accept, and left the shop with his cover secured. The Elder Wand worked. It channeled his power without complaint, translating Maya fire into something that looked like normal wizarding magic. It wasn't as powerful as the staff, wasn't as precise as Narya, but it would pass inspection. That was all he needed. Platform 9 3/4 was exactly as ridiculous as it sounded. Harry stood in King's Cross Station, watching families run headfirst into a brick pillar and vanish. The muggles walking past didn't seem to notice. Some kind of perception ward, probably. Elrond had explained the theory behind such things, though he'd called them by a different name. Harry waited until the platform was relatively clear, then walked through the barrier without hesitation. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet against the grey morning. Students milled around with their parents, loading trunks and exchanging tearful goodbyes. Owls hooted from cages. Cats yowled. Someone's toad was making a break for freedom. Harry found an empty compartment near the back of the train and settled in with a book. He'd chosen something innocuous from his Rivendell collection, a history of the Goblin rebellions, which would look appropriately academic if anyone asked. In reality, he was reviewing everything Elrond had taught him about British wizarding society. Know your battlefield before you enter it. The door slid open about 10 minutes after the train started moving. A girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of determined helpfulness stood in the entrance. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." "No toads in here." "Oh." She looked disappointed, then seemed to notice what Harry was reading. Her eyes went wide. "Is that Thornwood's complete account of goblin-wizard relations? I've been trying to find it for months. It's out of print, you know, and the library only has the abridged version, which leaves out all the interesting bits about the economic factors that, you can borrow it when I'm done." The girl stopped mid-sentence. "Really? Really? What's your name?" "Hermione Granger." She sat down across from him without waiting for an invitation. "And you're Harry Potter. I read about you in Modern Magical History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. You vanished after defeating you-know-who and no one knew where you went. There were all sorts of theories. Some people thought you died, others thought you'd been taken by dark wizards, and one book suggested you'd been raised by house elves in the Scottish Highlands, which seemed unlikely given that house elves generally serve wizarding families and wouldn't have the resources to. "I was raised by elves," Harry said. "Just not that kind." Hermione blinked. "I'm sorry. It's a long story." Harry marked his page and set the book aside. "What about you? Muggle-born?" "Yes. My parents are dentists. I didn't know magic was real until I got my Hogwarts letter, but I've been reading everything I can find ever since. I've memorized all the textbooks, of course, but the historical material is really fascinating, especially the parts about." She caught herself. "Sorry. I talk too much when I'm nervous." "Everyone says so." "You're not talking too much. You're processing information out loud." It's a valid learning strategy. Hermione stared at him like he'd sprouted wings. That's exactly what I tell people. But they never believe me. Their loss. Harry gestured at the seat. Stay if you want. You can help me look for Neville's toad when we're closer to Hogwarts. You don't mind? You're the first person I've met today who asked me a question that wasn't about my scar or where I've been for 10 years. That makes you the most interesting person on this train. Hermione's cheeks went pink, but she settled into her seat with a pleased expression. So. Elves. Not house elves. Are you going to explain that, or do I have to guess? Ask me again in a few months. I'll tell you when I know you better. That's incredibly frustrating. I know. Harry smiled. It was his first genuine smile since leaving Rivendell. Get used to it. The compartment door opened again about an hour later. This time it was a boy with red hair, freckles, and an expression of barely contained desperation. Everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit here? Harry gestured at the empty seats. The boy collapsed into one with obvious relief. Ron Weasley, he said. You're Harry Potter. Everyone on the train is talking about you. So I've heard. Is it true you were raised by elves? Not house elves, but like, actual elves. From Lord of the Rings. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Hermione looked fascinated. Harry looked resigned. How do you know about Lord of the Rings? I thought purebloods didn't follow Muggle culture. My dad's obsessed with Muggle stuff. He's got a whole collection of Muggle books, and Lord of the Rings is his favorite. He's read it to us every Christmas since I was 5. Ron leaned forward eagerly. So is it true? Did you grow up in Rivendell? Did you meet Aragorn? Is Gandalf real? Harry was quiet for a moment. He'd expected questions about his disappearance, about Voldemort, about the famous lightning bolt scar. He hadn't expected this. Gandalf was real, he said finally. He died the night Voldemort killed my parents. Ron's excitement faded. Oh. I'm sorry. Don't be. I never met him. Harry touched his chest, where Narya lay hidden under his shirt. But I carry some of what he left behind. That's kind of amazing, actually. Ron scratched his head. So you really did grow up with elves? Real elves? Real elves. In Rivendell. I was trained by Elrond and Glorfindel and Aragorn, and I was raised by Galadriel of Lothlorien. Ron's jaw dropped. Hermione was scribbling furiously in a notebook she'd produced from somewhere. Wait, Hermione said, if Lord of the Rings is real, does that mean the Ring of Power is real? And Sauron? And the whole War of the Ring? The ring was destroyed before I was born. Sauron was defeated. But yes, all of it was real. Middle-earth exists in a different dimension, connected to this world by pathways that open under the right circumstances. This is the most incredible thing I've ever heard, Hermione breathed. And also the most frustrating, because I can't verify any of it with published sources. Give it time. I'll show you proof eventually. Ron was still staring at Harry with something like awe. Mate, you're like, the coolest person I've ever met. And I have 5 brothers, so that's saying something. I'm not cool. I'm just, prepared. Prepared for what? Harry looked out the window at the darkening countryside. For whatever's coming. Hogwarts emerged from the mist like something out of a dream. Harry had seen the great works of elven architecture, Rivendell's elegant halls, the glimpses of Lothlorien he'd caught during Galadriel's visits. But there was something different about Hogwarts. Something raw. It was a castle built by mortals for mortals, imposing and weathered and full of rough edges that elven craftsmen would have smoothed away. Harry liked the rough edges. They made it feel real. The first years crossed the lake in small boats, and Harry sat in the bow of his with Ron and Hermione, watching the castle grow larger. He could feel the wards pressing against his senses, old magic, layered and complex, nothing like the elegant protections of Rivendell but powerful in their own way. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered. "It's massive," Ron said. "My brothers told me stories, but I didn't think it would be this big." Harry said nothing. He was too busy cataloging the defensive positions, the potential weaknesses, the places where an enemy might strike and where a defender might hold. 10 years of training didn't turn off just because the scenery was pretty. The boats docked at an underground harbor, and the first years were led up a long staircase to a set of enormous double doors. A stern-looking woman in emerald robes was waiting for them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "I am Professor McGonagall. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But first, you must be sorted into your houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." She continued explaining, but Harry had stopped listening. He was watching McGonagall's face, searching for recognition. She'd been there that night, on Privet Drive. She'd watched Galadriel take him. She didn't show any sign of remembering. Maybe she'd convinced herself it was a dream. Maybe Dumbledore had modified her memory. Or maybe she simply hadn't connected the stern elf woman from that night with the boy standing before her now. Harry filed it away and kept his expression neutral. The sorting took place in a vast hall lit by floating candles. A ragged hat sat on a stool, and each student had to put it on while the entire school watched. Harry found the whole thing faintly ridiculous. In Rivendell, your worth was determined by your deeds, not by a piece of enchanted headwear, but he understood the value of tradition. "Granger, Hermione." Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute before shouting, "Gryffindor." She looked relieved as she headed to the appropriate table. "Malfoy, Draco." A pale boy with white blonde hair strutted to the stool. The hat barely touched his head before screaming, "Slytherin." He smirked as he joined his table, clearly pleased with himself. Harry had noticed Malfoy earlier, on the train platform. The boy had been holding court with 2 larger students, loudly proclaiming his family's importance. Old money, old prejudices, old expectations. Harry had known a lot of people like that in his reading. They were either useful or dangerous, depending on how you handled them. "Potter, Harry." The entire hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, keeping his pace unhurried. He could feel hundreds of eyes on him, could hear the whispers starting already. Let them watch. Let them whisper. He had nothing to hide and nothing to prove. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. "Well, well, well," said a voice in his mind. "This is unexpected." Harry kept his thoughts carefully blank. "Hello. You're not like the others. Your mind is organized. Disciplined. And there's something else. Something old. Something that burns. I've been trained. So I see. By elves, no less. And you carry a Maya's mantle. And a ring of power. And a destiny that stretches across dimensions." The hat chuckled. "You're easily the most interesting student I've sorted in centuries. I'm flattered. Where do I belong? That's the question, isn't it? You have the courage of Gryffindor, certainly. But also the ambition of Slytherin. The wisdom of Ravenclaw. The loyalty of Hufflepuff." The hat paused. "In truth, you could thrive in any house. The question is which will serve you best. I'm not here to be served. I'm here to prepare." "Prepare for what?" "War." The hat was silent for a long moment. "Then you need allies. People who will stand with you when the darkness comes. People who will trust you without question." Another pause. "You need Gryffindor. Then put me there." "Are you sure?" "Slytherin would give you power. Ravenclaw would give you knowledge. I have power. I have knowledge. I need friends. Harry let his thoughts unfold slightly, showing the hat a glimpse of what he'd learned in Rivendell. Mithrandir understood that. He didn't defeat darkness with strength alone. He built alliances. He inspired hope. He made people believe they could win. And you intend to do the same? I intend to try. The hat laughed, a warm, genuine sound that seemed to echo in Harry's skull. Oh, I like you. I like you very much. Very well, Mr. Potter. If it's friends you want, then, Gryffindor. The last word was shouted for the whole hall to hear. The Gryffindor table exploded into cheers. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, and walked to join his new housemates. Hermione was beaming at him. That took forever. What was the hat saying to you? We were negotiating. You can't negotiate with the Sorting Hat. Apparently you can. Ron dropped onto the bench beside them a few minutes later, looking slightly green but grinning widely. Weasleys always go to Gryffindor. But I was worried the hat would put me somewhere else just to be different. Welcome to the House of the Brave and the Stupid, said one of Ron's older brothers from further down the table. Try not to die. Encouraging, Harry murmured. The feast began, and Harry ate mechanically while studying the head table. Dumbledore sat in the center, his eyes twinkling in that way Harry had been warned about. To his left was McGonagall. To his right was a tiny man who seemed to be standing on his chair. And at the end of the table, wrapped in black robes and staring at Harry with unconcealed hatred, was a man with greasy hair and a hooked nose. Snape. Potions Master. Former Death Eater. One of Dumbledore's most trusted allies, according to the man himself, a bitter, petty bully who had never forgiven Harry's father for childhood cruelties, according to everyone else. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Snape looked away first. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled frustration. The classes were laughably easy. Harry had been studying magical theory since he could read, trained by scholars who had watched civilization rise and fall multiple times. The Hogwarts curriculum covered material he'd mastered years ago, presented at a pace that made him want to scream. But he kept his head down. He answered questions when called upon, did his homework without complaint, and made sure to get things wrong occasionally so he wouldn't stand out too much. The goal wasn't to impress people. The goal was to observe, to learn, to identify the players in a game that had been running since before he was born. Dumbledore was the first priority. The headmaster watched Harry constantly, not obviously, but Harry had been trained to notice when he was being observed. During meals, during assemblies, sometimes in the corridors between classes. Those twinkling eyes followed him everywhere, calculating and assessing. Harry let himself be watched. He gave Dumbledore exactly what the old man expected to see, a talented but modest student, slightly awkward from his unconventional upbringing, eager to fit in and make friends. He asked questions that seemed naive. He fumbled his spell work in public while perfecting it in private. He played the part of a boy who was special but manageable. Dumbledore seemed to relax slightly after the first few days. Harry filed that away too. Snape was more complicated. The potions master hated Harry with a passion that seemed entirely personal. Every class was a gauntlet of sneered questions and deducted points and public humiliation. Snape called on Harry constantly, asked questions that weren't in the textbook, and penalized him for everything from his handwriting to the way he stirred his cauldron. Harry endured it without complaint. He'd faced worse in Glorfindel's training sessions. And every attack Snape made revealed something about him, his bitterness, his obsession with the past, his desperate need to prove his superiority over a dead man's son. Useful information, if Harry ever needed leverage. The third teacher who caught Harry's attention was Quirrell. Professor Quirrell taught defense against the dark arts. He was nervous, stuttering, and wore a ridiculous purple turban that he claimed was a gift from an African prince. Most students dismissed him as a joke. Harry knew better. There was something wrong with Quirrell. Something that made Harry's scar itch whenever they were in the same room. Something that made Narya pulse warningly against his chest, like a dog growling at a stranger. He mentioned it to Hermione after their first defense class. "You think Professor Quirrell is dangerous?" She looked skeptical. He could barely finish a sentence without stuttering. "The stutter is fake." "How do you know?" "It's inconsistent. He stutters more when students are watching, less when he thinks no one is paying attention. And his body language doesn't match. Real nervous people are tense all over, but Quirrell only acts nervous from the neck up. His hands are steady. His posture is confident." Harry shook his head. "He's playing a role. I just don't know why yet." Hermione chewed her lip. "That's actually really observant. I didn't notice any of that. You weren't looking for it. You assumed he was what he appeared to be. And you assume everyone is hiding something? Everyone is hiding something. The question is whether it matters." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Your childhood must have been really intense. You have no idea. The incident with the troll happened on Halloween." Harry had been expecting something to happen that night. Halloween was the anniversary of his parents' deaths, and dark magic had a tendency to echo on significant dates. He'd spent the day alert and watchful, keeping his senses extended for anything unusual. What he hadn't expected was for the threat to come through the front door. "Troll in the dungeons!" Quirrell screamed, bursting into the great hall during the feast. "Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted into chaos. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. Dumbledore's voice boomed over the noise, ordering prefects to lead everyone back to their dormitories. Harry didn't move. He watched Quirrell lying on the floor, supposedly unconscious. The man's breathing was too controlled. His eyes, barely visible through his lashes, were tracking the crowd's movement. The faint was fake. Which meant the troll was a distraction. But a distraction from what? "Harry." Ron grabbed his arm. "Come on, we need to go." "Where's Hermione?" Ron's face went pale. "She wasn't at dinner. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. Lavender said something mean about her in charms and she went off to cry." The bathrooms were near the dungeons. Near the troll. Harry was moving before he finished the thought. He shoved through the crowd of panicking students, ignoring Ron's shouts behind him. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his walking stick clutched in one hand, the other already reaching for Narya's chain. He heard the screaming when he was still a floor away. The bathroom door had been smashed off its hinges. Inside, a mountain troll was laying waste to the fixtures, swinging a massive club that shattered stone and porcelain with equal ease. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, frozen with terror, her wand lying uselessly on the ground several feet away. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped through the doorway, raised his walking stick, and spoke a word in Quenya that Gandalf himself had used to face the Balrog of Moria. "Stop." The word carried power. Not wizarding magic, something older, deeper, a command that resonated in the fabric of reality itself. The troll froze mid-swing, its tiny eyes suddenly wide with an emotion it had probably never experienced before. Fear. Harry walked toward it slowly, keeping his staff raised. "You don't belong here. This isn't your territory. You were brought here, manipulated, used as a pawn in someone else's game." The troll grunted. Its arms trembled as it fought to move, to continue its rampage, but Harry's will held it in place. "I'm going to let you go now. When I do, you're going to leave. You're going to go back to wherever you came from and never return to this castle. If you come back," Harry let Narya's warmth pulse visibly through his shirt, a corona of orange light that made the shadows dance. "I will burn you to ash. Do you understand?" The troll's head moved in something approximating a nod. "Good." Harry released his hold. The troll dropped its club, turned, and lumbered out of the bathroom as fast as its thick legs could carry it. Its footsteps echoed through the corridor, fading into the distance. The silence that followed was deafening. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. What did you just do?" Harry turned to face her. She was shaking, tears streaking her cheeks, but there was something else in her eyes. Not fear. Wonder. "I told you I was raised by elves," he said. "I wasn't exaggerating." Footsteps thundered in the corridor outside. McGonagall burst through the ruined doorway, followed by Snape and Quirrell. They stopped dead at the sight of the destroyed bathroom, the discarded troll club, and the two first-years standing unharmed in the middle of the chaos. "What happened here?" McGonagall demanded. "Where is the troll?" "It left," Harry said calmly. "I convinced it to go." "You convinced it?" "Yes, Professor." McGonagall stared at him. Snape stared at him. Quirrell, Harry watched carefully, went very still, his eyes suddenly sharp and calculating behind the mask of nervousness. "Interesting. Mr. Potter," McGonagall said slowly, "mountain trolls do not simply leave when asked. This one did. And how exactly did you accomplish that?" Harry considered his options. He could lie, claim he'd used some spell from his reading. He could deflect, say the troll was already leaving when he arrived. He could stay silent and let them draw their own conclusions. Or he could tell a carefully selected piece of the truth. "I used a command word," he said. "A form of magic I learned before I came to Hogwarts. It's not something I can teach or explain easily. But it worked." McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "We will discuss this further. For now, 5 points from Gryffindor for leaving your dormitory during an emergency." She paused. "And 20 points to Gryffindor for protecting a fellow student." Harry nodded. He helped Hermione to her feet and guided her toward the door, keeping himself between her and the 3 professors. As he passed Quirrell, his scar spiked with sudden pain. Not from Quirrell himself. From something behind him. Something wrapped around the back of his head, hidden under that ridiculous turban. Something that recognized Harry. And hated him. Harry kept walking. But now he knew. Quirrell wasn't the threat. Something was riding him. Something dark and fragmented and impossible. Something that felt like a piece of Voldemort. Word spread quickly. By the next morning, everyone in Hogwarts knew that Harry Potter had single-handedly faced down a mountain troll and driven it away with a single word. The story grew more elaborate with each retelling. Some versions had Harry killing the troll, others had him taming it. One particularly creative account claimed he transformed it into a butterfly. Harry ignored the attention. He had more important things to focus on. He found Hermione in the library that evening, surrounded by books about magical creatures and defensive techniques. She looked up when he sat down across from her. "I've been researching trolls," she said without preamble. "They're supposed to be resistant to most magic. Their skin deflects spells, and they're too stupid to be affected by mental manipulation. What you did shouldn't have been possible. Most magic can't affect them." "What I used wasn't most magic." "Then what was it?" Harry glanced around. The library was nearly empty, most students were still buzzing about the troll incident in the common rooms, but he kept his voice low anyway. "It's called the voice. It's a way of speaking that carries power directly, without needing a wand or incantation as an intermediary. The Astari, the wizards of Middle-earth, used it to command attention, to inspire courage, to compel obedience from lesser creatures." Hermione's eyes were wide. "And you can do this because..." "Because I carry the mantle of Gandalf. His power passed to me when he died. I've spent 10 years learning to use it. That's..." She shook her head slowly. "That's incredible. And terrifying. And I have about 1,000 questions." "Ask them." "Really? You're my friend, Hermione. You nearly died tonight because I wasn't paying enough attention to where you were. The least I can do is answer your questions. Hermione's expression softened. It wasn't your fault. I was the one who hid in a bathroom feeling sorry for myself. And I was the one who let you. I knew something was going to happen tonight, I could feel it, but I didn't warn anyone because I didn't have proof. Harry's jaw tightened. That was stupid. I won't make that mistake again. You felt something was going to happen. Dark magic leaves traces. Echoes. Halloween is the anniversary of my parents' deaths. I thought something might try to take advantage of the resonance. He paused. I was right, but not in the way I expected. Hermione leaned forward. You think the troll was deliberate? That someone let it in on purpose? I know it was deliberate. Trolls don't wander into castles by accident. Someone brought it here, released it during the feast, and used the chaos as cover for something else. Cover for what? Harry thought about Quirrell. About the darkness he'd sensed under that turban. About the pain in his scar when he'd passed too close. I don't know yet, he said. But I'm going to find out. The next few weeks were a careful dance of investigation and misdirection. Harry began watching Quirrell more closely, noting his patterns, his habits, the times when his stutter slipped. He tracked the man's movements through the castle, mapping his routine until he could predict where Quirrell would be at any given hour. The defense professor spent a suspicious amount of time near the third-floor corridor, the one Dumbledore had warned them about at the start of term. Very painful death, the headmaster had said, with the kind of casual threat that suggested whatever was up there was genuinely dangerous. Harry went to investigate. He waited until well past midnight, when even the portraits were drowsing, then slipped through the castle under the cover of elvish shadow walking. It wasn't true invisibility, more a way of blending with darkness that made him almost impossible to notice unless you were specifically looking. Glorfindel had taught him the technique for scouting enemy territory. Hogwarts after dark definitely qualified. The third-floor corridor was guarded by a locked door that would have stopped any normal first year. Harry touched Narya to the lock and felt the wards dissolve. The door swung open silently. Behind it was a three-headed dog the size of a small house. Harry had read about Cerberus in his studies, but seeing one in person was different. The beast was enormous, its 6 eyes gleaming with murderous intent, its 3 mouths full of teeth the size of daggers. It saw Harry and lunged, and stopped, whimpering, as Harry raised his staff and let his power unfurl. Sleep, he said softly, and the command rippled through the air like a lullaby made solid. The dog's eyes drooped. Its massive body swayed. One by one, its head sank to the ground, and within moments it was snoring loudly enough to shake the walls. Harry stepped around it carefully. Beneath the beast's paws was a trapdoor. He didn't open it. Not yet. He filed away the information and retreated back to Gryffindor Tower before anyone noticed he was gone. Now he knew what Quirrell was after. Something hidden beneath the castle, protected by a giant 3-headed dog and probably more defenses beyond that. Something valuable enough to risk sneaking a troll past Dumbledore's wards. Harry needed more information. He went to the library the next day and started researching. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione announced triumphantly, slamming a book down on the common room table. Ron jumped. Harry looked up from his homework with a raised eyebrow. The chocolate frog card, Hermione continued excitedly. Remember? Dumbledore's card mentioned his work with Nicholas Flamel on alchemy. I finally found him, he's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Which does what? Ron asked. It transforms lead into gold and produces the elixir of life. Flamel is over 600 years old because of it. Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. That's what's hidden under the school. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry nodded slowly. It made sense. An artifact that granted immortality would be exactly what Voldemort, or whatever remained of him, would want. If the thing under Quirrell's turban was what Harry suspected, it needed a body. The stone could provide one. "We need to tell a teacher," Hermione said firmly. "No." Harry's voice was flat. "We don't. But if you know who is trying to steal it, then Dumbledore already knows. He's been watching me since the day I arrived." "You think he's not watching the most powerful magical artifact in the building?" Harry shook his head. "This is a test. He wants to see what I'll do." Ron frowned. "That's a bit paranoid, mate. My godmother is a 6,000-year-old elf who can see the future. Paranoid is how I was raised." Harry stood up. "We don't tell the teachers. We don't do anything that suggests we know what's going on. We watch, we wait, and when Quirrell makes his move, we'll be ready." "We?" Hermione's voice was small. "You want us to help? I want you to have the choice. This is dangerous. If I'm right about what's hiding in Quirrell, you could get hurt. You could die." Harry met her eyes, then Ron's. "I won't ask you to risk that. But I also won't lie to you about what's coming." Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Some silent communication passed between them, the kind that only happened between people who had faced something terrifying together and come out the other side. "We're in," Ron said. "Both of us," Hermione added. Harry felt something ease in his chest. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been until the tension released. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Don't thank us yet," Ron said with a crooked grin. "We haven't survived anything." "You will." Harry smiled. "I'll make sure of it." The confrontation came in June. Harry had spent the intervening months preparing. He taught Hermione and Ron what he could: basic defensive techniques, situational awareness, how to recognize when magic was being used nearby. He mapped out the castle's defenses, identified escape routes, and stockpiled supplies in hidden locations. When Dumbledore left for London on ministry business, Harry knew it was time. "Tonight," he told Hermione and Ron after dinner. "Quirrell will make his move tonight. Dumbledore's absence is too convenient." "How do we get past the dog?" Ron asked. "I can put it to sleep. The real question is what comes after." They went to the third-floor corridor at midnight. Harry put Fluffy to sleep again, and they dropped through the trapdoor into darkness. What followed was a gauntlet of challenges: Devil's Snare, which Hermione identified and destroyed with conjured light; Flying Keys, which Harry caught using skills honed by a decade of elvish training; a giant chess set, which Ron navigated with the tactical brilliance that made him unbeatable in the common room. Ron sacrificed himself to win the game. Hermione stayed behind to help him back to safety. Harry went on alone. The final chamber was empty except for a mirror and a man standing before it. Not Quirrell. Not anymore. The thing that turned to face Harry was wearing Quirrell's body, but it had abandoned the pretense of humanity. Its eyes were red. Its face was twisted with hunger and hatred. And behind it, visible in the mirror's reflection, was a monstrous face growing out of the back of its skull. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "At last." Harry didn't respond. He raised his staff and let Narya's fire bloom around him like a corona. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that made Harry's scar burn. "You think mortal fire can harm me? I have conquered death itself. You haven't conquered anything." Harry's voice was calm. "You've just been too stubborn to accept that you lost." "Lost?" Voldemort's host body stepped closer, seemingly unafraid of the flames. "I killed your parents, boy. I marked you as my equal. And now I will take the stone, and I will return, and I will rule. You'll do nothing." Harry moved. Not with spells, not with tricks, with pure physical speed honed by years of training under Glorfindel's brutal tutelage. He crossed the distance between them in a heartbeat, staff spinning, and struck Quirrell's body across the temple with enough force to shatter bone. The body crumpled. But Voldemort's wraith poured out of it like smoke, howling with rage, clawing at Harry with intangible fingers that burned where they touched. Harry let it come. He seized the wraith with his free hand, the hand wearing Narya, and poured every ounce of Maya fire he possessed into the contact. Voldemort screamed. It was a sound of pure agony, of corruption meeting purification and losing. The wraith thrashed in Harry's grip, trying to escape, but Narya's power held it fast. Harry felt the thing's memories bleeding through the contact, fragments of a broken soul, decades of hatred and fear and desperate hunger for life, and he burned through them without mercy. "You can't destroy me!" Voldemort shrieked. "The Horcruxes, I know about the Horcruxes." Harry's voice was very quiet. "I've known since before I came here. You're not immortal, Tom. You're just scattered. And I'm going to find every piece of you and burn them all." He released the wraith and let it flee, a tattered thing now, diminished, desperate. It screamed as it passed through the walls and vanished into the night. Harry stood alone in the chamber, breathing hard, his hands still glowing with fading fire. It wasn't over. There were Horcruxes to hunt, a Dark Lord to finally destroy, a war to fight. But this battle was won. He picked up the Philosopher's Stone from where it had fallen from Quirrell's robes. The mirror must have given it to the man somehow, right before Harry arrived, and tucked it into his pocket. Then he walked back to his friends. Dumbledore found him in the hospital wing the next morning. Harry was sitting up in bed, mostly uninjured, watching Hermione and Ron sleep in the beds beside him. Madame Pomfrey had insisted on keeping all three of them overnight, for observation, which Harry suspected was code for, so Dumbledore can interrogate them. "Mr. Potter," the headmaster said, settling into a chair beside Harry's bed. "You've had quite an adventure." "Yes." Dumbledore waited, clearly expecting more. Harry gave him nothing. "The stone is safe," Dumbledore continued eventually. "Nicholas and I have decided to destroy it. He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order. Probably wise. Professor Quirrell did not survive the night. The magical backlash from his passenger's departure was too much for his body to endure. That's unfortunate." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened slightly. "You don't seem surprised." "Should I be? Most 11-year-olds would be traumatized by causing a man's death. I didn't cause his death. Voldemort did, when he chose to possess a willing host and hunt for the stone." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "Quirrell made his choices. He paid the price for them. I'm not going to pretend that bothers me." The headmaster was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. "Galadriel raised you well. Perhaps too well. You have the eyes of a soldier, Harry, not a child. I stopped being a child the night my parents died." "That's not true. You were given a childhood, just not the one I intended." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "I have many questions about your upbringing, about your abilities, about what you learned in Rivendell. But I suspect you won't answer them." "You suspect correctly. May I ask one thing, then? Not as your headmaster, but as someone who has fought against the darkness for many years and hopes to see it finally defeated." Harry considered, then nodded. "What do you intend to do about Voldemort?" "I intend to destroy him." Harry's voice was calm and certain. "Not just his body, his soul. Every fragment of it, wherever he's hidden them. It might take years. It might take decades. But I will find them all, and I will burn them, and when I'm finished, Tom Riddle will be nothing but a cautionary tale." Dumbledore studied him for a long time. "You know about the Horcruxes." "I've known since before I came here." "And you have a plan?" "I have the beginning of one. The rest will come with time." The headmaster nodded slowly. "Then perhaps you and I should work together. I have resources, knowledge, connections. You have abilities I don't fully understand. Together, no." Dumbledore blinked. "I beg your pardon." I won't work with you. Not yet. Harry held up a hand to forestall the old man's protest. I don't trust you. You tried to leave me with the Dursleys. You've been watching me all year, testing me, manipulating events to see how I'd respond. You're playing a game I don't fully understand, and I won't become a piece on your board. Harry, but I won't work against you either. Voldemort is both our enemy. When the time comes to face him, we'll probably end up on the same side. Until then, I'll do things my way, and you'll do things yours. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. You really are remarkable, Mr. Potter. I think I'm going to enjoy watching you grow. That's a little creepy, Headmaster. Probably. Dumbledore stood up. Rest well. The train leaves tomorrow. I suspect you have a great deal to think about before next term. He swept out of the hospital wing, robes billowing behind him. Harry watched him go, then turned to look at his sleeping friends. Hermione's hair was wild against her pillow. Ron was snoring softly. They'd followed him into danger without hesitation. They'd trusted him with their lives. He wouldn't forget that. The train ride home was quieter than the journey there had been. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron in their usual compartment, watching the countryside roll past. None of them spoke much. They were all processing, in their own ways, the things they'd seen and done. Finally, Ron broke the silence. So what happens now? Now we go home for the summer, Harry said. We rest. We train. And next year, we come back ready for whatever's next. You're going back to Rivendell? Hermione asked. For part of the summer. I have people to see. Things to learn. Harry paused. But all right. Both of you. Every week. You'd better, Hermione said firmly. I have questions about the first age that the library couldn't answer. And I want to hear more about Aragorn, Ron added. Is he really going to be king someday? Probably. If he ever stops running from it. The train pulled into King's Cross Station. They gathered their things and stepped onto the platform together. Hermione's parents were waiting near the barrier, a normal-looking couple with the same bushy hair as their daughter. Ron's family was a chaotic mass of redheads further down the platform, all shouting and waving. No one was waiting for Harry. He hadn't expected anyone. Will you be okay? Hermione asked, suddenly worried. Getting back to, wherever you're going. I'll be fine. Galadriel set up a portal for me. Harry smiled. I'll see you in September. He hugged her, awkwardly, because neither of them was used to physical affection, and shook Ron's hand firmly. Then he walked through the barrier, found a quiet corner of the station, and spoke a word in Sindarin that opened a doorway between worlds. Rivendell was waiting on the other side. And beyond Rivendell, a war. But for now, for this moment, Harry let himself feel something like hope. He had friends. He had purpose. He had a plan. The Grey Pilgrim had returned. And the darkness didn't stand a chance. Chapter 3, Fire and Shadow. The letter arrived 3 days before Harry was supposed to return to Hogwarts. He was in Lothlorien, training with Celeborn on the finer points of ward breaking, when Galadriel walked into the clearing with an expression he'd never seen before. Not anger, exactly. Something colder. There's been a development, she said. Your godfather has escaped from prison. Harry lowered his practice staff. I have a godfather. Sirius Black. He was your parents' closest friend. He's been in Azkaban for 11 years, convicted of betraying them to Voldemort and murdering 13 Muggles. Galadriel handed him a newspaper, the Daily Prophet, which she apparently subscribed to through channels Harry didn't want to examine too closely. He escaped last week. The Ministry is in chaos. The headline screamed, Sirius Black escapes Azkaban, mass murderer on the loose. The photograph showed a gaunt man with matted black hair and hollow eyes, screaming silently at the camera. He looked insane. He looked dangerous. He looked familiar, somehow. Did he do it? Harry asked. Betray my parents? The evidence suggests yes. He was their secret keeper, the only person who knew where they were hiding. After Voldemort found them, Black was captured laughing in the middle of a crater surrounded by bodies. Galadriel's voice was carefully neutral. The Ministry convicted him without trial. They considered the evidence overwhelming. Without trial. Yes. Harry studied the photograph again. The man in it was obviously broken, obviously suffering. But there was something in his eyes that didn't quite fit the narrative. Not guilt. Something else. You have doubts, he said. I have questions. Galadriel sat down on a nearby rock, her usual grace slightly diminished. I looked into your parents' murder when I first took you. The records were incomplete, deliberately so. Several key witnesses were never interviewed. The evidence against Black was circumstantial at best. But you didn't pursue it. I had a traumatized infant to raise and a blood debt to honor. I chose my priorities. She met his eyes. Perhaps I chose wrong. Harry folded the newspaper and tucked it into his robe. I'll find out the truth when I get back. If he's innocent, I'll help him. If he's guilty, what? Then I'll make sure he faces actual justice. Not a cell full of soul-sucking demons. Harry picked up his staff. Can we continue? I want to finish this sequence before dinner. Galadriel watched him for a long moment, something unreadable in her ancient eyes. Then she nodded to Celeborn, and the training resumed. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. A godfather. A betrayer. A man who might be innocent or might be the reason his parents were dead. Another mystery to solve. Another piece of the puzzle. At least he wouldn't be bored. Hogwarts felt different the moment Harry stepped off the train. The Dementors hit him halfway across the lake. He'd been warned about them, Galadriel had explained what they were, how they fed on happiness and hope, how their presence could drive mortals to despair. But knowing about something and experiencing it were very different things. The cold came first. Not physical cold, something deeper, reaching into his chest and wrapping around his heart like frozen fingers. Then the memories started. Green light. A woman screaming. A high, cruel laugh. The smell of burning wood and the taste of blood and, no. Harry closed his eyes and reached for Narya. The ring blazed against his chest, and suddenly the cold was gone. Warmth flooded through him, pushing back the Dementor's influence like sunlight burning away fog. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in the boat, hand outstretched, a corona of orange fire rippling around him. The Dementor that had been gliding toward their boat recoiled. Its ragged cloak actually smoking where the light touched it. Harry. Hermione's voice was shaky. She and Ron were huddled in the back of the boat, faces pale. What was that? Dementor. They're guarding the school because of Black. Harry let the fire fade, though he kept his hand on Narya. Everyone okay? No, Ron said firmly. That was horrible. I felt like I'd never be happy again. That's what they do. They feed on positive emotions. Harry sat back down as the boat continued toward the castle. I can teach you a way to fight them, if you want. It's not easy, but it works. Please, Hermione said immediately. I never want to feel like that again. The rest of the journey passed without incident, but Harry kept his senses extended. He could feel the Dementors circling the grounds like sharks around a wounded swimmer. There were dozens of them, maybe more. Whatever the Ministry thought they were doing, stationing these things near a school full of children was criminally stupid. He filed it away as another item on his growing list of grievances against British Wizarding Society. The new defense against the dark arts teacher was a surprise. Harry recognized him the moment he walked into the great hall for the welcoming feast. Shabby robes, graying hair, tired eyes, but underneath the exhaustion was something sharp. Something predatory. A werewolf. Harry could smell it on him. Not literally, more like a sense, a resonance, a feeling of something wild barely contained beneath a civilized surface. Glorfindel had taught him to recognize such things during their hunts in the wild. Professor Remus Lupin, Dumbledore announced during his speech. He has graciously agreed to fill our defense position. Lupin's eyes found Harry's across the hall. There was recognition there. And something else, hope. Grief. Both? He'd known Harry's parents. Harry was certain of it. Another thread to pull. After the feast, Harry cornered Hermione in the common room. I need you to research something for me. Quietly. Always. She pulled out her ever-present notebook. What am I looking for? The night my parents died. Everything you can find about the investigation, the witnesses, the evidence against Sirius Black. And while you're at it, look into Remus Lupin, our new defense professor. I want to know his connection to my family. Hermione's eyes went wide. You think they're connected? Lupin and Black. I think nothing's coincidental. Black escapes the same year Lupin starts teaching. The same year Dementors are posted at Hogwarts. Something's going on. Harry paused. Be careful. If anyone asks what you're doing, say it's for a history of magic essay. I'm always careful. Hermione closed her notebook. But Harry, what if you don't like what I find? Then I'll deal with it. Truth is more important than comfort. She nodded slowly. You really are different from other people, you know that? I've been told. Lupin's first class was about boggarts. Harry stood in line with the other third years, watching as each student faced the creature and transformed it into something ridiculous. Neville's grandmother's clothes on Snape. A giant spider wearing roller skates. A mummy tripping over its own bandages. When Harry's turn came, the boggart paused. It shifted forms rapidly, Voldemort's face, a Dementor's cloak, Galadriel lying dead, Aragorn covered in blood, each image lasting only a fraction of a second before dissolving into the next. The boggart couldn't settle on a single fear because Harry had too many, and none of them were simple enough to manifest easily. Finally, it stopped shifting. The figure that emerged was Harry himself. But wrong. His eyes were flat and cold, his posture predatory, his smile cruel. Fire wreathed his hands, but it wasn't the warm orange of Narya. It was something darker. Something hungry. The dark Harry tilted his head and spoke in a voice like grinding stone. This is what you become. This is what you've always been. The fire burns everything, eventually. Even you. The room went silent. The other students stared, their earlier laughter forgotten. Harry raised his wand, not his staff, not Narya, just the elder wand he'd bought from Ollivander, and said calmly, ridiculous. The dark Harry sprouted a massive clown nose and began honking uncontrollably. The class burst into nervous laughter. The boggart, weakened by the ridicule, retreated back into its cabinet. Lupin ended the class early. He didn't look at Harry directly, but his hands were shaking as he dismissed the students. Harry lingered. Professor? A word? Lupin turned, his expression carefully controlled. Mr. Potter. That was an unusual manifestation. I have unusual fears. Harry leaned against a desk. You knew my parents. It wasn't a question. Lupin flinched anyway. Yes. I was at school with them. Your father was one of my closest friends. And Sirius Black. The flinch was more pronounced this time. Also a friend. Once. Did he do it? Betray them? Lupin was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. I thought he did. For 12 years, I believed it with absolute certainty. He was the secret keeper. He was the only one who could have told Voldemort where they were hiding. The evidence was circumstantial. And there was no trial. Lupin's eyes sharpened. You've been researching. I've been thinking. The man in that photograph doesn't look like a gloating traitor. He looks like someone who lost everything. Harry pushed off from the desk. I'm going to find out the truth, Professor. One way or another. If you know anything that could help, anything that doesn't fit the official story, I'd appreciate you telling me. Harry. Lupin hesitated. There are things about that night that I've never understood. Inconsistencies. But I couldn't investigate, the ministry wouldn't allow it, and after Sirius's conviction, I was not in a position to push. Because you're a werewolf. Lupin went pale. How? I can sense it. Don't worry, I don't care. In my experience, the most dangerous monsters are the ones who look completely human. Harry moved toward the door. Think about what you know, Professor. We'll talk again. He left Lupin standing alone in the empty classroom, looking like a man who just had his entire world tilted sideways. Good. Harry needed people off balance if he was going to find the truth. Hermione's research paid off faster than expected. Peter Pettigrew, she said, spreading papers across a table in an abandoned classroom they'd claimed as their meeting spot. He was the fourth member of your father's friend group. The official story is that Black killed him along with the Muggles, all they ever found was a finger. Convenient, Ron muttered. Very. Hermione pointed to a photograph. For young men, arms around each other, grinning at the camera. Harry recognized his father immediately, the resemblance was unmistakable. Beside him was a younger Lupin, less tired but with the same careful watchfulness. And on the other side, that's Black. Harry touched the photograph. The man in the image was handsome, laughing, utterly different from the hollow-eyed prisoner in The Prophet. And the short one? Peter Pettigrew. He was a weaker wizard than the others, apparently. Always following them around, hero-worshipping your father especially. Hermione shuffled through more papers. Here's where it gets interesting. I found references to something called the Marauders, a nickname the four of them used at school. And they were all unregistered animagi. Ron sat up straight. They could turn into animals. All of them. According to some very obscure records I may have accessed without proper authorization. Hermione had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Your father was a stag. Black was a large black dog. Pettigrew was a rat. Harry went very still. A rat. Ron, he said slowly. How long have you had Scabbers? Ron blinked at the apparent non sequitur. What? 12 years. He was Percy's before me. Why? Rats don't live 12 years. The color drained from Ron's face. You don't think, I think we need to have a conversation with your pet. Harry stood up. Where is he right now? Sleeping on my bed, probably. But Harry, that's insane. Scabbers is just a rat. He's missing a toe, he's fat, he sleeps all day, missing a toe. Harry's voice was flat. Like someone who cut off their own finger to fake their death. Ron looked like he was going to be sick. They went to the dormitory immediately. Scabbers was exactly where Ron had said he'd be, curled up on Ron's pillow, snoring softly. He looked like any other elderly rat. Graying fur, thinning whiskers, a slightly ratty disposition. But when Harry reached out with his senses, he felt something that didn't belong. A human consciousness, buried deep, barely detectable unless you knew what to look for. It's him, Harry said quietly. I can feel it. What do we do? Hermione whispered. If that's really Peter Pettigrew, he's been living with Ron's family for over a decade. He's a traitor. A murderer. And possibly the one who actually betrayed my parents. Harry's hand closed around his staff. We wake him up. He touched Narya and let a tiny thread of power flow into the rat. The effect was immediate. Scabbers' eyes snapped open. For a moment, they were just rat eyes, black and beady and confused. Then something shifted behind them. Human intelligence. Human fear. The rat bolted. Harry was faster. He caught Scabbers in mid-leap, pinning him to the bed with one hand while the other pressed against the rat's body with Narya's heat. Transform, he commanded. Now. The rat thrashed and squeaked, but the power in Harry's voice was impossible to resist. Slowly, horribly, the rat began to grow. Limbs elongated. Fur receded. Features rearranged themselves into something approximating human. Within seconds, a man was lying on Ron's bed. He was short and fat and balding, with watery eyes and a pointed nose that still looked somehow rat-like. His clothes were ragged, conjured hastily during the transformation, and his right hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew looked up at Harry Potter and began to cry. "Please," he whimpered. "Please, Harry, you look just like your father. James wouldn't want you to hurt me, we were friends, my father's friends didn't betray him to Voldemort." Harry's voice was ice. "You were the secret keeper." "Not serious." "You." "I had to." "You don't understand, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, so you sold my parents instead." Harry felt Narya pulsing against his chest, felt the fire begging to be released. It would be so easy. One burst of flame, and this sniveling coward would be ash. But that wasn't justice. That was revenge. And Harry had been taught the difference. "Hermione," he said, not taking his eyes off Pettigrew. "Go get Professor McGonagall. Tell her we've found evidence that Sirius Black is innocent. Harry, go. Now." She went. Ron was standing frozen in a corner, staring at the man who had been his pet for years. His face was a mask of horror and betrayal. "He slept in my bed," Ron said faintly. "He ate at our table. He watched us, he's a rat," Harry said. "In every way that matters. He's been hiding for 12 years, living off your family's kindness while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban." He pressed Narya harder against Pettigrew's chest. "You're going to tell the truth. To the Ministry, to the Wisengamot, to anyone who will listen. You're going to clear Sirius Black's name. And then you're going to face trial for your crimes. They'll send me to Azkaban." Pettigrew wailed. "The Dementors, please, you should have thought of that before you became a traitor." The door burst open. McGonagall stood in the entrance, flanked by Lupin and, Harry's eyes widened, Sirius Black himself. Black looked even worse in person than in the photographs. Gaunt, wild-eyed, wearing the tattered remnants of prison robes. But when he saw Pettigrew pinned to the bed, a sound came out of him that was half laugh and half sob. "Peter." His voice was raw, barely human. "You miserable little rat. You actually did it. You survived all these years." "Sirius, old friend," Pettigrew twisted toward him with desperate hope. Tell them I had no choice, no choice." Black's laugh was jagged. "You chose to betray James and Lily. You chose to frame me. You chose to hide while I spent 12 years surrounded by Dementors, reliving the night they died over and over." He took a step forward, and his hands were shaking. "I'm going to kill you." "No." Harry stepped between them. "He faces trial. He answers for what he did publicly, on the record, so no one can ever deny the truth again." Black stared at him. For a long moment, Harry thought he would push past, would attack Pettigrew anyway, damn the consequences. Then something in his expression crumpled. "You look just like James," he whispered. "But your eyes, those are Lily's eyes." She always tried to make me see reason too. Did it work? Sometimes. Black's mouth quirked in something that wasn't quite a smile. You're right. Peter alive is more useful than Peter dead. The ministry can't argue with a confession. McGonagall had been listening with growing shock. Now she stepped forward, her face pale. Sirius Black, you are an escaped prisoner. I should be calling the Aurors. Call them, Harry said. Call everyone. Let them see Peter Pettigrew alive and confessing. Let them see the evidence that Sirius Black was wrongfully convicted. He met McGonagall's eyes steadily. Or would you rather protect the ministry's reputation than serve justice? McGonagall's jaw tightened. But she was a Gryffindor, and Gryffindors valued courage over convenience. Remus, she said, watch them. All of them. I'm going to contact Amelia Bones directly. She's the only person in that cesspit of a ministry I trust to handle this properly. She swept out, robes billowing. In the silence that followed, Sirius Black sat down heavily on the nearest bed. He looked exhausted, not just tired, but depleted, like someone who had been running on hatred alone and suddenly found it replaced by something gentler. 12 years, he said quietly. 12 years I spent thinking about revenge. About what I'd do to Peter when I finally caught him. And now. Now you have a chance to live instead of just survive. Harry released his hold on Pettigrew slightly. The man wasn't going anywhere, surrounded as he was. My godfather, right? That's what Galadriel told me. Sirius's head snapped up. Galadriel? The elf woman who took you? She raised me. In Rivendell, in Middle-earth. I've spent the last 12 years training for the war that's coming. Harry smiled slightly. I'm told I'm well prepared. You faced down a boggart that turned into yourself and dismissed it like it was nothing. Lupin was watching Harry with something approaching awe. You caught an animagus mid-transformation and held him with raw power. You're not just well prepared, Harry. You're ready. Harry finished the sentence. And so is Voldemort. He's out there somewhere, gathering strength, waiting for his moment. Peter here was supposed to help with that, weren't you, Peter? Pettigrew whimpered and said nothing. Doesn't matter. What matters is that we're all on the same side now. Sirius, Remus, Ron, Hermione, everyone who wants Voldemort stopped. Harry looked around the room at the unlikely assembly. The question is whether you're willing to work together to make it happen. Sirius and Remus exchanged glances. 12 years of grief and guilt and mutual blame passed between them in a single look. For James, Sirius said finally. For Lily, Remus agreed. For everyone. Harry touched Narya through his shirt. Now let's figure out how to unfuck this situation before the ministry makes it worse. Amelia Bones arrived with 6 Aurors, a portable Wizengamot chamber, and an expression that suggested she was personally offended by the injustice she was about to correct. The impromptu trial took 3 hours. Pettigrew confessed everything under Veritaserum, the betrayal, the frame-up, the 12 years of hiding. He wept and begged and tried to bargain, and none of it did him any good. The evidence was overwhelming. The truth was undeniable. Sirius Black was declared innocent. Pettigrew was sentenced to life in Azkaban. And the Daily Prophet was going to have the story of the decade splashed across tomorrow's front page. But Harry wasn't focused on any of that. He was watching Dumbledore. The headmaster had arrived halfway through the proceedings, his expression unreadable. He'd observed the entire trial without comment, and now he stood in the corner of the room, those damn twinkling eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on unsettling. When the Aurors finally took Pettigrew away and the Wizengamot members dispersed, Dumbledore approached. Mr. Potter. A word? Professor. They walked to an empty corner of the room. Dumbledore cast a privacy ward with a casual wave of his wand. You found Pettigrew within 3 weeks of Sirius's escape, he said. You identified him, captured him, and arranged for a trial that cleared an innocent man and convicted a guilty one. All while managing your third-year coursework and training your friends to resist Dementors. He paused. Remarkable. I had help. You had elvish training. There's a difference. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp now, the twinkle gone. I've been wondering about you since the day you arrived, Harry. Wondering what Galadriel made of you. Now I think I'm beginning to understand. And what do you understand, Headmaster? That you're not a child playing at being a hero. You're a weapon, carefully forged over 11 years for a specific purpose. Dumbledore's voice was soft. The question is whether you'll remain pointed at Voldemort or whether you'll eventually decide that other targets are equally deserving. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Is that a concern of yours? It's an observation. The power you wield, the fire I saw you use against the Dementor, the command you used to force Pettigrew's transformation, those aren't wizarding magic. There's something older. Something I don't fully understand. Dumbledore folded his hands. I'm not your enemy, Harry. But I'm also not naive enough to think I can control you. So I'm asking directly, what do you want? Voldemort dead. Permanently. And after? After, I'd like to live my life. Make my own choices. Not be a pawn in anyone's game, including yours. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. You really are James and Lily's son. They never let me push them around either. He dropped the privacy ward. Sirius will need to recover before he can take custody of you. The Ministry will want to discuss your guardianship arrangements. There will be paperwork and politics and a great deal of tedium. I don't need a guardian. I have Galadriel. Legally, in the wizarding world, you require a magical guardian. Sirius is your godfather. The role is his by right. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Unless you'd prefer to remain a ward of Hogwarts, under my nominal authority. Sirius is fine. I thought so. Dumbledore turned to leave, then paused. One more thing, Harry. The Dementors will remain at Hogwarts until Black's innocence becomes common knowledge and the panic subsides. Be careful around them. They've been agitated since your arrival. I believe they can sense Narya's power, and it disturbs them. Harry's hand moved instinctively to his chest. How do you know about Narya? I've studied the rings of power extensively. I recognized the signs. Dumbledore's smile returned, though it didn't reach his eyes. We all have our secrets, Mr. Potter. Some of us are simply better at hiding them. He swept out, leaving Harry standing alone with far more questions than answers. Sirius moved into a small cottage on the edge of the Forbidden Forest while he recovered from his years in Azkaban. Madame Pomfrey visited daily to monitor his physical health. Lupin visited almost as often to help with the psychological damage. And Harry visited whenever he could escape the endless speculation and attention that followed him through the castle. You should have seen Fudge's face when he realized he'd have to publicly admit the Ministry made a mistake, Sirius said one evening, sprawled on a worn couch that had probably been conjured from spare bits of classroom furniture. I thought he was going to have an aneurysm. Politicians hate admitting they're wrong. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the floor, practicing a mat ion technique Celeborn had taught him. It makes them look fallible. They are fallible. Exactly. Sirius laughed, a real laugh, not the broken sound Harry had heard in the dormitory. He was improving. Slowly, painfully, but improving. Can I ask you something? Sirius said after a moment. Of course. The elves who raised you. Galadriel and Elrond and the rest. Were they good to you? Harry opened his eyes. Sirius was watching him with an expression that was half curiosity and half something harder to name. They were excellent to me, Harry said. They gave me a home. A family. A purpose. I know I was supposed to grow up here, with you, and I'm sorry that was taken from both of us. But I can't regret what I became because of where I was raised. I'm not asking you to regret it. Sirius sat up, his face serious. I'm asking if you were happy. Happy. It was such a simple word for such a complicated concept. I was content, Harry said finally. I knew I was being trained for something. I knew there was darkness waiting for me. But Rivendell gave me the tools to face it. And the people there, Aragorn especially, gave me something to fight for beyond just survival. Aragorn. The Ranger. The King, eventually. He's supposed to unite the kingdoms of men and defeat Sauron. But he keeps running from it. Harry smiled slightly. We have that in common. Neither of us wanted the destinies we were given. But you're not running. I can't afford to. Voldemort isn't going to wait for me to come to terms with my feelings. He's out there right now, plotting, gathering followers, preparing for his return. If I'm not ready when he makes his move, then everything your mother died for was wasted. Sirius's voice was rough. I understand. I do. But Harry, you're 13 years old. You shouldn't have to carry this weight alone. I'm not alone. I have Ron and Hermione. I have Lupin now, and you. I have an entire world full of elves who consider me family. Harry rose smoothly to his feet. And I have Narya. The Ring of Fire. Gandalf's legacy. He touched his chest. I was never alone, Sirius. I just didn't always know who was standing with me. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood and pulled Harry into a fierce hug. It was awkward. Harry wasn't used to physical affection, and Sirius was still gaunt and unsteady on his feet, but neither of them pulled away. I'm proud of you, Sirius said quietly. Whatever happens. Whatever you become. I'm proud of who you already are. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He just held on. The rest of the year passed in something approaching normalcy. Classes continued. Harry aced everything without appearing to try too hard. He taught Ron and Hermione the Patronus charm, a piece of wizarding magic he'd learned from Lupin that synergized well with Narya's power. Their patron uses were a Jack Russell Terrier and an otter, respectively. Harry's was a stag. Like your father's, Lupin said, when he saw it for the first time. There were tears in his eyes. James would have been so proud. The Dementors kept their distance after that. The Quidditch season came and went. Harry played Seeker for Gryffindor, not because he particularly cared about the sport, but because the flying helped him think and the team needed someone competent. They won the cup. He felt nothing special about it. Hermione discovered the existence of Narya in March. She'd been researching ring lore ever since Harry mentioned it in passing, and one day she simply walked up to him in the library and said, "You're wearing a ring of power. The Ring of Fire. It belonged to Gandalf, and now it's yours." Harry didn't bother denying it. How long have you known? I've suspected since the troll. I've been certain since you cast a Patronus that was made of actual fire instead of silvery mist. She sat down across from him. Can I see it? Harry pulled Narya out from under his shirt. The ruby glowed softly in the dim library light. Hermione stared at it with naked fascination. It's beautiful. And terrifying. The books say the three were never tainted by Sauron, but they're still rings of power. They still carry risks. Everything carries risks. The question is whether the reward is worth it. And is it? Worth it? Harry considered the question carefully. Narya gives me hope, he said finally. Not false hope, real hope. The kind that comes from knowing the darkness can be fought. That's what it was made for. To inspire resistance, to kindle courage, to remind people that the fire of the spirit can't be extinguished. He tucked the ring back under his shirt. So yes. It's worth it. Hermione nodded slowly. I want to help. More than I have been. I want to understand what you're facing and be useful when the war comes. You're already useful. I want to be essential. Her eyes were fierce. You're not going to fight Voldemort alone, Harry. Whether you want us there or not, Ron and I are going to be at your side. So you might as well start teaching us properly. Harry looked at her, this bushy-haired girl who had gone from a lonely know-it-all to one of the most important people in his life, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. Okay, he said. We'll start tomorrow. Summer came too quickly. Harry spent the first week at Sirius's cottage, getting to know his godfather properly. They talked about James and Lily, about the Marauders' school days, about everything Sirius had missed during his years in Azkaban. It was healing for both of them. Then Harry went back to Rivendell. The gateway opened in the same clearing where he'd first arrived as an infant. Elrond was waiting for him, as he always was, his ageless face showing something that might have been relief. Welcome home, he said. It's good to be back. They walked together through the valley, past the waterfalls and gardens that had been Harry's world for so long. It felt smaller now, somehow. Not less beautiful, just less all-encompassing. He'd seen other places. Other wonders. You've changed, Elrond observed. I've grown. That too. But there's something else. A weight you're carrying that wasn't there before. Harry thought about Pettigrew's tear-streaked face. About Sirius's broken laugh. About the boggart that had worn his own features and promised him that the fire would consume everything. I'm starting to understand what I'm capable of, he said. And I'm not sure I like all of it. Elrond nodded slowly. That understanding is the beginning of wisdom. The power you wield is dangerous, not because it might fail you, but because it might not. The temptation to solve every problem with overwhelming force will only grow as your abilities increase. Galadriel says the same thing. Galadriel has seen more than most what happens when power is wielded without restraint. Elrond's voice was quiet. But she also knows that power restrained is not power denied. You can be mighty and merciful. Fierce and fair. The challenge is maintaining the balance. How do you do it? You've had power for thousands of years. I remember what it's like to lose. Elrond stopped at the edge of a balcony overlooking the valley. I've watched civilizations fall. I've seen heroes become tyrants and tyrants become dust. I've lost my wife to shadow and my brother to mortality and my parents to the sea. Every loss teaches the same lesson: power cannot protect you from grief. It can only determine how you respond to it. Harry stood beside him, watching the river flow far below. And how should I respond? By fighting for what matters. By protecting those who can't protect themselves. By using your strength to build rather than destroy. Elrond turned to face him. And by remembering, always, that you are mortal. Your time is limited. Every moment you spend on revenge or resentment is a moment taken from the life you could be living. You sound like Aragorn. Aragorn learned from me. The cycle continues. Elrond smiled, a rare expression that transformed his stern features. Come. Galadriel wants to see you, and she doesn't like to be kept waiting. They walked on, and Harry felt some of the weight lift from his shoulders. He was home. He was safe. He had time to rest, to think, to prepare. The war was coming. But not today. Today, he was just Harry. And that was enough. Galadriel's mirror showed him things he didn't want to see. A graveyard. A cauldron. A pale figure rising from boiling water, red eyes gleaming with triumph. Voldemort's return, she said, standing beside him in the silver light. It will happen within 2 years. The method is already being prepared. Can we stop it? We can try. But the threads of fate are tangled. Preventing one outcome may lead to another, equally terrible. Galadriel touched the mirror's surface, and the image shifted. There are other threats. Shadows stirring in the void between worlds. Harry saw a figure cloaked in darkness, crowned in iron, mounted on a beast that was neither horse nor dragon but something worse. The Nazgul. A ringwraith. Its empty hood turned toward him, and even through the mirror's distance, he felt its attention like ice in his veins. They've sensed Narya, Galadriel continued. The ring's presence in your world has created ripples. Echoes that reach across dimensions. The Nine are stirring in Middle-earth, drawn by the resonance. Are they coming for me? Not yet. The barriers between worlds are strong, and the Nine are bound to Sauron's will. But Voldemort's magic, his Horcruxes, they have a similar character. A dark lord who has fragmented his soul, anchored his existence to objects of power. She looked at him steadily. There are parallels. Dangerous parallels. You think they might find common cause? I think they might find sympathy. Voldemort's obsession with immortality, his contempt for death, his willingness to corrupt himself for power, these are traits the Nazgul understand intimately. If Voldemort were to learn of the Rings of Power, to discover that similar artifacts exist in another world. Harry felt cold despite Narya's warmth. He'd want one for himself. He would try to make one. Using his own methods. Combining Horcrux magic with ring lore. Galadriel's voice dropped. Such a creation would be an abomination. A 10th ring, forged in human darkness, capable of anchoring not just one soul but potentially many. An army of the deathless, bound to a single master. Can that actually be done? I don't know. The theory is horrifying, but theory and practice are not the same. What I do know is that Voldemort will try anything to achieve true immortality. He has already proven that. She turned from the mirror. You must be prepared, Harry. Not just for Voldemort's return, but for the possibility that he may become something worse than he already is. Harry stared at the fading image in the mirror, the ringwraith on its nightmare steed, its attention fixed on something just out of sight. How do I stop something like that? The same way you stop any darkness. With light. With fire. With the courage to stand when others would fall. Galadriel touched his cheek gently. You are the heir of Gandalf, Harry. You carry his mantle, his ring, his purpose. When the shadow comes, you will be ready. And if I'm not? Then you will become ready. Or you will die trying. Her smile was sad and ancient and full of terrible knowledge. That is the fate of all who stand against darkness. We do not choose our battles. We only choose how we fight them. Harry thought about that for a long time after she left him alone with the mirror. He thought about Voldemort rising from a cauldron. About ringwraiths sensing his presence across dimensions. About a possible future where darkness won because he wasn't strong enough to stop it. Then he pushed the fear aside and started planning. If the shadow was coming, he would meet it with fire. The summer ended with a letter from Hogwarts. 4th year. The Triwizard Tournament. A competition between 3 schools that hadn't been held in over a century due to the death toll. Harry read the announcement 3 times before setting it aside. Someone's going to try to enter me, he told Aragorn over dinner that night. The tournament is perfect cover. A series of deadly challenges where accidents happen all the time. Aragorn nodded slowly. You'll be walking into a trap. I'll be walking into an opportunity. Harry set down his fork. Voldemort needs something from me. My blood, probably, that's what Galadriel's mirror suggested. If I refuse to participate, he'll find another way. A way I can't predict or prepare for. And if you participate? Then I control the battlefield. I know when and where the attack will come. I can prepare. Harry met Aragorn's eyes. It's not about avoiding danger. It's about choosing which danger to face. That's a very elvish way of thinking. I was raised by elves. Aragorn laughed, a sound that still seemed unfamiliar after all these years, like something he had to remember how to do. You were. And you've become something none of us expected. He reached across the table and gripped Harry's shoulder. Whatever happens at this tournament, remember, you're not alone. If you need us, any of us, we will come. I know. Harry covered Aragorn's hand with his own. But this is my war. My world. I have to fight it myself. You have to face it yourself. That's not the same thing as fighting alone. Aragorn stood. Come. Glorfindel wants to run through combat scenarios one more time before you leave. He's convinced you've gotten soft. I beat him 3 times last week. He's convinced he let you win. Harry snorted and followed his friend into the training yards. The tournament was coming. Voldemort was coming. The darkness was gathering on the horizon like a storm waiting to break. But Harry was ready. He'd been ready for years. And when the lightning finally struck, he would be there to meet it. With fire. Chapter 4, The Chamber and the Serpent. Harry knew something was wrong the moment he stepped off the Hogwarts Express. The platform was too quiet. Students clustered in small groups, whispering, their faces pale. Teachers moved through the crowd with forced smiles that didn't reach their eyes. And beneath it all, Harry could feel a wrongness, a corruption in the magical atmosphere that made Narya pulse warningly against his chest. What's going on? Ron muttered, scanning the crowd. Everyone looks terrified. Hermione had her nose buried in a of the Daily Prophet she'd snatched from a passing 7th year. Her expression grew darker with every line she read. Attacks, she said quietly. There have been attacks at Hogwarts. Students petrified. Messages written on walls in blood. She looked up, her face ashen. They're saying the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the September wind. He'd read about the chamber in his studies, a legendary hidden room supposedly built by Salazar Slytherin, containing a monster only his heir could control. Most historians dismissed it as myth. Most historians were wrong about a lot of things. When did this start? He asked. Last spring, apparently. After we left. 2 students were petrified before the summer holidays. The prophet covered it up at the ministry's request, but now there's been another attack. Hermione's voice trembled slightly. A first-year Gryffindor. She's in the hospital wing, turned completely to stone. Ron went pale. Do they know who? No. The attacker hasn't been caught. Hermione folded the paper with shaking hands. Harry, this sounds bad. Really bad. Harry was already moving, his mind racing through possibilities. The Chamber of Secrets. A monster that petrified its victims. Messages written in blood. An heir of Slytherin, supposedly, controlling it all. But that didn't feel right. The timing was too convenient. The attacks had started last spring, right after Harry had destroyed Quirrell and driven Voldemort's wraith into the wind. Almost as if something else had moved to fill the vacuum. Come on, he said. We need to talk to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's office was guarded by a stone gargoyle that demanded a password. Harry didn't have time for passwords. He touched Narya and spoke a word of command. The gargoyle's eyes widened, as much as stone eyes could widen, and it leaped aside without argument. Harry. Hermione hissed. You can't just, I can, and I did. Keep up. They climbed the spiral staircase and emerged into a circular room filled with whirring silver instruments, sleeping portraits, and one very surprised headmaster. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, a phoenix perched on his shoulder. He looked tired, more tired than Harry had ever seen him, but his eyes sharpened when he saw who had entered. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley. He set down his quill. I assume this isn't a social call. The Chamber of Secrets, Harry said without preamble. It's real. The attacks are connected to something I did last year, and I need to know everything you know about it. The portraits around the room erupted into scandalized muttering. Dumbledore silenced them with a gesture. That's a significant accusation, Harry. What makes you believe the attacks are connected to you? Because Voldemort doesn't give up. I destroyed his host body, drove out his wraith, and humiliated him in front of whatever remained of his consciousness. He would have planned a contingency. Something to continue his work even if his direct approach failed. Harry stepped closer to the desk. The chamber was built by Slytherin. Voldemort claims to be his heir. You're telling me that's a coincidence? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The phoenix, fox, Harry remembered, trilled softly. Sit down, Dumbledore said finally. All of you. They sat. Dumbledore steepled his fingers and regarded them over the top of his half-moon spectacles. The Chamber of Secrets was opened once before, he said. 50 years ago. A student died. The attacks were blamed on a young man named Rubeus Hagrid, who was expelled and had his wand snapped. But I never believed he was responsible. Hagrid? Ron's voice cracked. The groundskeeper. The same. He was accused of raising a dangerous creature, an acromantula, but acromantulas don't petrify their victims. They eat them. Dumbledore's expression was grim. I suspected at the time that the true culprit was another student. A brilliant, charming boy who was already showing signs of darkness. But I had no proof. Harry felt the pieces clicking together. Tom Riddle. Yes. Tom Riddle, who would later become Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I believe he opened the chamber 50 years ago, killed a student, and framed Hagrid for the crime. And I believe he left something behind, some method of opening the chamber again, that has now been activated. What kind of method? I don't know. Tom was always secretive, always careful. Whatever he left would be subtle, probably disguised as something innocent. Dumbledore sighed. I have been searching for months, Harry. Every lead has proven false. The monster remains hidden, the entrance to the chamber undiscovered. And students continue to be attacked. Harry stood abruptly. Then we stop searching for the chamber and start searching for Riddle's contingency. Something he left behind. An object, a person, a spell, something that could operate independently of his direct control. Where would you even begin? With the victims. Harry was already moving toward the door. Whatever's attacking them has to have a pattern. A connection. Something that links them together. Find that, and we find the source. Dumbledore's eyes followed him with something that might have been respect. And if you find it? Then I destroy it. Harry paused at the threshold. The same way I destroyed Quirrell. The same way I'll destroy everything Voldemort touches. He left without waiting for a response. The investigation took 3 weeks. Harry, Hermione, and Ron worked systematically, interviewing witnesses, examining crime scenes, and compiling everything they could find about the attacks. The pattern emerged slowly, too slowly for Harry's liking, but patterns couldn't be rushed. All the victims were Muggle-borns or half-bloods. All the victims had been found near water, a flooded bathroom, a dripping corridor, a fountain in the courtyard. All the victims had been alone when they were attacked. Water, Hermione said, spreading her notes across their usual table in the abandoned classroom. That has to mean something. Slytherin's symbol is a serpent, and serpents are often associated with water in mythology. There's a bathroom on the 2nd floor, Ron added. The one that's always flooded. No one goes in there because it's haunted by a ghost, Moaning Myrtle, they call her. She died there 50 years ago. Harry's head snapped up. 50 years ago? Yeah, supposedly she was the student who was killed when the chamber was opened the first time. Ron shrugged. She's really annoying, honestly. Cries all the time and floods the toilets when she's upset. Harry was already on his feet. "The entrance is in that bathroom," he said. "It has to be. A student died there, right where Riddle would have needed access. And ghosts are tied to the place where they died. Myrtle might have seen something." They went immediately. The second-floor bathroom was exactly as unpleasant as Ron had described. Stall doors hung crookedly on their hinges. Water pooled across the floor in irregular patterns. The mirrors were cracked and foggy with age. And in the corner, floating mournfully above a row of sinks, was the ghost of a teenage girl with thick glasses and a perpetual scowl. "Oh," she said when she saw them, her voice dripping with disdain. "Come to throw something at me, have you? Make fun of poor, miserable Myrtle?" "We've come to ask about the night you died," Harry said calmly. Myrtle's expression shifted from hostility to surprise. "No one ever asks about that. I'm asking now. What happened?" The ghost drifted closer, her transparent form flickering in the dim light. "I was crying in this very bathroom. Olive Hornby had been teasing me about my glasses again, the horrible girl. And then I heard someone come in. A boy. Speaking some strange language, all hissing and spitting." Harry's heart rate spiked. "Parseltongue. I suppose. I came out to tell him to go away and use the boys' room, and then," Myrtle's voice dropped to a whisper, "I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes. Over there, by the sinks. And then I died." Yellow eyes. Harry turned to the row of sinks. One of them was different from the others. The tap was decorated with a tiny engraved serpent. "Hermione. What has yellow eyes and petrifies its victims?" Hermione's face went chalk white. "A basilisk. The king of serpents. Direct eye contact kills instantly. Indirect contact, seeing the reflection, seeing it through something, causes petrification. All the victims saw the basilisk indirectly. Through water, through a camera, through a ghost." Harry approached the serpent-marked sink, his pulse steady despite the danger. And Riddle, as Slytherin's heir, would have been able to speak Parseltongue. To command it. Ron grabbed his arm. "Harry, you can't possibly be thinking about going in there. A basilisk is, that's certain death, mate. For most people." Harry shook off Ron's grip gently. "But I'm not most people." He leaned close to the sink and hissed in Parseltongue, "Open." The sink shuddered, groaned, and sank into the floor. Where it had been, a dark tunnel yawned downward into shadow. "The Chamber of Secrets," Hermione breathed. "Stay here," Harry said. "If I'm not back in an hour, get Dumbledore." "Like hell we're staying here." Ron stepped forward, his face pale but determined. "You said it yourself, Harry, you're not alone. We're coming with you." Harry looked at his friends, at the terror in their eyes and the courage that burned through it anyway, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. "Keep your eyes closed unless I tell you otherwise," he said. "The basilisk's gaze only works on direct visual contact. And stay behind me." They descended into the dark. The tunnel was slick with moisture and centuries of accumulated slime. It twisted downward for what felt like miles, finally opening into a vast underground cavern lit by a sickly green phosphorescence. Stone serpents lined the walls, their carved eyes seeming to follow the intruders. At the far end of the chamber, a massive statue of a bearded wizard rose from the floor, Salazar Slytherin himself, rendered in cold granite. And at the base of the statue, illuminated by flickering torchlight, was a small figure lying motionless on the stone floor. "Ginny!" Ron broke into a run before Harry could stop him. Harry cursed and followed, his staff already in his hand. Something was wrong. This was too easy. The chamber should have been defended, the basilisk should have attacked. "She's alive," Ron said, his voice shaking as he knelt beside his sister. "But barely. She's cold, Harry. Really cold." Harry looked at Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, a first year he'd barely spoken to all term, and saw what Ron couldn't see. Dark energy, flowing out of her in thin threads. Coiling around something clutched in her hand. A book. A diary. Ron, don't touch that. But he was too late. Ron was already reaching for the diary, trying to pry it from his sister's grip. The moment his fingers made contact, the energy surged. Ron flew backward, slamming into a pillar with a crack that echoed through the chamber. Hermione screamed and ran to him. Harry stood frozen, watching as the dark energy coalesced above Ginny's body into something that was almost human. A figure. A young man with dark hair and handsome features and eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence. Tom Riddle. Harry Potter, the spectre said, his voice echoing strangely. I've been waiting for you. A memory, Harry said, his voice flat. Preserved in the diary. Feeding on Ginny's life force to make yourself solid. Riddle smiled, a charming expression that didn't reach his eyes. Very good. You're quicker than most. Of course, you're not most, are you? The boy who defeated Voldemort. The famous Harry Potter. His smile widened. Though I confess, when Ginny first wrote to me about you, I didn't expect this. What did you expect? A child. Traumatized, confused, searching for answers about the parents he never knew. Riddle circled Harry slowly, his form growing more solid with every passing moment. Instead, I find a warrior. A soldier. Someone who's been preparing for war since before he could walk. He stopped, tilting his head. Who made you, Harry Potter? Does it matter? It matters to me. I take pride in understanding my enemies. Riddle's eyes glittered. The elves, I assume. Galadriel and her ilk. Creatures from another world, playing games with mortal children. They shaped you into this weapon, and set you loose against me. They saved me. From you. Saved. Riddle laughed. They took a frightened infant and turned him into a killer. Look at yourself, Harry. Look at the coldness in your eyes, the readiness for violence. You're not a child anymore. You're barely even human. Harry felt nothing at the accusation. He'd heard worse from himself, in the small hours of the night when doubt crept in. Riddle's words were just noise. You're stalling, he said. Trying to distract me while you drain more of Ginny's life. It won't work. Won't it? Riddle's smile didn't waver. The basilisk obeys the heir of Slytherin. And right now, trapped in this chamber with no way out, you are very much at my mercy. Call it, then. Riddle's expression flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. What? The basilisk. Call it. Harry raised his staff and let Narya's light bloom around him like a second sun. Let's see what happens when the King of Serpents meets the fire of the Istari. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The chamber was silent except for the distant drip of water and Ginny's shallow breathing. Then Riddle spoke in Parseltongue, "Come forth, my servant. Kill." The statue's mouth opened. From the darkness within, something massive began to emerge. The basilisk was enormous. Its body was thick as a tree trunk and covered in dark green scales that gleamed like wet armor. Its head was the size of a small car, filled with fangs longer than Harry's forearm. And its eyes, Harry had already closed his own. He couldn't risk even a glimpse. But he didn't need to see. Glorfindel had taught him to fight blind. Hours and hours of practice in darkened rooms, learning to sense opponents through sound and vibration and the subtle displacement of air. Harry had hated every minute of it. Now he understood why. The basilisk lunged. Harry sidestepped, feeling the rush of displaced air as massive jaws snapped shut inches from his head. He swung his staff in a tight arc, channeling Narya's fire through the ancient wood, and felt the impact as flame met scales. The serpent shrieked, a sound that shook the chamber and sent stone dust raining from the ceiling. Impossible. Riddle's voice was high with disbelief. The basilisk is immune to magic. It's immune to wizarding magic. Harry ducked another strike, rolled, came up with his staff blazing. This isn't wizarding magic. He poured everything he had into the flame. Narya's warmth became Narya's fury, channeled through Gandalf's staff into a concentrated beam of white-hot fire that struck the basilisk square in the side. The serpent screamed. Its scales blackened and cracked under the assault. It thrashed wildly, slamming into pillars, crushing ancient stone beneath its coils. Harry pressed the attack, keeping his eyes closed, tracking the beast by sound alone. The basilisk reared back for another strike. Harry planted his feet and unleashed a final burst of power, not at the creature itself, but at the roof of the chamber directly above it. Stone collapsed. Tons of rock came crashing down, burying the serpent beneath an avalanche of rubble. The chamber shook with the impact, nearly throwing Harry off his feet. When the dust settled, the basilisk was motionless beneath a mountain of debris. A single massive fang protruded from the rubble, broken off in the collapse. Harry opened his eyes. Riddle was staring at him with an expression of pure hatred. "You killed it," he breathed. "You actually killed it. I told you." Harry bent down and retrieved the broken fang. "I'm not most people." He walked toward the diary still clutched in Ginny's hand, ignoring Riddle's screamed protests. The spectre tried to block his path, but his form was already fading. With the basilisk dead and Ginny still breathing, he was losing the power he'd stolen. Harry knelt beside Ginny and gently pried the diary from her fingers. "This ends now," he said. He drove the basilisk fang through the diary's cover. Riddle screamed, a sound of pure agony that echoed through the chamber like a dying curse. Ink poured from the wound in the diary, black and viscous, steaming where it touched the stone floor. The spectre's form flickered, dissolved, collapsed into nothing. And then silence. Harry sat back on his heels, breathing hard. The diary lay before him, a hole punched through its center, utterly dead. 1 Horcrux down. 6 to go. Ginny woke slowly, her eyes fluttering open to find Harry's face hovering above her. "Ron," she whispered. He's okay. Just knocked out." Harry helped her sit up. "You're safe now. Riddle's gone." Ginny's face crumpled. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean, the diary, it made me, I know. It wasn't your fault." Harry's voice was gentler than he'd expected. "Riddle was manipulating you from the moment you first wrote in that book. You couldn't have known what it was. But I almost killed people. The students who were petrified, they'll be fine. There's a mandrake restorative brewing in the hospital wing. By the end of the week, everyone will be back to normal." Ginny stared at him with red-rimmed eyes. "How can you be so calm about all this?" Harry thought about that for a moment. "Because being calm is how I stay alive. If I let myself feel everything all the time, I'd never be able to function." He offered her his hand. "Come on. Let's get your brother and get out of here." They collected Ron and Hermione, both groggy but otherwise unharmed, and made their way back through the tunnel. The journey upward was harder than the descent, especially with Ron leaning on Harry for support, but they managed. Dumbledore was waiting at the top, along with McGonagall and half the faculty. "Mr. Potter," the headmaster said, his eyes taking in the group's battered appearance. "I assume you have an explanation." Harry handed him the ruined diary. "Tom Riddle left this at Hogwarts 50 years ago. It possessed Ginny Weasley and used her to open the chamber and release the basilisk. The basilisk is dead. So is the diary." Dumbledore examined the book with an expression Harry couldn't read. "And how did you destroy it?" "Basilisk venom. One of the few substances that can destroy a Horcrux." The word landed like a bomb. McGonagall went pale. Several other teachers looked confused. But Dumbledore went very still. "You know about the Horcruxes," he said quietly. I've known since before I came to Hogwarts. Galadriel showed me in her mirror. Harry met the headmaster's eyes steadily. This was the first. There are others. If you want to work together to find them, I'm willing to discuss it. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The other teachers watched with undisguised curiosity. Come to my office tomorrow, Dumbledore said finally. We have much to discuss. Yes, Harry agreed. We do. The school treated Harry like a hero again. He hated it, but he endured it with the patience Elrond had taught him. The attention would fade eventually. It always did. And in the meantime, he had more important things to focus on. The conversation with Dumbledore lasted 4 hours. They discussed Horcruxes, what they were, how they were made, how many Voldemort might have created. Harry shared what Galadriel had shown him, Dumbledore shared what his own research had uncovered. By the end, they had a working list of potential targets. The diary, destroyed. The ring, hidden somewhere connected to Voldemort's family. The locket, last seen in the possession of someone named Regulus Black. The cup, possibly in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange. The diadem, lost for centuries, location unknown. The snake, Voldemort's familiar, Nagini. And one more. Something neither of them wanted to discuss directly, but both understood. Harry himself. The night Voldemort killed your parents, Dumbledore said carefully, a fragment of his soul attached itself to you. Galadriel told you this? She told me. And she told me it's been burning away since I received Gandalf's mantle. Harry touched his forehead. Narya's fire has been cleansing me for years. By the time Voldemort returns, there won't be anything left of him inside me. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. You're certain? Galadriel is certain. That's good enough for me. The headmaster sat back in his chair, looking genuinely shaken. I have spent years dreading the possibility that you would have to die to destroy that fragment. Knowing that it's been handled is more of a relief than I can express. I imagine it is. Harry's voice was dry. Was that why you left me with the Dursleys? To keep me weak and controllable until you needed to sacrifice me? No. Dumbledore's answer was immediate and firm. I left you there because the Blood Wards would have protected you. Because I believed a normal childhood would give you something to fight for. Because, he paused, sighing heavily. Because I was arrogant enough to think I knew what was best. You were wrong. I was wrong. About many things. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. But I was not wrong about wanting you to survive. Whatever else I may have miscalculated, that much was always true. Harry studied him for a long moment. The old man looked tired. Worn down by years of war and politics and the weight of too many secrets. I believe you, Harry said finally. But that doesn't mean I trust you. I wouldn't expect you to. Trust must be earned. Dumbledore's smile was wan. Perhaps, in time, I can earn it. Perhaps. Harry stood. For now, let's focus on the Horcruxes. The diary was the easy one. The others will be much harder. Agreed. I'll begin investigating the ring, I believe I know where to look. Dumbledore also rose. And Harry? What you did in the chamber, facing a basilisk blind, destroying it with fire, that was extraordinary. Your parents would have been proud. Harry paused at the door. I didn't do it for pride. I did it because it needed to be done. I know. That's what makes it extraordinary. The summer between second and third year was different. Harry split his time between Rivendell and Sirius's cottage, training and planning in equal measure. The Horcrux hunt would take years, maybe decades, but every piece of information brought them closer to victory. Hermione threw herself into research with her usual intensity. She developed a detection method based on the unique magical signature of soul fragments, though it was still too imprecise for practical use. She also began studying Elvish languages, determined to communicate with Harry's other family if she ever got the chance. Ron struggled more. The events in the chamber had shaken him, not just the physical injuries, but the knowledge of how close his sister had come to death. He grew quieter, more serious, more focused on learning to fight. Harry trained him personally. Combat techniques, defensive magic, tactical thinking. By the end of the summer, Ron could hold his own against most adult wizards. It wasn't enough to fight Voldemort, but it was a start. Sirius contributed in unexpected ways. His family's library, the Black family being an ancient pure-blood line with deeply dark connections, contained books on soul magic that even Dumbledore had never seen. Some of it was horrifying. Some of it was useful. Regulus, Sirius said one night, staring at an old photograph. My brother. He joined the Death Eaters when he was 16. I thought he was an idiot, a fool who'd gotten in over his head. But now. Now you think he might have turned against Voldemort? I think he might have stolen the locket. There's a house elf who served our family, Creature, who was absolutely devoted to Regulus. If anyone knows what happened, it's him. They found Creature in the ruins of Grimmauld Place, the ancestral Black home. The elf was ancient, half-mad, and deeply hostile to Sirius. But when Harry asked about Regulus, something changed in his bulging eyes. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it, the elf rasped. The locket. The horrible locket. But Creature tried and could not. Nothing worked. Creature has failed. Creature has failed Master Regulus. Where is the locket now? Harry asked. Creature led them to a hidden cabinet in the drawing room. Inside, wrapped in dirty rags, was a heavy golden locket marked with an ornate S. Harry touched it and felt the corruption immediately, a cold, slick wrongness that made his skin crawl. The soul fragment inside was strong, much stronger than the diary had been. Basilisk venom, Harry said. We need more. The chamber, Hermione said. The basilisk's corpse should still be there. And basilisk venom remains potent for centuries after death. They returned to Hogwarts in secret. The chamber was exactly as Harry had left it, massive, silent, and filled with the remains of the ancient serpent. Harry extracted venom carefully, filling several unbreakable vials. Then he returned to Grimmauld Place and destroyed the locket while Creature watched. The elf wept with joy. 2 Horcruxes down. 5 to go. Third year brought new challenges. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the welcoming feast, just as the letters had promised. 3 schools competing. Eternal glory for the champion. An age line to prevent underage students from entering. Harry watched Dumbledore explain the rules and knew, with absolute certainty, that someone would find a way to enter his name anyway. He was right. When the Goblet of Fire selected the champions, 3 names emerged as expected: Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts, Victor Krum for Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour for Beauxbatons. Then the goblet flared one more time and spat out a 4th name. Harry Potter. The great hall exploded into chaos. Harry sat calmly in his seat, watching Dumbledore's face drain of color, watching Snape's expression twist with vindictive pleasure, watching the foreign headmasters rage about unfairness and conspiracy. He'd known this was coming. He'd prepared for it. The question was how to turn the trap into an opportunity. You can't compete, Hermione said frantically, pacing their usual classroom. It's obviously a setup. Someone wants you dead, Harry. Someone always wants me dead. That's not new. This is different. The tournament is designed to be lethal. Champions have died in previous years, and that was without someone actively trying to sabotage them. Which is exactly why I need to compete. Harry leaned back in his chair. Think about it, Hermione. If I refuse, if they let me refuse, Voldemort's agent just tries something else. Something I can't predict. But if I accept, I know the battlefield. I know when the attacks will come. The tasks are scheduled, public, observed by hundreds of witnesses. If someone tries to kill me there, it'll be obvious. That's insane logic. It's tactical logic. There's a difference. Ron had been uncharacteristically quiet. Now he spoke up. He's right, Hermione. I don't like it either, but going along with this is better than waiting for a knife in the back. Thank you, Ron. Don't thank me. I still think you're mental. Ron's expression was grim. But I'd rather you be mental and prepared than cautious and dead. Hermione threw up her hands. Fine. Fine. But if you're going to do this, we're going to make sure you're ready. We'll research every previous tournament, every task that's ever been set, every trick that's ever been used. You're not going in blind. I wouldn't expect anything less. The first task was dragons. Harry watched from the champion's tent as the others drew their lots: Hungarian horntail for Cedric, Chinese fireball for Crumb, Welsh green for Fleur. When his turn came, he reached into the bag and pulled out another Hungarian horntail. 2 horntails. Someone wanted to stack the odds. Bad luck, Cedric said sympathetically. Not luck, Harry replied. But it doesn't matter. When his turn came to enter the arena, Harry walked out calmly to face a dragon that was larger, angrier, and more dangerous than any creature he'd encountered since the basilisk. The crowd roared. The dragon roared louder. Harry raised his staff. He didn't speak. Didn't cast a spell. Just reached out with Narya's power and touched the fire in the dragon's belly, fire that answered to the ring of fire, fire that recognized a kindred spirit. The horntail's eyes went wide. Its flames guttered and died. And slowly, impossibly, it lowered its head in something that looked almost like submission. Harry walked past it, retrieved the golden egg from its nest, and walked back out. Total time, 47 seconds. The crowd was silent for a long moment. Then the cheering started, hesitant at first, then building to a deafening crescendo. Harry ignored it. He was watching the judge's box, where a man with a false eye and a scarred face was staring at him with an expression of pure, murderous hatred. Mad-Eye Moody. Legendary Auror. Dark Wizard Hunter. Except Harry had met Mad-Eye Moody through Sirius, and the man in the judge's box didn't move right. Didn't hold himself the same way. His magical signature was wrong in ways that only someone trained by elves would notice. Imposter. Harry filed the information away and smiled for the cameras. The game was getting interesting. He confirmed his suspicions over the following weeks. The false Moody, whoever he really was nervous around Harry. He avoided direct conversation, changed the subject when Harry asked about old Auror cases, and twice Harry caught him adding something to a flask he carried everywhere. Polyjuice potion. The imposter was using polyjuice to maintain the disguise. Which meant the real Moody was probably being kept alive somewhere, milked for hair and kept imperious to prevent escape. Harry didn't confront him. Not yet. The imposter was his best lead to whoever was orchestrating this, probably a Death Eater, possibly Voldemort himself pulling strings from whatever shadow he was hiding in. Better to let the enemy think they were winning. The second task came in February. Harry had to retrieve something precious from the bottom of the Black Lake, Ron, as it turned out, enchanted into a deep sleep and guarded by mere people. He used gillyweed, Hermione's suggestion, and his own combat training to navigate the lake's dangers. The mere people recognized Narya's light and parted before him like water around a stone. He retrieved Ron in 20 minutes, well ahead of the other champions. But he lingered at the bottom, watching Fleur struggle against the Grindylows, watching her fail to reach her sister. Rules said he should leave. Tactics said saving Fleur's sister would slow him down. Harry saved her anyway. He emerged from the lake in second place, behind Cedric. But Fleur's tearful gratitude, and the judge's decision to award extra points for moral fiber, pushed him back to first. The false Moody's expression when he heard the results was worth the tactical disadvantage. The third task was a maze. Harry knew, with bone-deep certainty, that this was where the trap would spring. A maze full of obstacles and dangers, no witnesses once the champions entered, and a Triwizard Cup at the center that could easily be turned into a portkey. He prepared accordingly. The night before the task, he visited Dumbledore's office. "The cup is a trap," Harry said without preamble. "It's going to transport whoever touches it to wherever Voldemort is hiding. The fake Moody has been manipulating the tournament from the start to make sure I win." Dumbledore's eyes went sharp. "You know about Moody?" "I've known for months. I didn't say anything because I wanted to see where the trail led." "And where does it lead?" "To a graveyard. I've seen glimpses in Galadriel's mirror, a ritual, a resurrection." Voldemort returned to full power. Harry met the headmaster's eyes. "It's going to happen tomorrow night. Whether I touch the cup or not. Then we should stop the task. Arrest the imposter, no." Harry's voice was firm. "If we move now, Voldemort will just try again. Another plan, another trap, another year of looking over my shoulder. I'm tired of waiting." He touched Narya through his shirt. "Tomorrow, I end this." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. "You're planning to confront him directly. Let him resurrect, and then attack while he's still weak. It's the best chance I'll ever have. His body will be new, his magic will be unstable, and he won't expect me to fight back immediately." Harry smiled grimly. "Voldemort thinks he's setting a trap. He doesn't realize he's walking into one. And if you fail, then you destroy the remaining Horcruxes and someone else finishes the job. But I won't fail." Harry stood. "I've been preparing for this moment my entire life. I'm ready." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You truly are extraordinary, Harry. I only wish the world had given you a chance to be ordinary. The world gives us what it gives us. We make do." Harry moved toward the door. "Tomorrow night, have Auror standing by. If I'm not back within an hour of touching the cup, send them to Little Hangleton Graveyard. That's where he'll be." "How do you know?" "Because it's where his father is buried. And Voldemort is nothing if not theatrical." The maze was exactly as dangerous as Harry expected. Blast-ended scroots. Boggarts. A sphinx with riddles that would have stumped anyone without elvish education. Harry navigated them all with efficient brutality, not wasting time or energy on elegance. Cedric caught up to him near the center. They fought off an acromantula together, and then stood facing the Triwizard Cup, gleaming in the darkness. "Together?" Cedric said, breathing hard. "We're both Hogwarts champions. We could share the victory." Harry hesitated. He knew what would happen if Cedric touched that cup. The portkey would take them both, and Voldemort would kill anyone who wasn't Harry without a second thought. "Go back," Harry said quietly. "Tell Dumbledore I've gone ahead." "What?" "No, we agreed, Cedric." Harry turned to face him, and something in his expression made the older boy step back. "The cup is a trap. If you touch it, you die. I'm going because I have to." "You don't." Cedric stared at him. "You're serious." "I'm always serious." Harry reached for the cup. "Go back. Tell Dumbledore. And whatever happens, whatever you hear, don't come after me." Before Cedric could respond, Harry's fingers closed around the Triwizard Cup. The world dissolved into spinning color and wrenching motion. When it reformed, he was standing in a graveyard beneath a moonless sky. And Tom Riddle's father's tombstone loomed before him like a promise of death. Chapter 5, The Nine Who Were Mortal. The graveyard was silent. Harry stood motionless, letting his senses expand outward. He could feel the ward surrounding the cemetery, crude things, hastily erected, designed to prevent escape rather than intrusion. He could feel the pulse of dark magic emanating from somewhere to his left, near a crumbling stone structure that might once have been a church. And he could feel something else. Something cold and hungry and ancient, watching from the shadows with interest that bordered on anticipation. Not Voldemort. Something worse. Harry pushed the feeling aside and focused on the immediate threat. A figure was emerging from behind a nearby headstone, short, hunched, carrying a bundle of robes that squirmed weakly. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. So they'd broken him out of Azkaban. Or perhaps he'd never made it there at all. The Ministry's competence was hardly reliable. Harry Potter, Pettigrew squeaked, his watery eyes gleaming with malice that hadn't been there when Harry last saw him. Azkaban, or wherever he'd been, had burned away the last traces of the pathetic, frightened man who'd begged for mercy. What remained was something harder. Crueler. The Dark Lord has been expecting you. I imagine he has. Harry didn't move. Is he going to hide behind you all night, or does he plan to show himself? The bundle of robes laughed, a high, cold sound that made Harry's scar throb. Such confidence, Voldemort's voice hissed from within the cloth. Such arrogance. You have no idea what awaits you, boy. Then show me. Pettigrew carried the bundle toward the stone structure. Harry followed at a measured pace, his hand resting casually on his staff. He could feel Narya's warmth pulsing against his chest, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. Inside the ruin was a massive cauldron, already bubbling with a potion that gave off sickly green vapor. Bones were stacked nearby, human bones, old and yellowed, arranged with careful precision. And against the far wall, bound and gagged, was a man Harry didn't recognize. A Muggle, probably. Kidnapped for his blood. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Pettigrew dropped something into the cauldron, a fragment of skeleton, probably from the grave of Tom Riddle Sr. The potion hissed and turned white. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Pettigrew raised a silver knife. Without hesitation, he cut off his own hand. The appendage splashed into the cauldron, and the potion turned red. Harry watched impassively. He'd known this was coming. He'd seen it in Galadriel's mirror. What came next was what he'd been waiting for. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Pettigrew turned toward Harry, knife raised, his remaining hand shaking but determined. Harry let him approach. The knife bit into his arm. Blood flowed. Pettigrew collected it eagerly and added it to the cauldron. The potion turned blinding white. And from within the bundle of robes, something stirred. Pettigrew lifted his master's twisted, barely human form and lowered it into the cauldron. The liquid swallowed it whole. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the cauldron exploded. Lord Voldemort rose from the ruins of the ritual like a nightmare-given flash. He was tall, taller than Harry had expected, with skin so pale it seemed translucent, stretched tight over a skull-like face. His eyes were red, slitted like a snake's, burning with intelligence and malice. His nose was flat, barely more than 2 slits, and his lipless mouth was curved in a smile of pure triumph. I am reborn, he breathed, flexing his new fingers experimentally. 14 years. 14 years of agony and weakness and humiliation. And now you're standing in a graveyard in your underwear, Harry said flatly. Congratulations. Voldemort's smile flickered. Still defiant. Good. I want you to be defiant when you die. I want you to understand exactly what you're facing. I understand perfectly. Harry raised his staff. You're a man who was afraid of death, so you tore your soul into pieces and hid them in trinkets. You're a bully who preys on the weak because you're terrified of anyone who might actually challenge you. You're a fraud, Tom. A clever fraud, but a fraud nonetheless. Voldemort's expression went cold. You dare, I dare because I've been preparing for this moment since I was old enough to hold a sword. Harry let Narya's fire bloom around him, orange and gold and blazing. You think you're special. You think you're the first Dark Lord I've faced? I've stood in the presence of things that would make you weep with terror. I've trained under warriors who fought Morgotha's armies before your species existed. I carry the mantle of a Maya who helped shape the world. He stepped forward, and the fire moved with him. You're not special, Tom. You're just the latest monster in a very long line. And like all the others, you're going to fall. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry attacked first. The battle was everything Harry had trained for and nothing like he'd expected. Voldemort was fast, faster than Quirrell had been, faster than the Diary's Spectre, faster than anything purely human should be. His spells came in rapid succession, each one lethal, each one precisely aimed. Killing curses and torture curses and dark magic that Harry didn't recognize but could feel tearing at the fabric of reality. Harry met fire with fire. Narya's flames formed a shield around him, deflecting curses, burning through dark magic before it could reach him. His staff sang through the air, channeling power that hadn't been wielded in this world for centuries. They dueled through the graveyard, blasting headstones to rubble, setting trees ablaze, turning the ancient cemetery into a war zone. Voldemort was laughing, high, delighted laughter that sounded almost genuine. Yes, he shrieked. Finally, someone worth killing. Show me what the elves made of you, Potter. Show me everything. Harry obliged. He dropped his defensive posture and charged, staff blazing, closing the distance between them in heartbeats. Voldemort's eyes widened, he'd expected a wizard's duel, not a warrior's assault, and his next curse went wide as Harry ducked beneath it. The staff caught Voldemort across the chest. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing through a marble angel and skidding across wet grass. His robes were smoking. His skin was blistered where the fire had touched him. And he was still laughing. Magnificent, he breathed, climbing to his feet. Truly magnificent. But you've forgotten something, boy. Something crucial. Harry felt the cold before he saw the source. He spun, staff raised, and found himself facing something that made his blood freeze. A ringwraith. The Nazgul stood at the edge of the graveyard, mounted on a beast that was neither horse nor dragon but something horribly in between. Its iron crown caught the moonlight. Its empty hood seemed to drink in the darkness around it. And when it spoke, its voice was like wine through dead leaves. The ring-bearer, it rasped. We have found you at last. Harry's mind raced. This shouldn't be possible. The Nazgul were bound to Sauron, trapped in Middle-earth, unable to pass between worlds without their master's direct intervention. But Galadriel had warned him, the resonance of Narya's presence, combined with Voldemort's Horcrux magic, was creating ripples. Echoes that reached across dimensions. One of the 9 had followed those echoes home. You've been busy, Harry said to Voldemort, not taking his eyes off the ringwraith. Making friends in other dimensions. That's ambitious, even for you. I have learned many things during my years in exile. Voldemort's voice was smug. Things about power beyond the wizarding world. Things about artifacts that make the Deathly Hallows look like children's toys. He gestured at the Nazgul. My new ally has been teaching me. In exchange for a foothold in this world, he offers knowledge. Knowledge of the rings of power. Knowledge of how to forge my own. Harry felt ice in his stomach. You're insane. The rings were made by Sauron. They corrupt everything they touch. They grant immortality. True immortality, not the half-death of Horcruxes. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Imagine it, Potter. A ring forged by my hand, bound to my will, granting eternal life and absolute power. The Dark Lord Sauron failed because he spread his essence too thin, one ring to rule them all. I will learn from his mistakes. You'll destroy yourself. And probably the world in the process. Then the world will burn. Voldemort raised his wand. But first, you will. They came at him from both sides, Voldemort with curses and the Nazgul with a blade that shrieked as it cut the air. Harry threw himself backward, rolling, coming up with his staff blazing. Fire met the Ringwraith's charge and drove it back, the creature screaming in a voice that seemed to come from very far away. But Voldemort pressed the attack, curse after curse slamming into Harry's shields, each impact weakening the flames a little more. Harry couldn't fight them both. Not like this. Not at the same time. He needed to choose. The Nazgul was recovering, its blade still raised, its empty hood fixed on Harry with hatred that transcended death. It was the greater threat, a piece of ancient evil that should never have entered this world. But Voldemort was the immediate enemy. The one who had killed his parents. The one who would burn the wizarding world to ashes if he wasn't stopped. Harry made his choice. He turned his back on the Ringwraith and charged Voldemort with everything he had. The Dark Lord wasn't prepared for a suicide attack. Harry crashed into him like a meteor, staff abandoned, hands wrapping around Voldemort's throat. They went down together, rolling across broken stone and dead grass. Voldemort screamed as Harry's touch burned him. The blood Harry had given for the ritual, it was his mother's sacrifice, still active in his veins. Lily's protection, merged with Narya's fire, turned Harry's skin into a weapon. "You can't kill me!" Voldemort shrieked, his face blistering. "The Horcruxes, I know about the Horcruxes." Harry's voice was very calm. "I've destroyed 2 of them already. The diary and the locket. The ring is next. Then the cup, the diadem, the snake." Voldemort's red eyes went wide with genuine fear. "You didn't know?" Harry smiled grimly. "Galadriel showed me everything, Tom. Every piece of your shattered soul, every hiding place, every weakness. I've been hunting you since before you knew I existed." The Nazgul's blade descended toward Harry's back. He released Voldemort and rolled, barely avoiding the strike. The sword bit deep into the earth where he'd been lying, and the grass blackened and died in a spreading circle. Harry came up on his feet, grabbed his fallen staff, and made a decision he'd been dreading. He reached for Narya's full power. Not the careful, controlled flames he'd been using. Not the restrained fire of a wielder still learning his limits. He opened himself completely to the ring's purpose, to kindle hope, to inspire resistance, to burn away the darkness. The world turned white. Fire erupted from Harry in all directions. It wasn't ordinary fire. It wasn't even magical fire. It was something pure, the essence of light and hope and defiance, channeled through a ring that had been forged to resist the shadow. The Nazgul screamed, a sound of pure agony that seemed to tear the sky. Its form flickered, dissolved, collapsed into wisps of darkness that fled shrieking into the night. Its mount simply ceased to exist, unmade by power it had never been designed to face. Voldemort threw up shields, but they shattered like glass. He disapparated an instant before the flames reached him, vanishing with a crack of displaced air. Harry stood alone in the burning graveyard, power still pouring from him, unable to stop. The fire wanted to consume everything. Every shadow, every hint of darkness, every imperfection in the world. It wanted to purify, to cleanse, to burn until nothing remained but light. And somewhere deep inside himself, Harry wanted it too. This was what Galadriel had warned him about. This was the ring's temptation, not cruelty or domination, but the seductive promise of absolute purity. The belief that if you just burned hot enough, long enough, you could destroy all evil forever. But fire didn't distinguish between evil and innocent. It burned everything equally. Harry forced himself to think of his friends. Ron's nervous laughter. Hermione's fierce determination. Sirius's broken-heeled smile. Aragorn's quiet wisdom. The fire began to recede. He thought of Rivendell, the waterfalls and gardens, the ancient libraries, the peace that permeated every stone. He thought of Galadriel's face when she looked at him, full of pride and fear and love. The flames died. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping, his whole body shaking. Narya was cold against his chest, not warm, not comforting, but cold. The ring had given everything it had, and now it needed to recover. So did Harry. But not here. The graveyard was destroyed, burned to ash and scattered bones. The wards had fallen with the flames. Someone would come to investigate soon. Harry grabbed the Triwizard Cup, still where it had fallen, still functioning as a port key, and wrenched himself back to Hogwarts. He landed on the Quidditch pitch to chaos. The stands were still full, the crowd confused and frightened by his long absence. Dumbledore was pushing through the masses, his face pale with worry. Ministry officials were shouting orders that no one was following. Harry tried to stand. His legs buckled. Dumbledore caught him before he hit the ground. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? Voldemort's back. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. He's got a body again. And he's made contact with the Nazgul. He wants to forge his own ring. Dumbledore's face went grey. The Nazgul? Here. One of them. I drove it off, but it'll be back. They all will. Harry gripped Dumbledore's arm with what little strength he had left. The war just escalated, Professor. We're not just fighting Voldemort anymore. We're fighting something older. Then the darkness took him, and he knew nothing more. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Hermione was asleep in a chair beside his bed, a book open on her lap. Ron was sprawled across 2 chairs near the door, snoring softly. Sirius was sitting by the window, staring out at the grounds with an expression Harry couldn't read. You're awake, Sirius said without turning around. Apparently. Harry tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been stretched and snapped back. What did I miss? Ministry's in denial. Fudge is claiming you're delusional, that Voldemort can't possibly be back. The Prophet is calling you a liar and an attention seeker. Sirius finally turned to face him, and his expression was grim. Dumbledore's been removed from the Wizengamot. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, was found stuffed in a trunk in his own office. The imposter was a Death Eater named Barty Crouch Jr., but he received the Dementor's kiss before he could be properly interrogated. Convenient. Very. Sirius moved to sit on the edge of Harry's bed. What happened in that graveyard, Harry? Dumbledore told me some of it, but... Harry closed his eyes. He could still feel the fire burning through him, could still hear the Nazgul scream, could still see the fear in Voldemort's eyes when he realized Harry knew about the Horcruxes. I showed my hand, he said quietly. I was trying to end it quickly, attack while Voldemort was weak, put him down before he could consolidate power. But he had backup I didn't expect. The Ringwraith. One of the 9. The Nazgul. Harry opened his eyes. Voldemort's been in contact with something from Middle-earth, Sirius. Something that's teaching him about the rings of power. He wants to forge his own. Sirius went very still. Is that possible? I don't know. The rings were made by Sauron, the greatest craftsman of his age, using knowledge that's been lost for millennia. But Voldemort's not trying to replicate them, he's trying to combine them with Horcrux magic. Something new. Something worse. And if he succeeds, then we're not fighting a dark wizard anymore. We're fighting something that could threaten both worlds. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the pain. I need to talk to Galadriel. I need to warn Middle-earth about what's coming. You need to rest. I've been resting for 3 days. The world doesn't stop just because I'm tired. Harry swung his legs over the side of the bed. Where's my staff? Sirius hesitated, then pointed to a corner where the ancient would leaned against the wall. It hasn't stopped glowing since they brought you in. Madame Pomfrey tried to move it twice, and it shocked her both times. Harry reached out with his senses and felt the staff respond, warm and welcoming, like a faithful hound greeting its master. The wood had absorbed some of the power Harry had channeled through it. It was stronger now. More dangerous. So was Harry. "I'm going to Rivendell," he said. "Tonight. I'll be back before term ends." "Harry, this can't wait, Sirius." Harry met his godfather's eyes steadily. "Voldemort is planning something that could destroy everything. Both our worlds. I have to warn them." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I'm coming with you." "What?" "You heard me. I spent 12 years in Azkaban. I've got no job, no prospects, and a ministry that still thinks I'm a criminal half the time. If there's a war coming, a real war, the kind you're describing, I want to be part of it." Sirius's jaw set stubbornly. "Besides, James would never forgive me if I let his son face this alone." Harry studied his godfather's face. There was determination there, and grief, and something that might have been hope. "It's dangerous. So's everything else." Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen since the graveyard. "When do we leave?" The gateway to Rivendell opened at midnight. Harry stepped through with Sirius beside him, the transition between worlds washing over them like walking through a waterfall of light. When it cleared, they were standing in the same clearing where Harry had arrived as an infant, where he'd returned every summer since. But the valley was different tonight. Elves were gathered on the balconies and bridges, their faces grim, their weapons ready. Torches blazed along the paths, unusual for Rivendell, which normally relied on softer illumination. And at the center of it all, standing before the main hall like a general preparing for war, was Elrond. "Harry." The Lord of Rivendell's voice carried across the clearing. "We felt the resonance. The Nazgul's presence in your world. One of them found me. Voldemort summoned it somehow, made some kind of bargain." Harry approached with Sirius trailing behind. "He's planning to forge a ring, Elrond. Combining his magic with what the Nazgul taught him." Elrond's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his ancient eyes. "That is ill news indeed. Come. Galadriel is here, and Gandalf." Harry stopped walking. "Gandalf? The White. He has returned." Elrond's mouth curved slightly. "There is much to discuss." Harry had never met Gandalf. The wizard had died the night Harry was born, passing his mantle to an infant he'd never seen. Everything Harry knew about him came from stories, Elrond's careful histories, Aragorn's fond memories, Galadriel's complex reflections on a colleague she'd known for thousands of years. He hadn't expected to meet the man himself. Gandalf the White was sitting in Elrond's study, smoking a pipe that emitted rings of colored smoke. He was taller than Harry had imagined, with a long white beard and eyes that crinkled with amusement and ancient wisdom. His staff, different from the gray one Harry now carried, leaned against the wall beside him. When Harry entered, Gandalf rose and studied him with unnerving intensity. "So," the wizard said finally. "You're the one who's been carrying my old burden. Let me have a look at you." Harry stood still as Gandalf circled him, examining him from every angle. The wizard's presence was overwhelming, a weight of power and authority that made even Elrond seem diminished by comparison. Yes. I see." Gandalf stopped in front of Harry and met his eyes. "You've been using Narya at nearly full strength. Dangerous, for one so young. The rings were not made for mortal hands. I didn't have a choice. There are always choices. Some are simply less pleasant than others." Gandalf's expression softened slightly. "But you've done well, Harry Potter. Better than I could have hoped. The shard of Voldemort's soul that was in your scar, it's gone. Burned away. Years ago. Good. And the Horcruxes? 2 destroyed. 5 remaining, plus whatever new abomination Voldemort is trying to create." Gandalf nodded slowly. "Galadriel told me of your visions. A ring forged by a mortal Dark Lord, combining the sorcery of his world with the craft of Sauron's servants. Such a thing should be impossible. The knowledge required was lost with Celebrimbor, and even Sauron never shared his deepest secrets with the Nine. The Nazgul that came to my world, it was teaching Voldemort. Offering knowledge in exchange for a foothold. A foothold. Gandalf's eyes went hard. The Nine have never acted independently. They serve Sauron's will absolutely. If one of them is making bargains with mortal sorcerers, then Sauron knows, Galadriel said from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard her approach, but he wasn't surprised. She moved like starlight, present before you realized she'd arrived. He has felt Narya's presence in another world. He has sensed the corruption of Voldemort's soul anchors. And he has sent one of his most powerful servants to investigate. The war in Middle-earth is far from over, Elrond added, entering behind her. The Fellowship succeeded in destroying the One Ring, but Sauron's spirit endures. He is diminished, scattered, but not gone. If he were to gain access to another world, a world without the protections and powers that have limited him here, he would consume it, Gandalf finished grimly. And use its resources to rebuild his strength for another assault on Middle-earth. Harry felt cold despite Narya's warmth. So this isn't just about Voldemort anymore. We're dealing with the possibility of Sauron himself. Not Sauron directly. Not yet. His spirit is too weak to manifest fully, and the barriers between worlds would resist his passage. Galadriel's voice was measured, analytical. But the Nazgul can serve as conduits. Anchors for his influence. If Voldemort succeeds in forging a ring, even a flawed one, it could provide the foundation Sauron needs. A bridge between worlds, Harry said slowly. Built from Voldemort's ambition and Sauron's knowledge. Yes. Gandalf's expression was grave. And once built, it could never be fully destroyed. The corruption would spread until both worlds fell into shadow. The room was silent for a long moment. Harry looked around at the faces of beings who had fought darkness for longer than human civilization had existed. Elrond, who had stood against Sauron at the last alliance. Galadriel, who had borne Nenya through centuries of conflict. Gandalf, who had died and returned to continue the fight. And him. Harry Potter. 17 years old, mortal, carrying a burden that seemed to grow heavier with every passing day. What do we do? He asked. Gandalf smiled, a surprisingly warm expression that transformed his stern features. We do what we have always done, young bearer. We fight. We hope. And we trust that the light will find a way to endure. That's not much of a plan. The best plans rarely are. Gandalf sat back down and resumed smoking his pipe. But I did not come here merely to offer platitudes. I came to give you something. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal vial filled with liquid that glowed like captured starlight. Light of Erendil, Gandalf said. A gift from Galadriel to Frodo, returned after his departure for the Grey Havens. It will burn any darkness it touches, including the darkness of a Ringwraith's blade, or the corruption of a Horcrux. Harry took the vial carefully. It was warm in his hands, pulsing with gentle power. I can use this to destroy the remaining Horcruxes. Among other things. The light is versatile, a weapon, a shield, a beacon of hope in the darkest places. Gandalf's eyes twinkled. It seemed fitting that the heir of my burden should also inherit this gift. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The war is far from over, and your path will only grow harder. Gandalf gestured at Sirius, who had been standing silently in the corner, clearly overwhelmed by his surroundings. Your companion, he is trustworthy. He's my godfather. He spent 12 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He's the most loyal person I know. Good. You'll need loyalty in the days ahead. Gandalf rose and gripped Harry's shoulder with surprising strength. Remember, Harry Potter, the ring you carry was made to kindle hope and inspire resistance. It was not made for conquest or destruction. Use it wisely, and it will serve you well. Abuse it, and it will consume you. I understand. I believe you do. Gandalf released him and picked up his staff. Now, I must return to Middle-earth. The Fellowship's work continues, and Aragorn needs counsel. But I will be watching, Harry. Across the barriers between worlds, I will be watching. He swept out, leaving Harry holding the light of Erendel and feeling the weight of expectations pressed down even harder than before. Galadriel insisted Harry stay for a week. He didn't argue. His body needed rest, and his mind needed time to process everything that had happened. The graveyard. The Nazgul. The revelation of Sauron's interest in his world. Sirius wandered Rivendell like a man in a dream. He spent hours in the libraries, studying histories that made wizarding texts look like children's primers. He trained with Glorfindel, learning fighting techniques that predated wand magic by millennia. He sat with Elrond and talked about grief, about loss, about the long slow work of healing. Harry watched his godfather transform, little by little, into someone who could face the coming war without flinching. On the 5th day, Celeborn found him. She was one of Galadriel's handmaidens, an elf woman with silver hair and eyes the color of autumn leaves. Harry had known her for years, exchanged letters with her during his time at Hogwarts, shared meals and conversations during his summer visits. He'd never noticed before how beautiful she was. "You've been avoiding me," she said, sitting down beside him on the balcony where he'd been watching the sunset. "I've been busy. You've been brooding. There's a difference." She didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "I heard about the graveyard. About what you did. I lost control. You saved yourself. You drove off a ringwraith. You survived a battle that should have killed you." Celeborn turned to face him, and there was something fierce in her expression. "Stop treating your victories like failures, Harry. The world has enough pessimists. I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. You're a fool who thinks he has to carry everything alone." She reached out and touched his cheek, a gesture that made his breath catch. "You have friends. Family. People who would die for you. Stop acting like their support is a burden." Harry caught her hand before she could pull away. "Celeborn. Don't." Her voice was soft but firm. "I know what you're going to say. You're mortal. I'm not. There's no future for us. It would only end in grief." She smiled sadly. "I've heard all the arguments, Harry. I've made most of them myself. But grief is the price of love, and I would rather pay it than never know what we could have been." Harry stared at her. He'd spent so long preparing for war, so long focused on Voldemort and Horcruxes and the endless parade of threats. He'd never let himself think about what came after. Who he might be when the fighting was done. "I could die tomorrow," he said. "In the next battle, or the one after that. I'm not immortal like you. None of us are truly immortal. Even elves can fade, can fall, can choose to pass beyond the circles of the world." Celeborn's fingers intertwined with his. "But that is tomorrow's sorrow. Tonight, we are both here. Is that not enough?" Harry thought about Aragorn and Arwen. About the choice Arwen had made, to give up immortality for the man she loved. About the grief that choice would bring, and the joy that came before. "It's enough," he said quietly. Celeborn smiled, and for one perfect moment, the war seemed very far away. Harry returned to Hogwarts 2 days before term ended. The school was in chaos. Ministry officials swarmed everywhere, asking questions, taking statements, looking for evidence that Harry was lying about Voldemort's return. Dumbledore had been officially dismissed as headmaster, replaced by Dolores Umbridge, a ministry toady who seemed to take personal pleasure in tormenting students. Harry ignored all of it. He had bigger concerns. The Horcruxes, he told Hermione and Ron during their first private meeting. We need to accelerate the hunt. Voldemort's plan, the ring he's trying to forge, it changes everything. How do we even find them? Ron asked. The diary and locket are destroyed, but we don't know where the others are hidden. The ring is in the Gaunt Shack. Dumbledore's been tracking it for months, he thinks he knows how to get past the protections. Harry spread out a rough map he'd drawn from memory. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem is hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, I'm not sure where, but the room of requirement seems likely. The snake stays with Voldemort himself. And we're supposed to break into Gringotts, search all of Hogwarts, and kill a giant snake that never leaves the Dark Lord's side. Hermione's voice was skeptical. That's ambitious. It's necessary. Voldemort can't be killed while the Horcruxes exist, and we can't let him finish forging that ring. Every day we delay is a day he gets closer to something that could end both worlds. Ron exchanged glances with Hermione. Something passed between them, that silent communication Harry had noticed before, growing stronger over the years. Okay, Ron said finally. What do we do first? Harry smiled grimly. We finish the school year. We graduate. And then we go to war. Summer came with thunder and rain. Dumbledore found the ring in the Gaunt Shack and nearly died retrieving it. The curse on the Horcrux withered his hand, spreading corruption that Snape could only slow, not stop. He had a year to live, maybe less. Harry destroyed the ring with the light of Erendel, watching as the soul fragments screamed and dissolved into nothing. 3 Horcruxes down. 4 to go. The Ministry continued to deny Voldemort's return, even as Death Eater attacks increased and Muggle disappearances made headline news. Umbridge turned Hogwarts into a prison camp, banning clubs, monitoring mail, torturing students who stepped out of line. Harry built a resistance. Dumbledore's army, they called themselves. Students from every house, training in secret, preparing for the war the Ministry refused to acknowledge. Harry taught them everything he could, combat magic, defensive techniques, the tactical thinking he'd learned from Aragorn and Glorfindel. By Christmas, they had 50 members. By Easter, over 100. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries happened in June. Voldemort lured Harry there with a false vision, hoping to retrieve a prophecy the Ministry had been guarding. Harry went anyway, not because he believed the vision, but because he knew Voldemort would be there. The Death Eaters came in force. The Order of the Phoenix came to help. The battle raged through the halls of the Ministry, destroying decades of carefully filed paperwork and ancient magical artifacts. Harry faced Voldemort directly for the second time. The Dark Lord was stronger now, more stable in his new body, more practiced with his returned powers. But Harry had been training too. Had been preparing. Had been waiting. Their duel brought down the ceiling of the Hall of Prophecy. Voldemort fled when Dumbledore arrived, but not before the entire wizarding world saw him. The Ministry couldn't deny his return anymore. Fudge was removed from office. The war was officially acknowledged. And in the chaos of the battle, Sirius fell through the veil of death. Harry didn't mourn. He couldn't afford to. The war was accelerating, the stakes rising higher with every passing day. Voldemort's plans for the ring were progressing. Harry could feel it through Narya, a growing wrongness in the fabric of reality, like a wound that refused to heal. Instead of grief, Harry channeled everything into preparation. The cup was next. Gringotts. The most secure vault in Britain, protected by wards and dragons and goblin magic that had turned away thieves for centuries. Harry broke in anyway. He used polyjuice, cunning, and when those failed, raw power. The goblins weren't prepared for fire that burned through their protections like paper. The dragon wasn't prepared for a command word that made it cower instead of attack. Harry found the cup and destroyed it with the light of Erendel. 4 Horcruxes down. 3 to go. The diadem was easier. Harry found the room of requirement, searched through centuries of accumulated junk, and located Ravenclaw's lost artifact hidden behind a cabinet full of vanishing powder. He destroyed that too. 5 Horcruxes down. 2 to go. The snake and Voldemort himself remained. The final battle happened at Hogwarts. Voldemort's army came at midnight, Death Eaters and giants and werewolves and things Harry didn't have names for. The defenders of Hogwarts met them at the gates, teachers and students and order members fighting side by side. Harry went straight for Voldemort. He found the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by his inner circle, Nagini coiled at his feet. The air around them crackled with wrongness, the half-formed ring Voldemort had been crafting, not yet complete but already radiating corruption. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, smiling his lipless smile. "Come to die. Come to end this." They faced each other across the clearing, 2 sides of a prophecy that had shaped both their lives. The Death Eaters formed a ring around them, wands raised, ready to intervene if their master needed help. None of them noticed the snake slipping away into the underbrush. None of them noticed Neville Longbottom, sword of Gryffindor in hand, following it. "You know," Voldemort said conversationally, "I've been looking forward to this. Our last meeting was unsatisfying. You ran before I could properly enjoy your suffering. I drove off a ringwraith and nearly killed you in the process. What exactly were you expecting? More screaming. Less competence." Voldemort raised his wand. "But I've prepared for you this time, Harry. I know what you are now. What the elves made you. And I've taken precautions." He gestured, and the Nazgul emerged from the trees. Not one of them. 3. The ringwraiths circled Harry with predatory patience. Their presence was cold, colder than Dementors, colder than anything Harry had felt before. They radiated despair not by feeding on emotion but by their very existence, by the wrongness of things that should have died millennia ago still walking the earth. "Did you think I wouldn't learn from our last encounter?" Voldemort's voice dripped with satisfaction. "The Nazgul remember your fire, Harry. They've prepared countermeasures." Harry could feel it, wards around each of the ringwraiths, dark magic woven tight, dampening the effect of flame. Not enough to make them immune, but enough to slow him down. Enough to give them a chance. 3 Nazgul, Harry said. 3 of the 9. That's quite an investment. Sauron is very interested in this world. In you, specifically. Voldemort stepped closer, seemingly unconcerned about being caught in any crossfire. The ring-bearer who isn't a ring-bearer. The mortal who wields a ring of power without succumbing to its corruption. You're a puzzle, Harry. Sauron wants you solved. Tell Sauron he can go back to being a shapeless void. I'm not interested in his puzzles. You don't get a choice. Voldemort attacked. The spell was something Harry didn't recognize, dark, twisted, screaming as it flew. Harry dodged, rolled, came up with his staff blazing. But the Nazgul were already moving, blades drawn, cutting off his escape routes. He fought 3 directions at once. Fire for Voldemort, bursts of Narya's power that the Dark Lord deflected with increasingly desperate shields. Steel for the Nazgul, his staff becoming a weapon, blocking strikes that would have killed him instantly. And beneath it all, the constant pressure of despair, of cold, of ancient malice pressing against his will. The Death Eaters watched in silence, too terrified to interfere. Harry couldn't win. He knew it with cold certainty. 3 ringwraiths and Voldemort together were beyond him. Even with Narya's full power, even with everything he'd learned, he couldn't fight them all. But he didn't need to win. He needed to survive long enough for Neville to finish the job. The moment came without warning. Harry felt it through Narya, a sudden brightness, a burning away of something foul. Somewhere in the forest, Neville Longbottom had caught the snake. Had raised the sword of Gryffindor. Had struck true. Nagini was dead. The last Horcrux, the true last Horcrux, now that Harry's scar was clean, had been destroyed. Voldemort screamed. It was a sound of pure agony, of a soul suddenly incomplete. He dropped to his knees, his wand falling from nerveless fingers, his red eyes wide with terror. The Nazgul hesitated. Their master's ally was weakened. Their purpose was suddenly uncertain. Harry didn't hesitate. He gathered every scrap of power he possessed, Narya's fire, Gandalf's legacy, the light of Erendel, his own mortal will, and unleashed it in a single devastating wave. The clearing became a sun. Light poured from Harry in all directions, burning away shadows, tearing through wards, scouring darkness from every corner. The Nazgul screamed and fled, their forms dissolving as they passed beyond the reach of his power. The Death Eaters dropped unconscious, overwhelmed by energy their bodies couldn't process. And Voldemort, Tom Riddle, the darkest wizard of his age, looked up at Harry with something that might have been recognition. "So," he whispered. "This is how it ends." "Yes," Harry said. "It is." He raised his staff and called down fire. Voldemort burned. Not just his body, his soul. What remained of it, at least, shattered and scattered by the destruction of his Horcruxes. The fire consumed everything, purifying the corruption, destroying the darkness, leaving nothing behind but ash and memory. When it was over, Harry stood alone in a scorched clearing, surrounded by unconscious Death Eaters and the lingering smell of burnt earth. Voldemort was gone. Forever. The war ended that night. The Death Eaters surrendered or fled. The Ministry regrouped. The dead were mourned, the wounded healed, the damaged repaired. Harry walked through the aftermath like a ghost, accepting congratulations he didn't want, answering questions he didn't care about, waiting for something he couldn't name. He found it in the astronomy tower, at dawn. Celebwen was waiting for him. "You did it," she said. "You actually did it. We did it. Everyone who fought. Everyone who sacrificed." Harry sat down beside her, suddenly exhausted beyond words. It doesn't feel like victory. Victory rarely does. Not the real kind. She took his hand, her fingers warm against his skin. The Nazgul fled. All three of them. They're back in Middle-earth now, diminished by what you did. Sauron's influence in your world has been severed. For now. For now. But the breach you sealed will take centuries to reopen, and by then. She smiled slightly. By then, your world will be ready. Harry looked out at the sunrise, watching light spread across the damaged grounds. Students were emerging from the castle, some crying, some laughing, all alive. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now you rest. Heal. Figure out who you want to be when you're not fighting." "I don't know how to do that." "You'll learn." Celebwen leaned her head against his shoulder. "You have time, Harry. For the first time in your life, you have time." Harry thought about that. About the Horcruxes destroyed, the Dark Lord dead, the immediate threats ended. About the choices that lay ahead, choices that weren't about survival, but about living. "Stay with me," he said quietly. "While I figure it out." "Always," she answered. The sun rose over Hogwarts, and Harry Potter, heir of Gandalf, bearer of Narya, survivor of prophecy, finally allowed himself to hope. Chapter 6, The Triwizard Gambit. 3 months after Voldemort's death, Harry realized the war wasn't over. He was in Rivendell when the first reports arrived. Disturbances in the north of Middle-earth. Shadows gathering in places that should have been cleansed. Whispers of something ancient stirring in the depths of Dol Guldur, the fortress Sauron had once used as his base. "The Nazgul you drove off," Gandalf said, his expression troubled. "They carried knowledge back to their master. Knowledge of your world, your magic, your weaknesses." Harry set down the book he'd been reading. "Sauron's making a move. Not Sauron himself. Not yet. But his servants are, experimenting." Gandalf paced the study, his white robes seeming to glow in the afternoon light. The fragment of ring lore that Voldemort attempted to use, it wasn't destroyed when he died. It was scattered. Pieces of the knowledge, the methodology, the intent, they're floating through the void between worlds like seeds on the wind. And Sauron's trying to gather them. His servants are the Nazgul, primarily, but also other agents we haven't identified. Gandalf stopped pacing and met Harry's eyes. If they succeed in reconstructing what Voldemort was attempting, if they find a way to forge a bridge between worlds without the limitations that currently constrain them, then everything I did was pointless. Harry stood, his hand moving instinctively to Narya. Voldemort's dead, but his legacy could still doom us all. That is the danger, yes. Gandalf's voice was heavy. I had hoped to give you time to recover. Time to live. But it seems fate has other plans. Harry thought about Celeborn, waiting for him in Lothlorien. About the future they'd started to imagine together. About the peace he'd barely begun to taste. Tell me what needs to be done, he said. The mission was simple in concept and terrifying in execution. Harry had to travel to Dol Guldur, the heart of Sauron's power in Middle-earth, and destroy whatever the Nazgul were building before it could be completed. He would be going into enemy territory, facing creatures that had nearly killed him even with allies at his side. He would be going alone. Absolutely not, Aragorn said when he heard the plan. I forbid it. You're not in a position to forbid me anything. Harry's voice was calm but firm. You have your own responsibilities, Aragorn. The reconstruction of Gondor, the unification of the kingdoms. You can't abandon your people for a mission that might take months. Then send someone else. Glorfindel can't wield Narya. Neither can anyone else. Harry touched the ring through his shirt. The fire is what they fear. The fire is what can destroy their work. It has to be me. Aragorn's jaw tightened. They stood in the courtyard of Minas Tirith, the white city gleaming around them. Aragorn had been crowned king 3 months ago, a ceremony Harry had attended, standing proudly beside the man who'd been like an older brother to him for years. Now that brother looked like he wanted to lock Harry in a tower for his own protection. You could die, Aragorn said quietly. Alone, in that cursed place, with no one to witness your fall. Is that what you want? What I want is irrelevant. What matters is what's necessary. Harry gripped Aragorn's shoulder. I'll come back. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. I've never broken a promise to you, Aragorn. I don't intend to start now. They stood in silence for a long moment. Then Aragorn pulled Harry into a fierce embrace. Be careful, he said roughly. And when you return, we will celebrate properly. With wine and song and far too much pipeweed. I'll hold you to that. Harry stepped back, adjusted his staff, and walked toward the gates. He didn't look back. The journey north took 3 weeks. Harry traveled light, just his staff, his wand, a pack of supplies, and Narya burning steadily against his chest. He avoided roads and settlements, moving through the wilderness like a shadow, using every technique Aragorn had taught him to remain undetected. The land changed as he traveled. The lush forests of Gondor gave way to sparser growth, then to rocky highlands, then to a blighted landscape where nothing grew at all. The closer he got to Dol Guldur, the more the corruption pressed against his senses, a constant pressure, like walking into a headwind made of despair. He reached the fortress on a moonless night. Dol Guldur rose from the corrupted forest like a tumor, its black towers clawing at the sky. Even from a distance, Harry could feel the wrongness emanating from it, not just the lingering taint of Sauron's presence, but something newer. Something that felt almost familiar. Voldemort's magic. Twisted, scattered, but recognizable. They were using it. Combining it with their own dark craft, trying to forge something that should never exist. Harry approached the walls in shadow, his senses extended, searching for guards. There were few, the Nazgul apparently relied more on the fortress's inherent dread to keep intruders away than on conventional defense. A mistake. Their last mistake, if Harry had anything to say about it. The interior of Dol Guldur was a maze of crumbling stone and creeping shadow. Harry moved through it like a ghost, his staff casting just enough light to see by, Narya's warmth keeping the worst of the despair at bay. He could feel the Nazgul's presence somewhere ahead, a cold spot in the darkness, a concentration of malice that made his scar itch even though the Horcrux had been gone for years. He found them in the heart of the fortress. The chamber was massive, vaulted, lit by sickly green flames that cast no warmth. In the center stood an anvil of black iron, and upon it lay something that made Harry's blood run cold. A ring. Not complete, not yet. The metal was still cooling, the shape still rough, the enchantment still being woven. But it was recognizably a ring, and it radiated corruption so intense that Harry could taste it on his tongue. 3 Nazgul stood around the anvil, their hands raised, their voices chanting in a language that hurt to hear. Power flowed from them into the ring, dark power, ancient power, the accumulated malice of thousands of years of existence. And bound to the wall behind them, barely conscious, was a figure Harry hadn't expected. Draco Malfoy. Harry's mind raced. Draco Malfoy. Son of a Death Eater, former enemy, someone Harry had barely thought about since Voldemort's death. What was he doing here? How had the Nazgul gotten their hands on him? Then he saw the cuts on Draco's arms, the runes carved into his flesh, and understood. Blood. They needed blood from someone connected to Voldemort's magic, someone who had borne the dark mark, someone whose essence was tangled with the craft they were trying to rebuild. Draco's father had been one of Voldemort's most devoted followers. Draco himself had been marked, had participated in rituals, had been steeped in that specific flavor of darkness. They were using him as a component. A living ingredient in their abomination. Harry had 2 choices. He could attack now, while the Nazgul were focused on their work, and try to destroy the ring before it could be completed. Or he could wait, gather more information, look for a better opportunity. Draco's head lifted. His eyes, glazed with pain and exhaustion, found Harry's position in the shadows. He didn't call out. Didn't give any sign of recognition. But something in his expression changed, a tiny spark of hope in the midst of despair. Harry made his choice. Fire erupted from his staff in a concentrated beam. The Nazgul scattered, their chanting interrupted, their work disrupted. The ring on the anvil cracked, a tiny fissure, barely visible, but enough to halt the enchantment process. "Who dares?" one of them screeched, its voice like tearing metal. "Me." Harry stepped out of the shadows, Narya blazing on his hand, his staff raised. "I dare." They came at him all at once. The first Nazgul's blade met his staff with a clash that shook the chamber. Harry twisted, dodged, let fire flow through the ancient wood. The ringwraith screamed and fell back, its robes smoking. The second came from behind. Harry spun, ducked beneath its strike, and drove his palm into its chest. Narya's power flared, and the creature flew backward, crashing into the far wall. The third was smarter. It didn't attack directly, instead, it raised its hand and spoke a word that made the air itself seem to solidify. Harry felt pressure closing in from all sides, crushing, suffocating. He spoke a word of his own. The Quenya command cut through the dark magic like a knife through silk. The pressure vanished. The Nazgul staggered, clearly surprised that its spell had been so easily countered. Harry didn't give it time to recover. He charged forward, staff blazing, and drove the burning end directly into the ringwraith's hood. Fire poured into the empty space, seeking the spark of existence that kept the creature animate. The Nazgul screamed, a sound of pure agony that seemed to go on forever. Then it collapsed, its robes falling empty, its presence fading from the world. The other 2 fled. Harry let them go. He had more important concerns. Draco was barely conscious when Harry cut him loose. "Potter," he mumbled, his voice slurred. Of course it's you. Can't even get tortured by ancient evil without you showing up. You're welcome. Harry lowered him carefully to the ground and examined the rune cuts on his arms. The damage was severe, magical as well as physical, but not irreparable. Can you walk? Can't feel my legs. Then I'll carry you. Harry turned to the anvil, where the cracked ring still lay. After I deal with this. The ring called to him. Even incomplete, even flawed, it radiated power that made Narya seem like a candle next to a bonfire. It promised strength, immortality, dominion over life and death. It whispered that he could finish what Voldemort started, forge a proper ring, one that served light instead of darkness, one that could protect both worlds forever. Harry reached for the light of Erendel. The vial glowed in his hand, starlight made liquid, purity incarnate. He uncorked it and poured a single drop onto the cracked ring. The metal shrieked. It was almost human, that sound, a cry of rage and pain and frustrated ambition. The ring writhed on the anvil, trying to escape, trying to reform. But the light was relentless. It seeped into every crack, every flaw, every trace of corruption. The ring dissolved into ash. Harry stood over the remains, breathing hard, feeling the wrongness drain out of the chamber like water from a broken vessel. It was done. The Nazgul's work was destroyed. The bridge between worlds would not be built. That was dramatic, Draco said from behind him. Very heroic. Very Potter. Can you complain after I get you out of here? The remaining ringwraiths will be back with reinforcements. Just one question. Draco's voice was weak but determined. Why did you save me? We were never friends. I was horrible to you at school. My father tried to kill you multiple times. Harry helped him to his feet, taking most of his weight. Because leaving you to die would make me no better than them. Because you were a victim here, not a volunteer. Because, he paused, searching for the right words. Because the war is over, Malfoy. We can keep being enemies, or we can start being something else. Draco was quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he laughed, a weak, pained sound, but genuine. Potter, you're the strangest person I've ever met. And I've met some very strange people. I'll take that as a compliment. Now move. We have a long way to go. The journey back was harder than the journey there. Draco couldn't walk for the first week. Harry carried him on his back, moving slower, taking more rest breaks, constantly watching for pursuit. The two remaining Nazgul were out there somewhere, and they wouldn't forget what Harry had done. But the pursuit never came. Maybe they were regrouping. Maybe they'd returned to Mordor to report their failure. Maybe destroying the ring had weakened them enough that they didn't dare face Harry again. Whatever the reason, Harry and Draco made it back to Rivendell without further incident. Elrond took one look at Draco's injuries and immediately began treatment. The rune cuts were complex, they'd been designed to slowly drain their victim's magical essence and channel it into the ring-forging process. Reversing the damage would take months. You'll stay here, Elrond told Draco, his tone brooking no argument. Until you're fully healed. In an elvish valley. Being treated by immortal beings from another dimension. Draco's voice was flat. My father would have a heart attack. Your father is in Azkaban, Harry pointed out. He's not in a position to object to anything. True. Draco settled back against his pillows, looking around the elegant chamber with something like wonder. This is really happening, isn't it? Elves. Other worlds. Magic that makes our wands look like toys. He shook his head. I thought I understood power. I didn't understand anything. Most people don't. The ones who think they do are usually the most dangerous. Draco was quiet for a moment. Then, thank you. For saving me. I know I didn't deserve it. Maybe not. But you have a chance now to become someone who does. Harry moved toward the door. Get some rest. Elrond's healing is effective, but it works better if you don't fight it. Potter. Harry paused at the threshold. The ring they were making. It felt like the Dark Lord. Like his magic was still alive in it somehow. It was. Pieces of his knowledge, his craft, scattered when he died. The Nazgul were trying to gather them. Harry's voice hardened. They failed. And they won't get another chance. He left Draco to his recovery and went to find Celeborn. She was waiting in the garden where they'd first kissed. Harry hadn't sent word ahead, hadn't known himself when he'd arrive, but somehow she was there. Elves had ways of sensing things that defied mortal understanding. You came back, she said, rising to meet him. I promised I would. You look terrible. I feel worse. Harry let her pull him into an embrace, let himself lean against her strength for the first time in weeks. It's done. The ring is destroyed. The Nazgul are scattered. I know. The news arrived yesterday. Galadriel felt the moment you destroyed their work. Celeborn pulled back to look at him, her autumn leaf eyes searching his face. You're exhausted. Depleted. You pushed yourself too hard. There wasn't a choice. There's always a choice. You just didn't like the alternatives. She guided him toward a bench, sitting beside him, keeping hold of his hand. Rest now. The world can survive without you for a few days. Harry wanted to argue. There was always more to do, more threats to address, more preparation required. But his body overruled his mind. His eyes closed, and within moments, he was asleep. Celeborn watched him for a long time, her expression a mixture of love and sorrow. He carried so much. Bore so many burdens. And he would never stop, she knew. Not as long as darkness existed anywhere in any world. She could only hope he would survive long enough to enjoy the light. 2 weeks later, Galadriel summoned Harry to her mirror. The water showed images that made his blood run cold. Britain. His homeland. The wizarding world he'd thought he'd saved. Dark mark in the sky over London. Ministry headquarters in flames. Bodies in the streets. What is this? Harry demanded. Voldemort is dead. I destroyed him myself. Voldemort is dead. But his followers are not. Galadriel's voice was heavy. In your absence, the Death Eaters have regrouped. They follow new leadership now, someone who has taken up the Dark Lord's cause. The image shifted, focusing on a figure standing atop the ruins of the ministry. Tall. Blonde. Wearing robes that had once been white but were now stained with blood and ash. Lucius Malfoy, Harry breathed. He escaped Azkaban 3 weeks ago. Since then, he has gathered the surviving Death Eaters, recruited new followers from the Chaos, and launched a systematic campaign of terror against the wizarding government. Galadriel's expression was grim. He blames you for his lord's death. For his son's disappearance. For everything. Draco's here. Recovering. Lucius doesn't know that. He believes you killed his son along with his master. The mirror rippled, showing new scenes, battles, destruction, suffering. The Order of the Phoenix is fighting back, but they're overwhelmed. Without you, without Dumbledore. Harry's heart clenched. What happened to Dumbledore? The mirror showed an image that would haunt Harry for the rest of his life. Albus Dumbledore, lying broken at the base of Hogwarts' astronomy tower. His cursed hand, the injury from the gaunt ring that had been slowly killing him, had finally claimed its victim. But the fall hadn't been from the curse. He'd been pushed. Severus Snape, Galadriel said quietly. He returned to the Death Eaters after Voldemort's death. Apparently, his loyalty was always more complex than anyone understood. Harry felt rage building in his chest, cold, focused rage that made Narya pulse in response. Snape. The man who'd hated him from the moment they met. The man Dumbledore had trusted despite everything. "I'm going back," he said. "Tonight. Harry, they need me. My friends, my world, everyone I swore to protect. I can't stay here while they suffer." He met Galadriel's eyes. "I won't." She studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "I expected as much. Which is why I've already prepared the gateway." She touched his cheek gently. "Be careful, Harry. Lucius Malfoy is not Voldemort, but he is cunning and ruthless and has nothing left to lose. Underestimating him could be fatal. I don't intend to underestimate anyone ever again." "Good." She stepped back. "Go. Save your world. And when it's done, I'll come home." Harry managed a small smile. "I always come home." He landed in the ruins of Hogsmeade at midnight. The village had been destroyed, buildings burned, streets cratered, bodies left where they'd fallen. Harry walked through the devastation with his staff in hand, Narya blazing openly on his finger. Let them see him coming. Let them know he'd returned. He found survivors in the basement of the Three Broomsticks. Madame Rosmerta, wounded but alive. A handful of students who'd been caught in the attack. An Auror named Tonks, who Harry remembered from the Order. "Potter." Tonks stared at him like she was seeing a ghost. "You're alive. We thought, when you disappeared, I was in Middle-earth. Dealing with another threat." Harry crouched beside her, examining her injuries. "Broken ribs, probably. Internal bleeding. What's the situation?" "Bad. Malfoy's forces control most of the Ministry. Hogwarts is under siege, the remaining teachers are holding the castle, but they can't last much longer. The Order's been scattered, picked off one by one." Tonks coughed, blood flecking her lips. "We're losing, Potter. We're losing badly." "Not anymore." Harry pulled out the light of Erendel. He'd refilled the vial in Rivendell, and let a single drop fall on Tonks' chest. The starlight seeped into her wounds, and she gasped as the healing began. "Can you fight? Give me 10 minutes and a wand, and I'll fight anything." "Good." Harry stood. "Gather everyone who can move. We're going to Hogwarts." The siege of Hogwarts was a nightmare. Death Eaters surrounded the castle, bombarding the ancient wards with curses that made the stone walls groan. Giants patrolled the perimeter, crushing anyone who tried to escape. Dementors circled overhead, their presence turning the air cold and heavy with despair. Inside the castle, the defenders were making their last stand. McGonagall led them. She'd taken over after Dumbledore's death, her grief transformed into iron determination. The remaining professors fought beside her, along with the older students who'd refused to evacuate. They'd held the castle for 3 weeks, but their numbers were dwindling. Their supplies were running low. They were dying, slowly but surely. Harry approached from the forest, his small force following behind. Tonks had recovered enough to walk. Madame Rosmerta had found a wand somewhere. The students were terrified but determined. It wasn't much of an army. But it was what he had. "Potter," someone whispered as they moved through the trees. "How are we supposed to break through that?" "We're not." Harry studied the enemy positions, calculating angles, distances, probabilities. "We're going to go over them." "Over?" But Harry raised his staff and began to chant. The words were Quenya, a summoning, a calling, a request for aid from those who dwelt in the spaces between worlds. It was a spell he'd never used before, one Gandalf had taught him in theory but warned him about in practice. It required an enormous amount of power. It was dangerous to the caster. And it might not even work. But Harry was out of options. The air began to shimmer. Light gathered, swirled, coalesced into forms that made the Death Eaters shout in alarm. Eagles. Not ordinary eagles, great eagles, the servants of Manwë, creatures of legend and myth. They materialized from the light, their wingspans broader than houses, their eyes blazing with ancient intelligence. The largest of them landed before Harry and regarded him with something that might have been amusement. "Heir of Olorin," it said, its voice resonating in Harry's mind. "You summon us to battle in a world not our own. This is irregular. These people need help. I didn't have anyone else to call." "No." The eagle's gaze swept over the Death Eater lines, the giants, the circling Dementors. "You face darkness everywhere you go, young one. It is your nature, it seems. Maybe. Will you help?" The eagle was silent for a long moment. Then it spread its massive wings. "We will carry you and yours to the castle. We will not fight your battles, that is not our purpose. But we will ensure you reach your allies." Its beak curved in what might have been a smile. "Make good use of the chance, Heir of Olorin. The lords of the West grow tired of your world's constant crises. I'll try to wrap this up quickly." The eagle laughed, a strange, rumbling sound, and lowered itself for Harry to mount. Moments later, they were airborne. The Death Eaters didn't know what hit them. Harry and his small force descended on the castle like lightning, the eagles carrying them over the siege lines before anyone could react. They landed in the courtyard, the massive birds immediately taking flight again, their part in this drama concluded. McGonagall met them at the doors. "Potter." Her voice cracked slightly. "You came back." "I always come back." Harry strode past her into the castle. "What's our status?" 53 defenders, including wounded. Enough supplies for another week, maybe less. The wards are failing, Malfoy's been using some kind of dark ritual to erode them. McGonagall fell into step beside him. "We've been holding on by our fingernails, Potter. If you hadn't arrived, I'm here now. That's what matters." Harry reached the great hall, where the defenders had gathered. Familiar faces looked up at him, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, dozens of others who'd fought beside him before. "Everyone listen. We don't have much time, so I'll keep this brief." He climbed onto the raised platform at the front of the hall. "Voldemort is dead. I killed him myself, and he's not coming back. But his followers have decided to continue his war, and they've put Lucius Malfoy in charge." Harry let his gaze sweep across the room. "Malfoy is smart, ruthless, and has nothing left to lose. He believes I killed his son, and he won't stop until I'm dead or he is." "Did you?" someone called out. "Kill his son?" "No. Draco Malfoy is alive and recovering from injuries sustained while being tortured by creatures from another dimension." Harry let that sink in. The war we're fighting isn't just about Britain anymore. It's about something bigger, forces from other worlds that want to use our conflicts for their own purposes. I've been dealing with those forces, which is why I haven't been here." "What forces?" Hermione pushed forward, her face pale but determined. "Harry, what's going on?" "I'll explain everything when this is over. Right now, all you need to know is that I'm back, I'm not leaving again, and we're going to end this tonight." Harry raised his staff, letting Narya's light fill the hall. "Malfoy thinks he's winning. He thinks we're beaten, broken, ready to surrender. Let's show him how wrong he is." The defenders cheered, a ragged sound, exhausted but defiant. Harry smiled grimly and began to plan. The counterattack came at dawn. Harry led the charge himself, staff blazing, fire pouring from him in waves that scattered the Death Eater lines. Behind him came the defenders of Hogwarts, professors and students and order members, fighting with desperate courage. The giants fell first. Harry brought them down with focused bursts of power, targeting their eyes, their joints, the weak points that centuries of combat experience had taught him to find. They crashed to earth like falling mountains. The Dementors came next. Harry's Patronus, the stag, blazing with Narya's fire, drove them back, and the other defenders followed his example. 100 corporeal patronuses filled the sky, pushing the dark creatures away from the castle. And then there was just Malfoy. Lucius stood at the center of his forces, his wand raised, his face twisted with hatred. Around him were his most loyal followers, the inner circle of Death Eaters, the ones who had escaped justice after Voldemort's fall. "Potter!" Malfoy screamed. "Face me, you coward! Face me for what you've done!" Harry walked toward him, the battle raging around them, his eyes never leaving his enemy's face. "Lucius." His voice was calm, almost conversational. "You should surrender. Your forces are broken. Your cause is lost. There's no reason for more people to die. No reason." Malfoy laughed, a wild, broken sound. "You killed the Dark Lord. You destroyed everything I believed in. You took my son, your son is alive." That stopped Malfoy cold. Draco was captured by forces beyond this world, forces connected to Voldemort's obsession with immortality. "I rescued him. He's recovering in a place called Rivendell, being healed by beings older than human civilization." "You're lying." "I'm not. And you know I'm not." Harry took another step forward. "This is over, Lucius. Voldemort is dead, and his dream died with him. You can keep fighting, keep killing, keep destroying, but in the end, you'll lose. You've already lost. The only question is how many more people have to die before you accept it." Malfoy's wand trembled in his hand. His eyes were wild, searching Harry's face for any sign of deception. "How do I know you're telling the truth? About Draco?" Harry reached into his pocket and withdrew a ring. Silver, engraved with the Malfoy crest. Draco had given it to him before he left Rivendell, specifically for this moment. "He said you'd recognize this. Said it was his grandmother's, that you gave it to him on his 17th birthday." Harry held it out. "He also said to tell you that he's done with the darkness. That he wants something different now. Something better." Malfoy stared at the ring. His wand lowered slightly. "My son is alive," he whispered. "Yes. And you, saved him?" "Yes." For a long moment, nothing happened. The battle continued around them, curses flying, people screaming, the chaos of combat. But in the eye of the storm, Lucius Malfoy stood frozen, staring at a ring that represented everything he'd thought he'd lost. Then his wand clattered to the ground. "Enough," he said, his voice hollow. "It's enough." The Death Eaters looked to their leader, confusion spreading through their ranks. When Malfoy didn't move, didn't fight, didn't give any orders, they began to surrender, one by one. The Battle of Hogwarts was over. The aftermath took months. Trials for the captured Death Eaters. Reconstruction of the Ministry. Memorial services for the fallen. Harry attended all of it, did his duty, said the right things at the right times. But his heart was elsewhere. "You're thinking about going back," Hermione said one afternoon. They were sitting by the Black Lake, watching the giant squid lazily circle beneath the surface. "To Middle-earth. I'm thinking about a lot of things." "That's not an answer." Harry smiled slightly. "No, it's not." He was quiet for a moment. "There's someone there. Someone I care about. And there's still work to do, the Nazgul are weakened but not destroyed, and Sauron's spirit still lingers. The war in Middle-earth isn't over any more than the war here was. But it's not your war. You're not from there. I'm not entirely from here either. Not anymore." Harry looked at his hands, scarred, calloused, bearing the marks of battles in two worlds. "I've spent my whole life preparing to fight. First Voldemort, then the Nazgul, then Lucius. There's always another enemy, another battle, another crisis that needs me. And now I'm tired." The admission surprised him even as he made it. "I'm tired, Hermione. I've been fighting since before I could walk. I've watched people die, killed people myself, carried burdens that would have broken anyone else. And I'm only 18. You're allowed to rest. You know that, right? You saved us. Multiple times. If anyone's earned some peace, that's the thing, though. I don't know if I can rest. If I stop moving, stop fighting, stop being the hero everyone expects me to be. He trailed off. I don't know who I am when I'm not at war. Hermione reached over and took his hand. Then maybe it's time you found out. Harry left Britain 2 weeks later. He said goodbye to his friends, his allies, everyone who'd stood beside him through the darkness. He left instructions with the ministry, arrangements with Gringotts, letters for anyone who might need to reach him. Then he stepped through the gateway to Rivendell and didn't look back. Celeborn was waiting for him, as she always was. You came back, she said. I always come back. He pulled her into his arms. I'm done, Celeborn. With the fighting, the politics, the endless cycle of crisis and recovery. I want something else now. What do you want? Harry thought about it. Really thought, for perhaps the first time in his life. I want to wake up without wondering what threat I'll face today. I want to read books for pleasure instead of strategy. I want to learn things that don't have military applications. He looked into her eyes, ancient, beautiful, patient. I want to be with you. For as long as I have. That may not be very long. You're mortal, Harry. I'm not. I know. I've always known. He touched her face gently. But you said it yourself, grief is the price of love. I'd rather pay it than never know what we could have been. Celeborn's smile was radiant. Then stay. Stay as long as you can. And let the rest of the world take care of itself for a while. Harry nodded. For the first time in his life, he let go of the weight he'd been carrying, the expectations, the responsibilities, the constant pressure to be more than human. He was just Harry now. Just a man, standing in a garden, holding the woman he loved. It was enough. It was more than enough. Chapter 7, Heir of Fire. 5 years passed like water through open fingers. Harry learned what peace felt like. He woke each morning in Rivendell beside Celeborn, watching dawn paint the valley in shades of gold and rose. He read books that had nothing to do with combat or strategy, poetry, philosophy, the histories of ages so remote that even the elves considered them ancient. He walked the forests with no purpose other than walking, sat by waterfalls with no agenda other than listening. He learned to be still. Aragorn visited when he could, stealing weeks away from the endless demands of kingship. They would hunt together in the wild places, or spar in the training yards, or simply sit and talk about nothing important. The king of Gondor and the heir of Gandalf, pretending for a few precious days that they were just two friends with time to spare. You seem different, Aragorn observed during one such visit. Lighter. I've had practice. Harry was lying on his back in a meadow, watching clouds drift overhead. Turns out peace is a skill like any other. You have to work at it. And Celeborn? She's well. She's perfect. Harry smiled, a genuine smile, without the edge of grief or duty that had always lurked behind it before. We're happy, Aragorn. Actually happy. I didn't know that was possible. It's possible. Just rare. Aragorn lay down beside him, his crown forgotten somewhere, his responsibilities temporarily set aside. Arwen and I have found the same thing. Love doesn't solve everything, but it makes everything else bearable. Wise words from the King of Men. I have my moments. They lay in comfortable silence, two warriors at rest, letting the world spin on without them for a while. The darkness came back, as darkness always does. Harry felt it first through Narya, a distant wrongness, like smoke on a far horizon. He'd learned to recognize the sensation over the years, to distinguish between the ordinary shadows of existence and the specific corruption that meant something was actively threatening the balance. This was the latter. And it was getting closer. He found Galadriel in her garden, standing before her mirror with an expression he'd never seen before. Fear. What's happening? Harry asked. See for yourself. She gestured at the water. The mirror showed images that made Harry's blood run cold. The void between worlds. The space that separated Middle-earth from Britain, that kept dimensions from bleeding into each other, that maintained the fundamental structure of reality. Something was eating through it. Not the Nazgul, they were diminished, scattered, barely functional after Harry's assault on Dol Guldur. Not Sauron, his spirit lingered but couldn't act directly, bound by the destruction of the One Ring. This was something else. Something new. Something that shouldn't exist. What am I looking at? Harry asked. The consequences of Voldemort's experiments. Galadriel's voice was heavy. When he attempted to forge a ring using mortal magic, he created instabilities in the fabric between worlds. When you destroyed his work, and the Nazgul's attempt to rebuild it, those instabilities didn't disappear. They festered. A wound that won't heal. Worse. A wound that's spreading. The mirror shifted, showing new images, fractures appearing in the sky above Britain, darkness seeping through from somewhere else. The barriers between dimensions are failing, Harry. Slowly, but inexorably. If nothing is done, both worlds will eventually collapse into each other. How long? Years. Decades, perhaps. The process is gradual. Galadriel turned to face him. But it is also accelerating. Every day, the damage grows worse. Every day, we move closer to catastrophe. Harry stared at the mirror, watching the fractures spread. 5 years of peace. 5 years of happiness, of love, of learning to be something other than a weapon. And now this. Can it be fixed? He asked. Perhaps. The damage is extensive, but not irreparable. Not yet. Galadriel hesitated. There is a way. A ritual, ancient beyond measure, designed for exactly this kind of crisis. It requires someone capable of wielding enormous power, power enough to literally stitch reality back together. Someone like me. Someone exactly like you. The heir of a Maya, bearer of a ring of power, connected to both worlds by blood and magic and fate. Her eyes met his. But Harry, the ritual is dangerous. The power required would be extreme. There's a significant chance it would kill you. Harry was quiet for a long moment. He thought about Celeborn, waiting for him back at their cottage. About the life they'd built together, the future they'd planned. About all the things he'd finally allowed himself to want. And then he thought about that future being swallowed by collapsing dimensions. About both worlds dying because he was too afraid to take the risk. Tell me what I need to do, he said. The ritual required preparation. Harry spent weeks gathering components, consulting with the wisest beings in Middle-earth, learning the intricacies of magic that predated the sun and moon. Gandalf came to help, and Elrond, and even Celeborn, who rarely involved himself directly in such matters. Celeborn knew something was wrong. She watched Harry with worried eyes, asked questions he couldn't fully answer, held him closer at night as if she could physically keep him from leaving. He told her the truth the night before the ritual. They were sitting in their garden, watching stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. The same garden where they'd first kissed. The same garden where Harry had proposed, 6 months ago, with a ring he'd forged himself in the fires of Rivendell's ancient smithy. The barriers between worlds are failing, he said quietly. There's a ritual that can fix it, but it requires more power than any mortal has ever channeled. There's a good chance I won't survive. Celeborn didn't respond immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. When? Tomorrow. At dawn. And there's no other way? None that anyone can find. The damage is too extensive, the magic too complex. It has to be someone who's connected to both worlds, who carries enough power to bridge the gap. Harry took her hands in his. I'm the only one who qualifies. So you're going to sacrifice yourself? Again. There was no accusation in her voice, just exhausted acceptance. You've been doing this your whole life, Harry. Running toward danger, carrying burdens that should destroy you. When does it end? Maybe tomorrow. One way or another. He pulled her close, feeling her warmth, memorizing the sensation. I'm sorry, Celebwen. I know I promised you peace. I know I said I was done with being a hero. You didn't have a choice. You never have a choice. She pulled back to look at him, tears streaming down her face. That's what makes you who you are. And it's why I love you, even when I want to hate you for leaving. I might not die. You might not. But you've never been good at doing things halfway. She touched his face gently. Promise me something. Anything. If you survive, if you actually, somehow, pull this off, promise me you'll stop. Really stop. No more saving the world, no more ancient threats, no more sacrificing yourself for causes bigger than one person should ever have to carry. Her voice broke. Promise me you'll come home and stay home. Harry thought about all the times he'd made promises like this before. All the times he'd meant them, and all the times circumstances had forced him to break them. I promise, he said. If I survive, I'm done. Forever. Celebwen kissed him, fierce and desperate and full of everything she couldn't say. They held each other until dawn. The ritual took place at the peak of Caradhras, the cruel mountain that had nearly defeated the Fellowship decades ago. Harry climbed alone. Gandalf and the others waited at the base, ready to help if they could, unable to follow where he was going. Narya burned against his chest like a second heart. His staff hummed with gathered power. The light of Erendel glowed in his pocket, a last reserve for if everything else failed. The summit was bitter cold, wind tearing at him with frozen claws. Harry found the precise spot Galadriel had described, a convergence of ley lines, a node where the barriers between worlds were thinnest. He could see the fractures now. Not with his eyes, with something deeper, the part of him that carried Gandalf's mantle and Narya's fire. Reality was cracked like old glass, darkness seeping through, corruption spreading with every passing moment. He had to fix it. Had to use himself as a living bridge, pouring power into the wounds until they healed. Harry planted his staff in the stone and began to chant. The words were older than language, sounds that existed before the world took shape, concepts that predated thought itself. He felt them resonating through his bones, felt his body becoming a conduit for forces that should have destroyed him instantly. Power flowed. It came from Narya first, the ring of fire opening fully for the first time, unleashing millennia of accumulated hope and courage and defiance. Then from the staff, Gandalf's legacy adding its strength to the current. Then from Harry himself, his mortal life force joining the torrent. The fractures began to close. Slowly at first, then faster. Harry could feel reality knitting itself back together, the barriers between worlds strengthening, the corruption being burned away by the sheer intensity of the light he was channeling. It was working. It was also killing him. Harry felt his body failing, cells rupturing, organs shutting down, the fundamental machinery of life unable to handle the energies passing through it. He had minutes left. Maybe seconds. But the fractures weren't fully closed. There were still gaps, still weaknesses, still places where darkness could seep through if given time. He needed more power. Harry reached for the light of Erendel. The vial shattered in his hand, starlight exploding outward, joining the torrent already flowing through him. The pain was beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond the Cruciatus, beyond the Nazgul's blades, beyond the burning of Horcruxes. He screamed. And the fractures sealed. Harry opened his eyes to white. Not the white of death, or the white of empty void, the white of clean linen and morning sunlight and a room he didn't recognize. He tried to move. His body responded sluggishly, muscles weak, bones aching. Don't try to sit up. The voice was familiar. Warm. You've been unconscious for 3 weeks. Harry turned his head. Celebwen was sitting beside his bed, her face showing signs of exhaustion and tears and overwhelming relief. I'm alive, he said. His voice came out as a croak. Barely. Gandalf found you on the mountain, more dead than alive. He said it took everything he had just to stabilize you enough to move. She took his hand, squeezing gently. You stopped breathing twice on the way down. Your heart stopped once. The healers weren't sure you'd ever wake up. But I did. You did. She was crying now, tears of relief, of joy, of released fear. You impossible, stubborn, heroic fool. You actually did it. Harry tried to smile. It hurt, but he managed. I promised I'd come home. You promised you'd stop. Remember that part? I remember. He closed his eyes, feeling exhaustion pulling at him. No more saving the world. I'm retired. I'll believe that when I see it. Believe it. Harry forced his eyes open again, meeting hers. I'm done, Celebwen. Whatever comes next, whatever threats emerge, whatever crises develop, someone else can handle them. I gave everything I had on that mountain. There's nothing left. There's plenty left. She leaned down and kissed his forehead. There's a whole life left. A life we're going to live together, without apocalypses or ancient evils or dimensional rifts. That sounds nice. It sounds boring. I could use some boring. Harry's eyes drifted closed again. Wake me when it's time for breakfast. Or dinner. Or whatever meal comes after being unconscious for 3 weeks. Celebwen laughed, a sound of pure, uncomplicated happiness. Harry fell asleep smiling. Recovery took months. The power Harry had channeled had done permanent damage, nothing that would kill him, but enough to leave marks. His magical reserves were depleted, reduced to a fraction of what they'd been. Narya had gone dormant, its fire exhausted by the ritual, needing years or perhaps decades to recharge. Even his physical strength was diminished, muscles wasted by weeks of immobility. He didn't mind. For the first time in his life, Harry didn't need to be powerful. The threats were gone, the Nazgul scattered, Sauron's spirit fading, the barriers between worlds restored. He could be ordinary now. Could be weak. Could be human. He and Celebwen were married in the spring, in the garden where they'd first kissed. The ceremony was small, just family and close friends, elves and mortals gathered together in a celebration that bridged 2 worlds. Aragorn came, leaving Gondor in Faramir's capable hands for a week. Hermione and Ron came, stepping through a gateway that Galadriel opened specifically for the occasion. Even Draco came, recovered now, changed by his experiences, nothing like the arrogant boy Harry had known at school. Gandalf officiated, speaking words in languages that predated human civilization. Galadriel blessed them with starlight. Elrond offered wisdom. Sirius watched from whatever realm the dead inhabited, his presence felt if not seen. When Harry kissed Celebwen as his wife, the guests cheered. And for one perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. The years that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He and Celebwen built a home in Rivendell, a small cottage near the waterfalls, far enough from the main halls for privacy, close enough for community. They filled it with books and music and the small accumulations of a life lived well. Harry learned to garden. Badly at first, then better. He discovered that growing things was harder than destroying them, required more patience, demanded a different kind of attention. He found he enjoyed the challenge. He taught, occasionally. Young elves and visiting mortals who wanted to learn what he knew. Not combat, He'd lost the stomach for that, but history, philosophy, the hard-won wisdom of someone who'd seen too much and somehow come out the other side intact. He wrote letters to old friends, memoirs that might someday be published, poetry that he showed no one except Celebwen. He discovered he had things to say that couldn't be said with fire and steel. He loved deeply, wholly, without the reservation that had always held part of himself back. Celebwen was his partner in everything, his confidant, his challenger, his comfort. They argued sometimes, laughed more often, and learned each other's rhythms with the patience of people who had time. Harry had never expected to have time. Now he had more than he knew what to do with. On his 40th birthday, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was in his garden, coaxing a reluctant tomato plant into producing something other than leaves, when a shadow fell across him. "You've gotten old," Draco Malfoy said. Harry looked up. Draco stood at the garden gate, looking remarkably unchanged, the benefits of wizarding longevity. His hair was still blonde, his posture still aristocratic, his expression still carrying echoes of the boy who'd offered Harry his hand on the first day of school. "I've gotten experienced," Harry corrected. "There's a difference." "Is there?" Draco let himself through the gate and looked around with undisguised curiosity. So this is where the great Harry Potter ended up. A cottage in an elvish valley, growing vegetables and writing poetry. The papers would have a field day if they knew. The papers can go hang. Harry wiped dirt from his hands and stood. "What brings you here, Draco?" "We're not exactly close." "No. But we're connected, whether we like it or not. You saved my life. Twice, if you count talking my father out of his crusade." Draco's expression was unreadable. "I've been thinking about that a lot lately. About debts and obligations and what we owe the people who've helped us. You don't owe me anything. Maybe not. But I want to give you something anyway." Draco reached into his robes and withdrew a small box. "I found this in my family's vault. It belonged to my grandmother, my mother's mother, who died before I was born. According to family records, she was given it by a woman with silver hair and ancient eyes, in payment for a favor she never discussed." Harry took the box and opened it. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, was a ring. Not Narya, that still rested against Harry's chest, dormant but present. This was something else. A simple band of silver, inscribed with runes that Harry recognized as Elvish. "Nenya," he breathed. "The ring of water. One of the three." Draco's voice was carefully neutral. "Galadriel must have given it to my grandmother for safekeeping. Maybe she knew something was coming, maybe she wanted it hidden in a place no one would think to look. Either way, it's been in my family for 3 generations. And you're giving it to me? I'm returning it to where it belongs. The elves made it. The elves should have it back." Draco shrugged. "Consider it my way of closing the loop. The Malfoy family's involvement with ancient powers ends here." Harry stared at the ring for a long moment. Then he closed the box and handed it back. "Give it to Galadriel yourself. She's in Lothlorien. I can arrange transport if you want." He met Draco's eyes. "This isn't my burden to carry, Draco." "Not anymore." Draco looked surprised. "You're refusing a ring of power?" "I'm refusing more responsibility. I've had enough of that to last several lifetimes." Harry smiled slightly. "But I appreciate the gesture. And the visit. You should come back sometime when you're not bearing gifts of immense magical significance. I might take you up on that." Draco pocketed the ring and offered his hand. "Thank you, Potter. For everything." Harry shook it. "Thank you for not turning out like your father. That's a low bar. You'd be surprised how many people fail to clear it." Draco laughed, a genuine sound, warm and unexpected. Then he turned and walked out of the garden, leaving Harry alone with his tomatoes and his thoughts. Celebwen found him there an hour later, still kneeling in the dirt, staring at nothing. "What's wrong?" she asked, settling beside him. "Nothing." Harry shook his head slowly. "Everything. I just had a conversation that I couldn't have imagined 20 years ago. Draco Malfoy came to thank me and offer me a ring of power, and I turned it down, and somehow that felt like the most significant thing I've done in years." "You turned down Nenya?" "I turned down the obligation that came with it. The expectation that I'd pick up another burden, fight another battle, save another world." He looked at her. "I meant what I said, Celebwen. I'm done. Whatever comes next, whatever threats emerge, someone else can handle them." She smiled and took his hand. "I know. You've only told me 100 times. I wanted to make sure you believed me." "I believe you." She squeezed his hand. "I've believed you since you woke up after the ritual and asked for breakfast. The Harry Potter who saved 2 worlds would have been planning his next mission before his eyes were fully open. You asked for eggs. I was hungry. You were changed." She leaned against him, her head on his shoulder. "I like this version of you, Harry. The one who gardens badly and writes poetry and stays home when there's trouble brewing somewhere else. I like him too." Harry put his arm around her. "I just wasn't sure he could exist. For most of my life, I was only valuable for what I could do, the battles I could fight, the threats I could neutralize. I didn't know who I was when I wasn't being useful. And now?" Harry thought about it. Really thought, letting the question settle into his bones. "Now I'm just Harry. Husband of Celebwen. Friend of Aragorn. Former student of Elrond and Glorfindel and Galadriel. Terrible gardener. Mediocre poet. Someone who got lucky enough to survive long enough to figure out what actually mattered. And what actually matters? This." He gestured at the garden, the cottage, the valley spread out before them. "This moment. This life. You." Celebwen kissed him softly. "That's the right answer. I know. It only took me 40 years to figure it out." The letter from Hermione arrived on a Tuesday. Harry read it twice, then set it aside and went back to pruning his roses. Celebwen found him there an hour later, methodically cutting away dead growth, his face completely blank. "What did she say?" Celebwen asked. "There's trouble in Britain. Some kind of cult has formed around Voldemort's memory, they're calling themselves the Resurrection and they've been causing problems for the Ministry." Harry snipped another branch. "Hermione thinks they might try something big. She wanted to warn me in case they come looking for me." "Will they?" "Probably. I'm Harry Potter. Every dark wizard with delusions of grandeur eventually decides they need to prove themselves by defeating the boy who lived." He set down the pruning shears. "I told Hermione to handle it herself. She's the Minister of Magic now, she has resources I never did. And if she can't handle it—" Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up the shears and went back to his roses. "Then she'll figure something out. She's the smartest person I've ever met. And she has Ron, and Neville, and the entire Auror Corps, and 20 years of experience fighting dark wizards." He glanced at Celebwen. "She doesn't need me. You're not tempted?" "Not even a little. I'm tempted every day." Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. "I wake up some mornings and my first thought is about what threat I should be preparing for. I see shadows in the corners and my hand reaches for a wand I don't carry anymore. Old habits don't die, they just get quieter. But you don't act on them." "No. Because I promised you, and I promised myself, and because I've finally learned that some battles aren't mine to fight." He looked at her with a small smile. "Besides, my roses need me. If I leave now, the aphids will take over." Celebwen laughed and shook her head. "You're ridiculous. I'm retired. There's a difference. The resurrection came for him anyway. They appeared at the edge of Rivendell's borders on a summer night, 36 wizards in black robes, carrying wands and dark artifacts and the absolute certainty that they would succeed where Voldemort had failed. Harry felt them coming. Even with Narya dormant, even with his powers diminished, he could sense the corruption they carried. The familiar taste of dark magic, the specific signature of those who had devoted themselves to evil. He was waiting for them at the gate. "Harry Potter," the leader called out, a young man, barely older than Harry had been during the war. "The boy who lived. The killer of the Dark Lord. You will answer for your crimes. I don't have time for this." Harry's voice was calm, almost bored. "Turn around. Go home. Whatever you think you're going to accomplish here, it won't work. You think you can stop us? You're an old man now, Potter. Weak. Powerless. The fire that once burned in you has gone out." Harry sighed. He really didn't want to do this. He'd spent 20 years avoiding exactly this kind of confrontation. But some people simply refused to take no for an answer. "Celebwen," he called over his shoulder. "Could you ask Elrond to send some guards? We have visitors." "Already done." Her voice came from somewhere behind him. "They'll be here in 5 minutes. 5 minutes." Harry looked back at the resurrection. "That's how long you have to leave before the elves arrive. They're not as patient as I am, and they're much less forgiving." The leader laughed. "Elves? You think we're afraid of?" Harry moved. He was old now. His reflexes were slower, his strength diminished, his magic a shadow of what it had been. But 20 years of peace hadn't erased 40 years of training. His body remembered what to do even when his mind hesitated. The first curse flew past his head. He was already moving, closing the distance, his hand finding the knife Aragorn had given him half a lifetime ago. 3 seconds later, the leader was on the ground with the blade at his throat. "I said turn around," Harry repeated quietly. "I meant it." The rest of the resurrection stared at him with expressions ranging from shock to terror. Their leader had been the most powerful among them, the one who'd studied dark magic for years, the one who'd sworn to avenge the Dark Lord. Harry had taken him down without using a single spell. "How?" the leader gasped. "I've been fighting since before you were born. I've faced things that would make Voldemort wet himself in terror. And you thought you could intimidate me with 30 people and some second-hand dark magic?" Harry pressed the blade slightly. "Leave. Now. Before I decide to stop being merciful." They left. Harry watched them go, then sat down heavily on a nearby rock. His hands were shaking. His heart was pounding. Every instinct he'd suppressed for 20 years was screaming at him to pursue, to finish them, to make sure they could never threaten anyone again. He stayed where he was. Celebwen found him there when the guards arrived, elves in armor, arrows nocked, ready for a battle that had already ended. "They're gone," Harry said. "I convinced them to leave." Celebwen looked at him, at his shaking hands, his pale face, the knife he was still clutching. Then she sat down beside him and put her arm around his shoulders. "That was very restrained of you," she said. "I'm retired." His voice cracked slightly. "Retired people don't slaughter cultists in their front yard. Retired people also don't disarm cult leaders with a knife in 3 seconds." She kissed his temple. "You did good, Harry. You stopped them without killing anyone. That's more than most people could manage." "I wanted to kill them." The admission came out rough, reluctant. "Every instinct I have said to put them down permanently, make an example, ensure they could never hurt anyone. 20 years of peace, and that's still my first response. But it's not your only response. Not anymore." She pulled him closer. "That's the difference. That's growth." Harry leaned into her, letting the shaking slowly subside. Maybe she was right. Maybe he had changed, not into someone who didn't feel the urge to violence, but into someone who could choose not to act on it. Someone who could face the darkness and walk away. That had to count for something. Harry died on a winter morning, 63 years after the ritual on Caradhras. It wasn't dramatic. No final battle, no sacrificial last stand. Just a body worn out by decades of magical stress finally giving up, choosing rest over continued struggle. Celeborn was with him at the end. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I wanted more time." "You had enough time." She was crying, but her voice was steady. "You had a life, Harry. A real life. That's more than most heroes ever get. Will you be all right?" "No." She touched his face gently. "But I'll survive. That's what we do." Harry smiled. His last smile, peaceful, content, the smile of a man who had fought his battles and made his peace. "I love you," he said. "I know. I love you too." He closed his eyes. And Harry Potter, orphan, weapon, hero, husband, slipped away into whatever light awaited those who had given everything and asked for nothing in return. They buried him in the garden where he'd proposed. The funeral was enormous, not because Harry would have wanted it that way, but because the news of his passing spread faster than anyone could contain. Wizards from Britain, elves from every corner of Middle-earth, dignitaries and scholars and ordinary people who had been touched by his actions over the decades. They came to say goodbye to a legend. Celeborn stood at the graveside and watched them file past, accepting condolences with grace that hurt to maintain. She would have 1,000 years to mourn, maybe more, and every moment of it would be paid for by the joy she'd experienced with Harry. The price of love. Aragorn came, old now himself, his hair grey and his face lined with years. He stood beside Celeborn and said nothing for a long time. "He was my brother," he finally managed. "In every way that mattered. He felt the same about you." "I know." Aragorn wiped his eyes, a king weeping openly, dignity forgotten in grief. "I thought I'd have more time to tell him." "You had enough time." Celeborn smiled sadly, echoing Harry's words. "You both did." Hermione spoke at the ceremony. She talked about Harry's courage, his loyalty, his stubborn refusal to accept that anything was impossible. She talked about the boy she'd met on a train, the man who'd saved the world, the friend who'd never let her down. "He used to say that he was just lucky," she said, her voice cracking. "Just in the right place at the right time, with the right training. But that's not true. Harry Potter was the bravest person I've ever known. He faced things that should have destroyed him, and he came out the other side still caring, still fighting, still hoping." She had to stop for a moment, composing herself. "The world is darker without him. But it's also brighter, because he was in it. Because he showed us what one person could accomplish if they never gave up. Because he loved, and was loved, and proved that even the greatest heroes can find peace." She stepped back. The ceremony continued. And in the garden where Harry had grown his imperfect tomatoes and written his mediocre poetry and loved his extraordinary wife, a new plant began to grow. No one had planted it. No one knew where it came from. But it rose from the earth above Harry's grave like a promise, a slender sapling with leaves that caught the light like silver, like starlight, like hope. The elves recognized it immediately. It was a white tree. The symbol of Gondor, of kingship, of the line of Numenor. A tree that hadn't grown in Middle-earth for centuries, that should have been impossible to cultivate, that appeared now as if by miracle. Celeborn looked at the sapling and laughed through her tears. "Of course," she whispered. "Of course you couldn't just die like a normal person. You had to leave one last gift." The tree grew. Year after year, decade after decade, it stretched toward the sky, a monument to the man who had carried fire in his heart and learned to let it warm instead of burn. They called it Elena, towards the stars, and people came from both worlds to see it, to sit in its shade, to remember the heir of Gandalf who had given everything and asked for nothing. And sometimes, when the wind was right and the light fell just so, visitors swore they could hear laughter in the rustle of its leaves. Harry's laughter. Free and full and finally, completely at peace. Epilogue. 1,000 years later, Celeborn still tended the garden. The tree was massive now, ancient and magnificent, its branches spreading wide enough to shelter an entire village. The cottage had been rebuilt several times, expanded and improved, but it still stood in the same spot Harry had chosen all those centuries ago. She sat beneath the tree on the anniversary of his death, as she did every year, and watched the sun set over Rivendell. You know, she said to no one in particular, I thought it would get easier. Mortals always say that time heals all wounds. But I think they're wrong. Time doesn't heal, it just teaches you to carry the weight differently. The leaves rustled. It might have been the wind. I miss you. Every day, I miss you. The way you'd burn the toast and pretend you meant to. The way you'd talk in your sleep about equations you'd never learned. The way you'd look at me like I was the only person in any world who mattered. She closed her eyes, feeling the familiar ache that never quite faded. But I'm glad you're at peace. I'm glad you got to rest. And I'm glad you taught me what love looked like, real love, the kind that doesn't demand or control or fade. The kind that just is. The wind picked up. For a moment, just a moment, it felt like arms wrapping around her. Then it passed. Celeborn opened her eyes and smiled. Until we meet again, heir of fire. Until we meet again. She stood, brushed off her clothes, and walked back to the cottage. Behind her, the white tree of Harry Potter swayed gently in the evening breeze, its silver leaves catching the last light of day. A monument to a hero. A legacy of hope. And a love that would endure until the ending of the world.